recovered more than 90% of the position down here at 458 and some change because it held VWAP. This is a strong bid. I missed this reversion as well. This reversion was probably one of the top ones in my book on the day in the morning session right here. Tesla, strong flush. Sellers have been in charge for multiple days over and over, but maybe a little too far too fast going from 463s to almost $10 down, almost $10 down to 454s, and then catching a bit of a bid back through 455s. I actually wanted to punch here if you guys were watching. I even said I missed it a little bit at 456s, and I was like, just size down and just take it, dude. And I didn't take it. I waited. I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna take this turn back into VWAP because that's the next trade for me. But here's the thing, that trade, that hold of VWAP back for a push through this, I don't know too much about that, but that is working out. The continuation trades, man, I'm still learning how to properly take continuation trades. That's a little bit of, I guess, not my shtick. I like my reversions because there's a good reason why I think I like reversions, because it's a lazy way. Because I already see what's happening, and I'm waiting, I'm watching, and I'm stalking the price action to become distinctly different. And when it becomes distinctly different, then I look for confluences to get involved for those reversions of certain types of price action. Right. And again, you can see that kind of here. I was looking at UNH. Somebody in the chat pointed out UNH. This was great, right? I mean, maybe you get stopped out once for the reversion, but you get back in on this chop slowdown breakdown, and it does get you down to VWAP. So there is some sort of a reversion down to a mean, right? So yeah, Mike to Ryder. Yeah, it is the lazy way. Sometimes some of the best trades, man. What I'm realizing, some of the easier trades, they're just boring. They're not flashy. They're not crazy. Sure, some of them work right away. Some of them don't. But yeah, it's not necessarily.
You ever watch a good tournament poker player?
He's just.
If you look at anybody that is good at poker, if you don't have the ability to sit there and fold a lot, you can't play poker.
Yeah.
I don't care who you are.
You gotta be able to fold a lot.
There are very few players that can Gus Hansen it and just be involved in every single hand. There's a few, but I promise you this, most of the players that play that way, let's just say this, I love playing against players like that. Like my favorite thing on the poker table, to the extent that I don't really play as much as I used to. I used to play some online, but the thing that I like the most, as I'm trying to nibble in, I'm trying to get into this off of this bounce here on silver. So, okay, we just got filled. So again, let me just go back to this trade for a second. I'll finish that analogy in a second. With the upward trend is holding, there's your wick top. I want it to hold and show me a close above. Technically, this candle hasn't even closed yet, so it hasn't been confirmed. There you go. Now you got a bit of a better hold. If the second one can hold a second time, like this one did, then I want to add to it. If we break the trend, then I am out. That should all be relatively obvious, but heck, I don't know. You could be tuning in for the first time and you haven't seen me look at these trend lines before. That's the plan of action on silver. Now, what I was getting at is, if a poker player is sitting next to me playing every single hand, I'm just getting more and more information, and I usually feel pretty confident that I'm going to take their money. And I think that's exactly what the market makers are trying to do. If you don't have some kind of a plan of action, they're just looking for an opportunity to punish you. So. That is what it is. All right, so in the silver, I already mentioned that. I am seeing NVIDIA, just to go over some things that we have not been tracking. I know we haven't been looking at NVIDIA, too far out there. That is trending downside without many signs of breaking. However, what I would note is it is attempting to break trend, which if it breaks trend, I was about to tell you, if it breaks trend, this market's going to go up. Ooh. And then the one mean reversion that didn't work is going to be Intel's this morning. Every other one did work with the exception of Intel. Intel breaks the high. The second it broke the high, I have my out. Although I did punch in and out earlier because I hit the wrong stock. I'm like, nope, don't want that ad. I was really only adding on the trend break. And then the second you break that high, I'm out, even by 1 cent. Doesn't look like it went more than a penny past that high, though. So there's a chance I might have got wicked out, but all you can do is sort of stick to your rules. So I got my re-entry into silver. We'll look for this to actually break the upper trend line on this wedge, because that's where it would look much better to me. Like re-entry here, but man, if we can start breaking out above this trend line, that's so much better for SLV. If you watched this yesterday, you will have noted that it was much better as a long, at 10:30, which we're at right now, and then again at like 1:30. And it's done this before. Like go to a 15-minute, like this dip a couple of days ago when it was weak early or not moving much, that was at 10:45, it made its bottom and then ran. Like this bottom in here is at a 10:30. So it is at about this time usually that silver makes its bigger move, and you've got to be patient for it. And I understand that could be down, I get it. If it breaks this trend line down, then I should be shorting it, but for now it's a long play. So the long has already worked, but now I'm reloaded, so you can throw that one out and don't worry about celebrating it, all that kind of nonsense. I want this long to break out above 69. If that can happen, I think it's more of an add than anything else above that 69, which just happens to be a level.
The best of levels. Anyways, Sidhu coming into its opening range low. So I've taken a little bit of a stab here. Like I said before, I'm not the best at continuation trades. That's a playbook I do have to work on a lot more this year. And I think one of my goals, it is the end of the year. We can talk about how our year has been and goals for next year. I think one of my big goals for 2026 is going to be, first of all, continuing to work on my reversion trades, because I think there's definitely a lot of opportunity there. But working on one of my weaknesses as well is continuation trades, just taking something that's already up so much and getting out of that reversion mindset, finding the nuances where I'm like, okay, the probability of reversion on this is maybe not as high as I think, and then looking for the right kind of price action to take the continuation.
Well, you know what I think would work for you then?
Yes.
Instead of always looking for the trend line break, look to just join the trend.
So I know it's easy to say, but I can't I have to kind of like.
No, but I know what you're getting at. I do the same thing myself. So here's a live example, literally a live example right now.
Yeah.
Silver is on, like now there's an upward trend.
Yes.
So instead of waiting for this trend line to break and short it, I mean, of course that's going to look good, and maybe it gets all the way up to like 69.5, and somewhere in the future, I'm shorting it on a trend line. I can't make it up. I'm not going to draw a bunch of fake lines in there outside of my trend lines. No, but like you could short that and it breaks trend, or you can look for the bounce off the trend line and then just play a bunch of scalp longs. Now, nobody's perfect. You're going to miss some. Where's my fail key? Did I long it here when it held the trend line? No, I didn't get it, but when it did it the third time, we'll take it. When it breaks out here, we'll try to add to it. But as you see that trend form, you can just try to play alongside of the trend, understanding that, okay, on the other side of it, when it does break down, I'm going to short it too. And then you can play it in either direction. As a day trader, you have that opportunity and ability to do it. Not all traders are able to. I understand. Here at Real Trading, I can make a million trades as many times as I want to, and I don't have to worry about PDT. If you're under PDT, it's a different mindset, no questions asked. But I did want to jump here.
Ooh, what is this?
Shoot, did we miss Jess Kendo?
Yes, I was going to bring that up.
Okay.
Thank you, Just Kendo, for the super chat.
Yeah, I wanted to just throw that in there as well. We got a super chat. That's for you.
Well, I thought you were, okay, yeah, no, no,
you,
respect
man.
to you as well, man. I love having good conversations with people in the chat. You just throwing some respect there. Banked on a few of your alerts. I mean, hey, man, that's not my intention, but if you guys can learn and definitely gain some value from what we're doing, then yeah, all the power to you. Happy New Year to you as well, man. Any New Year's plans?
Oh, I'm pretty boring.
What are your plans?
What's hilarious is no, we're staying in for New Year's. We just went up north. I can get rid of this. And thank you for the super chat, just Kendo. No, we're staying in this New Year's, which oddly enough is my parents are more exciting. They're going down to Niagara Falls.
Oh, nice.
Which is pretty cool. My parents are all about the train. They're taking the train down to Niagara Falls.
Oh, nice. What's it called? Via Rail?
There's actually a Go now.
Yeah, I heard about that.
I think there is. So I don't know which one they're taking. If you're not from around the GTA, it doesn't. Who cares? They're taking the train. But there's now two options down there. There's like the casinos down in Niagara Falls. Obviously, there's the falls themselves, good restaurants, all that kind of stuff, for sure. But before we go to Adara, I just want to read this comment from Ian Gantner. You are not smarter than the market. That's just your ego talking. Join the trend. It's the best way to make money, period, full stop. I agree. I agree with the first part.
Yes, I agree with the first part.
And I agree with the second statement. You are not smarter than the market. That's just your ego talking. 100% true. I've been trading for over 20 years. The mentality of understanding that you are not smarter than the market is the best way to start with that first. The smartest scientists or all the smartest people I know understand what they don't know first, and the ones that talk about how much they know or how great they are, usually those are the people that lose money, in my experience, or those are the people that don't know anything. That being said, join the trend. It's the best way to make money, period, full stop. There's always a way that works for everybody.
Yeah.
Some traders will just wait for that perfect opportunity to reverse the trend or mean revert. That's fine. Whatever works for you. There's more than one way to make money. Just understand that it doesn't always involve being smarter than the market. Yeah. You can be at times, but that's not sustainable. What is sustainable is going to Adara for an update at the desk, because that is always a good idea. Or not.
Before we, we are going to talk about Sector Watch, but first we're going to take a moment to thank our good friends at eSignal. Traders, listen up. First month free. That's right, we're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform is everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game changing charts, predict with back testing, reliable, real-time data. Global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now with eSignal. Are you ready to elevate your trading? Scan that QR code or check the link in the description. Thank you very much to eSignal. And let's take a look here at this sector board, which is, as you might expect, majority red here. We do have some patches of strength. Electronic technology, though, NVIDIA and Apple are red. I will say Boeing with that Pentagon contract to the upside. Intel also up 2.5%. Now, Meta and Oracle's been beaten up as of late. Meta actually here with that Manus acquisition. These two are trying to hold up this tech services sector. Other than these patches of green, though, the rest of these sectors are going to be really weak in the tech side of things. Moving on from tech, finance here, BRKB, second day in a row trying to outperform its peers. The rest of the sector incredibly weak, with Citigroup continuing to give back its stellar performance from the last week's session. Retail trade really red, health tech red, producer manufacturing red, consumer non-durables red. There is a little bit of strength here in health services with UNH, as mentioned earlier, relatively strong. Energy minerals also green right now, so it's not all bleak, but you would be forgiven for us not assuming that's the case. Back to you.
And I love this, and I'm gonna read. I was gonna respond in the chat, but I'm just gonna read this first. From Ian Gantner again. Sure, Neil, there's always special cases when we're talking about that trend or not joining the trend and which is the best way to trade. But there are far rarer than trend working. Look to get in the trend, not fight it. And that's
100%. Man.
I don't think you should be, I always try not to be 100%, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't want to be absolutist, right? I'm not a Sith. There you go. Only Siths speak in absolutes. Traders should not speak in absolutes either. If you speak in absolutes, you will think in absolutes, and if you think in absolutes, you will either think you're absolutely right or absolutely wrong, and you will lose money. The more absolute you are, the more likely you are to take big losses. But that being said, to each their own, and I've said this a million times, oftentimes, I got out at the high, I looked for a turn at the high of the day, the same way I look for a turn at, but I mean, look, here's the thing. I'll look for a turn at VWAP, I'll look for a turn on the trend line. I'll look for a turn at the high of the day. I can tell you there's a million times that I will get out here and then it's at 70 and I look like an idiot, but that's just my style of trading. And there's a million times that, it will look good in the short run. Maybe I got out too much in front of VWAP on AMD. I don't know. Maybe I should have been back into AMD at VWAP instead of looking for silver. I don't know which one was better. They were both worked, but you have to make a determination. I determined that buying the dip on the silver trend was going to be better than shorting AMD at VWAP. Was that right? Who cares? Ultimately, you've just got to make a decision and then work with that after the fact. Was it the right call for all the right reasons? Now, I'm looking for this trend back in silver. If we can just keep making these higher lows, fantastic. But that's now 3 tests. The next one should be at the volume-weighted average price where I'm looking to get back in. We got about 15 minutes and we're going to go to the midday. But I'm just going to let everybody know here, Joe's on holiday. So Obi is doing yeoman's work today. Let me know if you want me to grab you lunch. I'm just going to say it out loud.
No, I'm gonna do the same thing I did yesterday. I'm just gonna order and go grab it whenever it comes in.
Yeah, I can go pick it up if you want. It's just the guy's doing all day work today because Sean is at a hockey tournament. He's back tomorrow, but Joe's literally gone. He's somewhere sunny and nice and fun for the entire week, but we're somewhere where it's a heck of a lot more fun because there's lots of trading opportunities out there in this market. I know you're grinding. We appreciate.
I just provide the liquidity. I'm a liquidity provider. So.
all of the best liquidity?
I don't know. No idea. But Sidhu is kind of working out. We dropped down below that opening range low. Let me pull that up here. Somebody in the chat pointed out this stock here, Rare, Ultragenics Pharmaceutical Inc., doing some relative volume pretty much all day yesterday. I don't know if there was news on this. Bit of a gap down. Wow. So I guess they probably missed on some sort of trial or something. Let me just take a quick look here. What's it? Overweight. Thank you, Dara. Down over 44%, a decrease. Data talk. They probably missed on something right here. But Dara will look.
They did miss primary endpoints.
Primary
totally
endpoints.
Right.
Beautiful. Thank you very much. So yeah, a little bit of a gap down yesterday, catching a strong bid today. So a bit of a reversion happening on the day. We're doing about 2 to 3 times relative volume, roughly. Holding this VWAP right now, 2151 is where that is. So maybe I'm gonna throw this one up on my watch list here. What needs to be kicked out? Under Armour, it's just holding $5, so I'll take that out of there, and I'll just keep an eye on Rare. If you guys are wondering what's on my current watch list as of right now, I have Silver, SLV. I have Micron. What a beautiful reversion to VWAP that's having right now. A bit of a miss on my part. I was watching it. GLD, I'm watching Sidhu as well. And then COPX, which is a Global X Copper Miners ETF. And then now Rare, BNAI from yesterday. That's what I got that on watch. And then a little bit of IONQ as well. So we'll see if any of those come into fruition. Yeah, wow, look at this Micron.
You know what's at the top of the visualizer we haven't talked about at all? Ooh. Oh, by the way, okay, silver is...
ASTS.
Okay, before, I'm going to get to that in a second, but silver, instead of going all the way down to the bottom of the trend line, see that wedge that I had before, which was resistance? It's now bouncing off of that. So I don't mind jumping in this again if it just holds. I have 2 lines on the chart. It's a 3-minute chart. It's effectively the bottom trend, which I haven't even drawn that well, but whatever. And then you have the all-day top. So from the highs in the pre-market, there's that trend line. And if it starts holding above the prior trend line, which it's trying to do, I'll just jump in here on the next reload instead of down there. But it's ASTS. That is the top of our visualizer right now. ASTS, it's the space names. ASTS is number 1. EXO, I thought that was ESCO, but it's EKSO, so Exo Bionics is going to be there. Silver, Tesla, Intel, all things we've covered. Meta we have, Xena we have not. Neo, NVIDIA, most of which we've talked about, but certainly it's ASTS leading the way. Unfortunately, I really never liked the whole Christmas tree move because, again, no one decorates their Christmas tree green on one side and red on the other, but that's what it's done. Complete pullback all the way to where it started on ASTS. The only good news, here's the good news. Daily chart, 50 period. Now you have a bit of a double bottom the last couple of days off that 50 period, which is about 69.5 bucks. So there's a nice potential rounded bottom, but you gotta hold, I'd say above the 74. Go ahead.
Oh, I thought you were talking about SLV, not ASTS, sorry. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was just moving. Because look, ASTS, we wanna try to cover what moves. Like my plan of action is more or less the same.
Silver is winding up.
It is winding up.
That's a bit of a wind up, man.
Oh, it's definitely a wind up. I just want to make sure we cover it ASTS, or there's a lot of traders call it ASTS instead of ASTS. I understand AST Space Mobile, yeah, whatever they're called. But ASTS on move, silver on the way back up. I'm now playing the prior resistance as support instead of waiting for that bottom.
Resistance is futile. What was I going to talk about?
That's from the mole.
That's from, sorry, what? The mole?
Well, okay, so it's Star Trek, but the mole used to talk about Les Resistance.
Oh, yeah.
South Park. South Park movie?
So South Park, I'm not an avid watcher of South Park, but I've seen episodes here and there. Great show there. But it seems like silver is just stuck in this range, holding now, reclaimed the VWAP, holding the high of the range there, sorry, not holding as in holding resistance at the high of the range is what I mean. Market with a bit of a bounce. So I do have things on watch. Micron is coming right back up into VWAP. That was really good. Take a look at this reversion. That's absolutely beautiful here. Just some arbitrary chart art, kind of when you start to break that trend, maybe a little bit of a false break of that opening range low is what kind of adds some stronger confluence to this, and then breaking some structure, bidding right back up, and then pushing all the way back into VWAP, and now maybe a little bit higher. So this is price structure resistance to get that VWAP out of there right here. So what is that? High is 296.39s right here. Look at that power bar hold as well. That's clean stuff happening here on Micron. Great opportunities on the names that we pointed out in the morning. I was just like, yeah, there isn't much going on in this market, which kind of maybe causes a lot of traders and participants to start focusing on maybe one thing, and really becomes more of a PvP, which I like. Let's play. So some of these moves are very clean, very aggressive, and pretty decent in my books for sure here. But yeah, where's the next trade? That's what I'm looking for as of right now. I know I missed the Micron reversion. This is something that I definitely should be in, and a little bit of a miss on my part here. But we'll see. The day's not over. We're just about to go into the midday as well, and I'll join you there once again. So we'll see if Micron now holds that VWAP. Sellers were pretty aggressive here off of the open. Underneath 300, we almost got to 300. These are fresh all-time highs here, intraday highs, maybe giving us some more significance with some volume there. 298.83s is the high there. So I'm going to have close eyes on this one here.
You've seen Alphabet? This is one that you'd like.
What's
I just got into silver, but I just saw someone saying you missed the Google reversion. So what this reversion?
Would be the reversion of the reversion. This one right here.
Well, I didn't draw this very well.
Oh, not that. Yeah, I don't know.
I'd say this here. That's a little.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a little bit tougher. It's just not as clean, but it's working out. It's working out.
Oh, it's certainly working. I mean, look at VWAP there. 314.5 could be your target. The market also starting to come back into the highs. I thought I had a bid down here. All right, let me just correct the mistake. I thought I was bidding on silver in front of that prior trend line. Looking to scalp silver into the high of the day. But if this breaks, remember a couple of things here. I want to be long as long as this trend holds. But if this trend breaks, I have to at least be willing to short this thing if the trend breaks. And there's a huge gap over about 69.4 or so on SLV. So I think 69.4 to about 69.8 this long. And if it breaks out that top, look for a bit of an exit into that 69.8 into 70. Pops Mafia, before we go, I think we're going to Adair in a quick little second. Pops Mafia, FOMC minutes are at 2 o'clock.
Ooh.
So Fed meeting minutes are at 2, just so you know. And let's go to Adair.
And don't worry, we are going to talk about those minutes right here on Money Talks. I actually have an infographic to that effect that should be hopefully out soon as well, ahead of that, to explain things a bit more. In the meantime, let's talk about this US dollar. We are still in that downtrend here, again, from that double top we made in November of 2025. In order to break that, we'd actually have to break out of this high that we made on December 19th, the 98.7 area, right now around 98.2, and in a bit of an uptrend from these local lows made last Wednesday. With regards to economic data, understandably not a lot of it right now. We did, though, get the Chicago PMI coming in at 9:45 a.m., 43.5, better than the expected 39.5, so higher than expected Chicago PMI at 9:45. Let's talk here about this Fed meeting minute. I think it'll be interesting here to see the more details with these dissenting votes, because 25% of the Fed, 3 out of the 12 voting members actually dissented. Stephen Myron right here, he actually voted in favor of a larger cut, a 50 basis point cut versus the 25 basis point cut that the Fed elected. And then we also had Schmid over here and Goolsbee right over here. They also both voted in favor of no cut. So we had 2 more hawkish dissenting votes, 1 more dovish dissenting vote. Hopefully we'll get more details in those FOMC meeting minutes coming out around 3 hours from right now. So again, make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, make sure to tune in for that midday show and the minutes. But right now we're going to send you over to Neil and Obi.
I think our vol scans are required for that. Yeah, anything doing relative volume.
No, we were just talking about that rare stock because, and I said this to the open, if it was moving yesterday or in play yesterday, sometimes that's just enough, like whether it's Micron or whether it's rare, breaking over that prior day. That's why we're looking at silver, because there wasn't a heck of a lot, that had like your traditional news. Like there weren't a lot of upgrades and downgrades. There's no earnings to deal with coming into the end of the year. You know, you're not going to have a bunch of conferences that are going on or product launches or a lot of economic data this week. So the simple question of, did it move yesterday? Did it do relative volume yesterday? If the answer was yes, you're probably looking at it today. That's why I'm going to be a little bit more focused on silver. But while we're doing that, I do see a few. I saw one name that Mitch pointed out that for the first time Stephen Knight just mentioned, and that's going to be Open Door. It's not doing much, but I didn't get a chance to talk about this. I thought I'd get a shot after Mitch, but then we sort of got into our own watch list. Open Door is trending down into a pretty big level at $5. So there's your $5 level, but even if it just holds this trend down all the way to 4, patiently waiting. I don't know what Eric Jackson thinks about it, but I am very interested in this stock when it breaks this trend line on the daily, because when it does decide to go, like look at the last couple of up rallies, like 4 days from $5 to $9, 2 days from $6 to $8. So a trend break here, I think, is going to be a great swing opportunity, but you just have to be patient with it. So thank you for pointing that one out. I don't care about holding it in the long term or anything along those lines. I'm just looking for a swing trade in the stock, and I'm willing to be very, very patient with it. Dara.
Doesn't appear to be super thickly traded today, but keep an eye here in JTAI, Jet AI. This is a penny stock, announcing about a minute ago that they have withdrawn their public offering. The reason that they gave was, quote, unfavorable market conditions for withdrawal. So again, JTAI withdrawing their public offering. Bit of action on this penny stock. Does not appear to be super heavily traded this morning, though. As we send you back over to Obi and Neil.
I wonder when they put that in their name. You know, I just want to.
They're trying.
I mean, everybody's.
Man,
everybody's trying, Neil.
If you had
it's not like.
No, but if you're a CEO of a penny stock, it's doing
minimum.
nothing and probably trash. You got to do what you got to do, man. I'm not hating on that at all.
Everyone's trying.
I mean, you're a penny stock. You got to do what you got to do sometimes. And first of all, I don't even know if that's what Jet AI did. I mean, probably.
Look at this. I just have to hold on. Let me just go back to the beginning.
Well, that's pretty bad.
Whoa. Do you really think this chart was at $4,000?
You really got to try it. You got to try it.
I think they were named Jet AI in 2021, right? They were the first to the party. I'm pretty sure. No, absolutely not. I'm being sarcastic for those of you who don't get that. But repeat offender seems like this one here. Just doing anything and everything to kind of catch a bid and maybe dump some shares on unsuspecting players here. You can see that maybe
is absurd, that chart.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, how many of these have we seen, Neil? Like, stuff like that exists in the market, and if you can find some edge around it, which there is.
Like, as far as, when you look at a chart like that, your Jet AI today, your Jet Quantum tomorrow, your Jet Fusion next week, Jet Space, that also
next year. Don't forget for Jet Space next year.
You got to do what you got to do.
Yeah.
I'm not going to, wow. I didn't even know that stock was that
Don't get
bad.
sold to.
Anyways.
Whoa, Micron.
Wow, that stock is trash. So remember that Google reversion?
Yes.
It's at VWAP.
It's at VWAP.
So
the market, look at the market.
The market is going.
The market reversion, I think, is a much better trade there.
Well,
because it's just like Google's very beta.
It is, but I got to look at what might not be. We'll see what happens, but the fourth trade on silver could be upcoming. And what I don't love about it, it's a little bit closer to the third trade than I would like. Like, you waited for it to show another entry, then yeah, another entry. But now bouncing off this support, I'm playing it up at about 68.8. Here for real. Only about 90 seconds to go, and we're going to throw to the midday. Understand, of course, always doing double duty today. So
yeah, I'll be there in a second. Yeah.
And because it's of last week, the back office isn't in. Normally we do what's for lunch.
It's empty back there.
But there's nobody in the back office, so
lunch.
The caterer is not bringing lunch, which means we get our own. I have no idea what I want today. Yesterday I was like, for some reason, I had just a bad inclination to get McDonald's, which sometimes it's just what you do. I'm definitely not doing that again today. That's just nasty 2 days in a row.
Yeah, you can't be eating McDonald's.
But I have literally no idea what I want. If you guys have any ideas, like what should I get for lunch, Dad?
Burger.
I hate having to think about it, to be honest with you. I just had McDonald's yesterday.
I know. I don't know if I'm going to do a burger again today.
I don't even know what I want.
Pops Mafia saying hot dog. We got some pizza. We got tacos. Yeah, this is a taco place.
JP Suede.
There's a Birria Katrina.
There's a 0% chance I'm getting tilapia. Like, that's, what are we even talking about? I hate tilapia. No, we're not.
Why? Don't do that to yourself.
We're not doing that. I don't even know where I would get
maybe a good fish. Tilapia fish and chips. Oh, that's going to be a little heavy as well.
Around here? Ramin said in my ear, shawarma's not a bad idea.
Shawarma across the street is pretty. It's not bad.
It's
not bad. Yeah, exactly. Right. That's kind of my reaction as well. They're not bad.
Oh, before I got to get the super chat before we go.
Acceptable. I'll say they're good. They're fine. They're fine. They do well. I mean, when you're really hungry.
The only thing that matters right now. Do you know this one, Obi?
Which one?
Ian Rispetto. Who are the 5 greatest traders of all time? Dylan, and Dylan. Because he spits basketball.
Boom.
Oh.
Dylan. And if you don't know, then you're not watching enough Chappelle Show. If you're not watching enough Chappelle Show, that's okay. To each your own. Great show.
I'd say
Great show.
Drunken Miller's up there. Jesse Livermore is definitely up there.
Oh, you're being serious.
Paul Tudor Jones is definitely up there.
No, Ian Rispetto, I don't think you were asking seriously. You know what? I have no idea.
Yeah.
I don't know. Seriously.
And maybe some of the best traders, what if they never talked about it?
No, the way my personal guess would be the 5 greatest traders in actuality you probably never heard of. Because why would you know their names? They would have made their money and just crushed it. And if they had that much of an edge to be the best traders of all time, then why the heck would they want what they do to be even remotely public to a certain extent? I think a lot of traders, like if you're like myself or like any other day trader out there, most of what you do or have edge with, you're not necessarily going to be. There's certain, like we talked about this yesterday, certain situations you might actually do enough volume that it matters. But if you're trading SLV today, you're trading IBIT, like you're not moving enough shares that it matters.
Whoa,
but if you are, then you wouldn't be out there necessarily, spreading your business. Like when I can go in and out of silver. Oh, it didn't break. Why am I out if it didn't break? I'm just going to quickly re-enter. It didn't break the trend. I can be in and out and not really affect the volume. 41 million in volume, I'll be fine. And a lot of big traders, that's one thing they have to contend with, and you wouldn't be saying all of your entries and exits, and wouldn't be doing that if you were at that level. But it is past 11 o'clock. I was trying to push it a little bit so you could mosey on over. You do you.
Yeah,
he'll move over. Obi's going to move over and join Sharif. We'll give him a little bit of a chance to get settled. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. But we've got Sharif. I know he's going to be looking at some small cappers for sure. There are plenty of them, including, well, I don't know if you're going to be involved in that EXO that's on the list, but that's one of them, Xena moving as well. I know you see them. So let's go on over. We've got Sharif. He'll be joined by Obi in a minute for the minute.
I'll be there.
I thought I was gonna ramble.
There we go, baby. Let's go. Boom. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. There's nobody beside me yet, but they will be there soon. Your boy Joey Options is on vacation. Obi filling in. He'll be here in a minute. But let's say hello to everybody, Ram, because they're all coming on in from the other stream. We got Outlawed Trader, the OG Bovin, Papacito's in the house, as well as Oxlong, Yannick. We got Oslam. We got Jay Quingy. Oh, the names are just going. We got Machiavelli, Ichiro's in the house. Shout out to Shadow. Shout out to Bora, T-Mash, Shaw, Keith, Alfonso, Gore of the OG in the house, as well as Ticker Checker. We got It's Master Cool and Nobody 2310. I like that. 95 Geety. We got Donovan, Henry, and Durant Gordon. Position Trader 7. Mike P.D. Ryder, Bruce Homer, as well as Commodity King. I love that name, man. Callisto 98. We got Juan Lu 84 95. We got Baby Hands Donnie. Oh, man, that just reminds me of President Trump and Marco Rubio. Oh, God, I don't want to remember that part again. AJ Hoa, we got Matt Winch, Kirk D, let's go. Sunny Boy, we got T Moon, Oki, Kur, and M Downey, Eclectic Passions joining us as well. Man, Trade Sniper TV, good morning, right back at you. Yummy Thai Foods, who else, man? Steve Knight, we got Channel Name 327, and Jaguar Nut. Hope everybody is happy, having a fantastic morning here. It has been an interesting one in the world of small cap gappers. So Ram, let's take a look at what is moving. Here is what I've got on the side chart. And right away, you see that hot garbage SLS take a dive off a cliff. It's $3.99 high. But all hell is breaking loose to the downside now. It's losing trend and then some. I mean, it looked like a steady state, higher high, higher low with some defending prints here at the volume weighted average price. But that one has lost the ghost, and it's lost the ghost in a hurry. So we will keep an eye out on that one. But this one here, what the hell is this? RDW, look, it's not up big on the day. It's only up about 13.75%. Just got through $8, doing the dance right now at the whole dollar, $7.95, $7.96. What caught my attention on this one was clearly not the percentage up or down on the day, but the ridiculous buy program that's been involved or been on since 10:35. This is the 5-minute chart on RDW. It is a series of higher lows and higher highs. Pure Greenville here on RDW, taking out as well that 7.75 area that we had an initial area of resistance with, and that is going to be my main focus. I'm looking for either a holding of 8, which doesn't look like it's going to happen because we don't even close above 8 there on the 5-minute candle, or so $8 doesn't look like it's going to hold. So I'm looking for a move back into 7.75 and or the 10 EMA, which is about 5 pennies lower than that level, okay? So the closing print's all about 770, the wick 775. That is going to be my look. But first and foremost, we need this current red candle to make a new low, and it looks like it's on the way to doing that. We'll have to see if it's the same area low or whether it makes a new area low. RDW. Neil bringing this one to your attention before the show started. Not ESCO. It would have been great. We could have had a whole thing with Nas, but it's not to be. EKSO. This one really got off the schneid, as my friend Neil likes to say, right at 4:45 yesterday. Probably news catalyst. I don't care, okay? I look for the technicals. In any event, we kind of gapped down a little, not gapped down. We do. We gapped down a little bit at 4 a.m. We had closed out about $7.50 at 8 p.m. yesterday. We opened about $7 today, but that was really the worst print of the day because it's been a series of higher lows and higher highs since that time. Alas, this one clears 10, has trouble with 11, but look at it come in and hold the 10 EMA on the 5 like a glove, and there it is right back above 10 into 10 2/3, knocking on the door of 10.5. It is up 90%, and it will certainly be in play for me today if RDW gives up the ghost. GLSI, this is a holdover from yesterday. It's very much an inside day today for GLSI. You see that big boy move yesterday into that $30, I want to say an 80-cent area, but that was as good as that trade was going to be on the day because it dropped all the way back to 23 2/3. When all was said and done, though, the closing print came a little bit below 25, right around 24 4/5. And here we are up nicely again to the tune of 14.5%. But we are ensconced by yesterday's highs as well as yesterday's lows, hence why I'm kind of saying it's an inside day. Not saying that that's bad. You can still ride trend, but, it's not the best of the bunch. AEHL looks okay. I mean, it's up 85%. Who could hate on that? But the chart pattern, not that great. We had a great looking bull flag earlier on. You thought this was going to come and hold VWAP right around 210. It does the exact opposite. Loses VWAP, loses 2, comes into that pre-market high, a couple of pennies above that pre-market high area. I'm talking about the 7 a.m. print right around 190, holds that level, and now it's still putting in lower highs. I mean, you don't need to be a chartered market technician to connect these area highs. It's still lower high, lower high, lower high. That doesn't interest me. I need a trend change to the high side. But there goes EXO. We were talking about this one. It ripped up into 11 and a third. 1132 high. This one clearly has some momentum behind it there with good volume. This candle has about 2 and I want to say a third million shares in this 1 5-minute candle alone, propelling this one over 100%. It's obviously very volatile. I'm not punching in at these highs. I need to have some sort of a pullback into a technical area, but it looks awfully good here, so we're going to have to keep an eye out on this one. And then, just before we get OB to chime in, CETX. This one wasn't a holdover from yesterday in the strict sense. This one started moving in the aftermarket. Right around 410 is when I see the first big print. When all was said and done yesterday, we closed out at 211, but when 8 p.m. came, we were about 43% higher. And today, we're up more. We're up about 47%, but we are off the highs. It seems like there is a double top here at 3 1/3, coming back down to 310 now where VWAP is. I'm hesitant to use VWAP here because VWAP on CETX looks more like a line of best fit than any area of clear support or resistance. It cuts through the price action almost like, what do they call that? The line that goes through the price perfectly like that. It's line like, a line of best fit. Yeah, it's kind of what I just said there. I thought there was another word to it, but Yeah, so I don't know if I want to use VWAP RAM on CETX, but we'll have to wait and see what that one does. Last but not least, there's a two there on the right side of your screen, AXTI on the top right, AISP on the bottom right, looking kind of similar, and they're both bull flags trying to hold VWAP as support. If I had to choose, AXTI looks a little bit better. It's up a little bit less, but those are the ones that I'm looking at. SLS is going to lose its spot on the side chart there any moment. But yeah, if there are any that I haven't mentioned that you have eyes on, I always appreciate if you could tag OB or I and let us know what you're looking at there. But those are the ones I'm looking at. Good morning, brother.
Good morning, for sure, man. Likewise. Yeah, how are you guys doing? I'm back. What's going on? So I stepped away for a bit, got stopped out of the Sidhu, came back, and I was like, well, I still kind of want to be in this trade here. So punch back in. SLV holding that range here. So if you weren't here during the morning session, pre-market trading was absolutely mint on SLV, with size chasing it down from 69.30s all the way down and past VWAP, actually almost for a whole dollar. They're pretty much $1.10. It came down to 83.30s and some change, and then that action became distinctly different. I like that, bought that up, and then we had a nice, beautiful reversion all the way back into the top of the range here. And since then, we've been holding that range pretty well, Sharif. So 69.30s, a little bit of a supply zone, and then 68s, the low 68s, a bit of a demand zone here, kind of sandwiched in. And you can see the market here as well, guys. A bit of a chip chop, straight wipe off of the open, wipe back down, and then wiping back up. So very range-bound market coming into the end of the year right now. So yeah, I like that. I like if things are holding ranges, we can look for some of the Mag 7s that are potentially holding a similar kind of range there. But silver for sure is holding a range on the day and giving us lots of opportunities. Whether you want to go long, whether you want to go short, doesn't matter. It's giving you opportunities for both ways here. So let's see. Let's take a quick look at some of the Mag 7s here, and then see what's actually following alongside with that of the rest of the market, and look for things that are distinctly different as well. So Softy with a bit of a trend up. So maybe this breakout is coming into fruition here as we push up into 490s, holding VWAP pretty well, and yeah, definitely pulling up to this prior week range high as well. But take a look at this, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
Is this a flat top breakout right here? Kind of. It's kind of messy, but it's showing us that supply. Today's the day we're just ripping up into it during the middle of the day, which is distinctly different than any of the rest of the price action here. Because look, the first time where we kind of start defining this range here, we sell off in the middle of the day. We sell off at the beginning of the day. Morning sell-off, maybe a slow grinding bit in the middle of the day on Wednesday, the 24th, right there, sideways chop this day, selling off midday here. But yeah, distinct difference with a bit of a bid coming in on the day today. So is today the day we finally kind of break through this range and sustain going into the end of the day? Silver back down to its VWAP as of right now here as well. So let's quickly go through the rest of them. Amazon sideways chop, makes sense. Nothing too crazy there, except for the open. The open had some interesting price action as well, as we come in and clip prior day low, and then we clip in and around prior day close or the highs as well, however you want to take a look at that. Meta was the one that was doing some decent volume and extension off of the open there. Strong push, but beautiful reversion back down into VWAP. 666.90s is where VWAP is currently sitting at, and we're kind of chopping around, holding orbit around VWAP there. Tesla, of course. Come on, Tesla. Tesla's the belle of the ball when it comes to the Mag 7. And strong flush. And I said this in the pre-market, Sharif. I was like, look at the tight consolidation after the gap up here on Tesla. I don't know whether it's going to go up or going to go down, but the range break could definitely be something of significance. And you had to be there, because that got front run right into the open. And then that came in aggressively off of the open. So if you took that breakdown, even if you were late to the pre-market consolidation low break, take a look at this. If you take that 461 half break, you can be hella late as well. You can take the prior day close at 459s and some change. and still be along for the ride and catch about 1.3%, 1.29% to the lows. And the reversion comes in just the same as well. I took some scalps here on Tesla. Let me see, what did I do on Tesla? Let me take a look. Where's the Tesla? I thought I paired this to that, and I guess it's not paired. Let's just go to Tesla here. Tesla trades on the NASDAQ. So I just took some quick scalps there, nothing crazy. So I missed this trade, I missed this trade, and I was like, okay, let's see if it comes right back down because the market is kind of within range. Holds VWAP, shows some strength, tape turn. I'm like, all right, cover most of it, cover all of it here because I'm like, the probability of it breaking through 460 in that moment was pretty high. I don't need to give it to my stop in that kind of scenario. So Tesla, another good vehicle for trading on the day. We looked at Amazon. What have we not looked at? Google. Let's take a peek at that one, at this one here. So a nice little range on the day as well, following along with the rest of the market pretty decently. So when the market goes up, it goes up. Market comes down, it comes down, and nice little sideways chop. So that's what I have on watch right now. And Sidhu is one that I am involved with currently. And it's not showing my position because Joe's on the board here.
Come on, Joey.
Sidhu is the only stock that I am in right now. Just a little bit here, looking for a potential pushback down. It has been selling pretty much off of that $3 mark in the morning right here. We made a lower high. We break down this opening range low. That's why I liked it a little bit earlier. I added onto the position there as well. And then now holding that 280s. So this is what I have. This is what I have on watch here on SIDU. What are you guys looking at? I'm waiting for the next trade. I'm waiting, watching. Got to be patient. I know Sharif's in a few names there. Talk to us about some small caps because, as you can see, I'm starting to get involved.
I love it, Oba. I mean, I'm noticing we have a lot more small caps on the board.
In play, yeah.
Yeah, in play, of course. And we are getting a lot more of our audience as well. I think that's starting to like these because we're starting to see quite a few people in them. So I'm just trying to deal with, I don't know what the hell happened to my XO trade there. How could I get stopped out? Yeah. What's going on? Okay, just give me a sec to figure that out. Yeah, that's not what I wanted to do. There we go. Now we'll set up properly here. We got 39s on. Okay, so I've got two other trades that I want to talk about, but XO is obviously the aggressive mover. So I don't know how I just got stopped out of that. I think I put my stop in the wrong place. I'm looking to defend to prior bar low. So prior bar low goes into 1092. So generally 11. So let's see what 11 does. Here comes 11. Let's see if we can pick some up right off the whole dollar. And then that gives us the opportunity of not losing too much on our DCA because we'll get stopped out super close to the prior bar low. So here it is. Show me 7s, 8s. Let's see if the buying comes into the low single digits. Doesn't look like it is. Not letting me in. Great. Let me see if it'll let me in here. No, not letting me in. Let's see if it drops down a little bit more. There we go. Now we get the add. So let's go ahead and put it below prior bar low for that exact amount. There we go. So we'll put that in. We got 30s on here on EKSO. So let's put some profit takers to the high side in case this one does catch a bid. I feel like I might have caught this one at an inopportune time, but we're going to give this one the old college try anyway, given that we are super close to prior bar low. So what is it showing me now? It's still showing me mid-teens, mid to low teens. So we'll pack the patience there. I've already put in my stop. But CETX doing real good over here, right into the high. So is RDW. So we've got a nice position on both of those. It's really the EKSO trade that's undecided. RDW is a lot slower of a trade, but we got in a nice position here. I didn't get the add, sadly, into 76. It looks like it came into 76, but 77, excuse me, but it didn't cross, so I didn't get the add there. So we'll pack the patience, see if this one wants to come back down. I think it is breaking a little bit of a trend here, whereas took it prior bar high on RDW. Prior bar high was 91 3/4. This current bar high is 94. So let's see how that one acts. And then CETX stair-stepping up. So I kind of said I didn't like the look of VWAP here as an area of support or resistance, but it held it on a 2-candle basis. So I'm going to base my trade off it. Now the problem is, ever since we put in that candle at 1050, the high of which is 335, it has been, pardon me, it has been lower high, lower high, lower high in almost every candle since that 1050 candle, at least on the 5. So to change our tune, I think we need to get above 330. We'll have to wait and see if that ends up coming in. How's EXO doing? Well, it's still dilly-dallying here. It's still holding prior bar low. Let's see if it, ends up closing this way. Back into the $0.25 we go. I have a 30 average, so we're out of the money by 6 pennies, but it's up 105%. Let's see if the longs want to step in here or the shorts are going to be in control of this one now. Looks like there's a seller here at the $0.25 that we can't shake. Up into 27s on the ask, 24 in the bid, but no continuation. So this one looks more of a thick trade here. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think this one's setting up quite yet. So here it comes down into 11. So this one will likely stop me out if it loses 1092. Yeah, a bit of a tough one on this one. Here comes 11, and now it's a 2-candle pullback. Now here's the deal. It's not going to end the trade for me because that 1050 area, I don't want to DCA into 1050, but I like the 1050 area as another area to get in. Because that's a 10 EMA as well as the breakout area. But there goes CETX into the high. We got 13s on this one. It's showing me 29s. Let's set up at 33. The high of the day is 37. So by default, I'm putting an order above that to take the print there if we can take out the high of the day. CETX is looking real good over here. RDW, not so much. CTX much better. There it goes into 34. We're about 2 or 3 pennies off the high of the day now on CETX. Looking for 38s next. 37 is the high that we put in, I want to say, right at the implied balance open, right at 935. So good strength here on CTEX. And there is a flat top of sorts because all the mid to high 30 prints, all of which have rejected on the day, could give way. There's 37, saw that momentarily. I'm actually waiting at 38. So packing the patience over here as this one into the high there. It is OB into 38. Boom. Now we're gonna set up at 43. Let's see what this one has to offer us. Can we get a little bit more? CETX, I don't want to take out too much too quickly here so that we have some for this one if it continues to go. 60% in the Ville of Green, but looking for a little bit more here into the $0.50 seller, huge seller at 36. And that seller wasn't there, and it's a hidden seller more likely than not. So we'll keep an eye out on that. How's RDW doing? Yeah, okay, 94 is not bad. Where am I waiting? I'm waiting on 95, 97s. Okay, so we'll have to pack the patience there. How's that hot garbage EXO? It's not hot garbage. I'm just out of the money on it. That's why I'm being a little bit bitter. We're about 3 pennies, 5 pennies now out of the money. Is this one right back into that $0.25? The same seller, that same pesky bugger at 26s, 25, 27s. He's dampening everybody's long party over here on EXO. Looks like we'll have to take him out before we can get our first print OB.
Yeah, so this market just broke out of its highs here on the NASDAQ. The ES kind of following along there as well. So I did get a little bit of a short here on Tesla because I'm like, okay, well, we got all the way up to 62s. This is where kind of, supply came in pretty aggressively off of the open. Do we see more of the same as we start to step up here? But again, the VWAP long has been working out quite well. At the same time, I'm watching Sidhu pretty closely here as we kind of hold this area. So I like this. I don't know. Like I said before to Sharif, I've been talking to Sharif about potentially trading small mid caps a little bit more because they are very much in play. I got to get comfortable with focusing on the in play names at the same time. Like, yes, sure, large caps are great. The liquidity is there. That's kind of where I think a bigger picture end game might be. But it is what it is. So I do have to kind of pick up some of the opportunities on small to mid caps, and I have not been doing that over the past couple of years. But I like it. This market is very fruitful. Jackie's in the chat saying small caps are way more fun. I'm not looking for fun, man. We talk about I understand. Yeah, it can be fun.
Stressful.
But I'm looking for consistent. I'm looking for scalability. Yes. You can definitely scale very decently on small caps, especially when they're doing amazing things. Like what was it? There are times where small caps do so much volume, hundreds of millions of shares, unlimited liquidity.
I've seen billions, brother.
Yeah, billions as well.
seen billions,
Unlimited liquidity, and those are the times where you want to have that skill set to really hone into those moments and be like, okay, now this is very, this is very scalable at that point, right? So that playbook I'm definitely going to be working on as well. But yeah, a little involved in some of these here. Silver continuing to hold a bit of that trend here. Take a look at what it does when it comes right back in, right? So it comes up to the high of the range, 69.30s, boom, slamming down. A bit of a wick happening there on a 3-minute, on a 5-minute, whatever you want to call it, different time frames. There's a bit of selling happening here at the top of the range. Now the question becomes, is that selling going to continue and pull back into range lows here at 68s? That's potentially what I'm looking for here now with SLV. And with the market pushing this aggressively, I think the probability of Tesla printing that 62 is becoming higher and higher. Then the question becomes, do I want to take it off here? Or do I want to let it actually tell me that I'm wrong all the way up at 62? So I'm going to be a little bit patient here because it is a bit of a sideways chop, and we are in an area where, supply did come in earlier. Let's see if this is a wick, false break, failure to follow through of the opening range highs here on the market as we pull a little bit back in. How much time is left on this 15-minute candle? There's about 4 minutes and 30 seconds left. So I'm gonna give it some more room, give it some more time for that to come into fruition. What are you guys trading? Gabby Frigo saying just long IBIT, man. Hey man, I'll leave the IBIT trading to Joe, but we can take a look at IBIT right now and see what's going on here. Okay, some strong push there. So I guess Bitcoin is bidding up as well. Again, the market kind of following along in step as well. But yeah, no, IBIT decent move there. VWAP hold. I know that Joe likes to look at 5-minute charts.
Get it, Joey.
So let's take a look at 5-minute charts to see if any of those.
That's not Joey.
Don't worry about it, Ram. We're printing over here. I'm getting pumped.
Nice. Good stuff there. Let's take a quick look at BTC and see what that's up to right here.
Don't kill me, Ram.
Right here.
I always get worried, bro. I get worried. You never know what she's gonna do, bro.
Yeah. Did you see how she was drifting that truck, bro? You gotta watch out.
Yeah. Did she ever show you the picture where she's like standing up on the truck on the wheel because she can't quite get into the hood? Yeah. What were you doing, Ram? Were you trying to change the windshield washer fluid?
No, I said I was changing the fuse and
the
fuse
fuse
box.
My bad.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I'm actually quite impressed.
Yeah.
That's a feat, girl. All right, baby, here we go. Sorry, Ob, I just got to cover this. We got in aggressively at 11, scalped up. I added like a psycho into this position, and here we are again on XO. We've taken out prints into the high 70s. I'm looking for the 80s, 82, 88. You better bet your bottom dollar. This thing loses $1/3 of a dollar, I'm out. It's simple as that. Here comes 40s. If it loses 30s, I'm gonzino. I should have been gonzino at the $0.50. Here comes the bottom 30s. We've already unloaded most of the clip onto the move to the high side, but I don't want to take it out too quickly in case it does find support here. Back into the low 40s we go, but it feels like maybe here the selling coming in, wow, right up to the $0.50. That was an aggressive buyer there right at the, I think the 30 penny area. There's 51. We're going to wet the beak here. I don't know, man. The 5-second chart shows me some weakness coming in here. So what I'm doing, guys, I'm trying to see where the localized buying and selling is on a very micro time frame, because that's how these small cap gappers live. They live in a very, very micro time frame. There it goes up into the 60s again, looking for a little bit more. We're going to post up, not at 66 ever, sorry. There we go. Now we're posting up at 70s as well, looking for the continuation above the $0.50. So there's buying, local buying, almost exactly at 33, and there it goes again, Ob, into 80s, clearing out all my prints. Go, XO, go, you little, you know what, okay? Now we're gonna wait for 12 to touch and drop.
Slap it around.
There it goes, into the high of the day. Give me my money, man. Now we're up on it nicely here. We took like double the position. All right, we're feeling good about this one. Let's see what this one has to offer. I'm gonna set up a little bit through 12. If this one can get through 12, we're gonna get back in. We're exhausted, the shares over here, so we're gonna keep an eye here. here, $11.99. That is a double top, but what keeps me very optimistic, despite the double top at that level, is the higher lows that are kind of accumulating into the double top of $11.99. So great look on EXO. Up 116, 117 here. Wow, oh, there it is, 12.28 high. Go, EXO, go. This one could be on the way to 15, who knows? Holiday shortened trading day, maybe the big algo traders are not there. And when they're not there, the crazy cats are gonna let loose on this one. So let's see what we can get here. 228 high. Have we cleared $12 by a substantial amount now that we can start using that 12 area as a buy zone? You can get it as a scalp clearly because it's bouncing off 12 into the 20s and then the low 30s, but no exact continuation above that. But it feels like just a matter of time until this one takes out the high of the day on 28s again. Here's 24s, 25s, just flash there momentarily. Let's keep an eye on that. How are my other trades doing, man? I have other trades. 13s on CETX coming back down into 18s. I need to be careful there, but RDW treating me real well, man. Right into $8. It doesn't take out that $8 high at 802 because it only got into 803. So I should have crossed there, but it didn't. Anyway, it's showing 99, so that's not such a bad look. But EXO's continuing to go. So it's a 1243 high. We could see $13 momentarily here, a 1248 high. Let's see if we can get through that $0.50. If you're a small cap trader and you don't mind the crazy volatility that you're getting right now on EXO, well then have a look at this one. The spread is very reasonable. I've seen it wide at times like 15 pennies, but most of the time it's like 2 or 3. It's done 64 million shares on the day. There's plenty of liquidity for you to get in and get out. Quick as you like, but trade it carefully and trade it with a freaking plan. It'll rip your face off. Oh, sorry.
Yes, sir. So I got out of that Tesla there because as soon as we started holding that 461, the market's kind of at its highs. I'm like, yeah, this is probably headed. I said earlier, the probabilities were stacking for that 62 push. And yeah, I guess that's starting to work out as well. So good job, longs, getting through that level. But let's see what's going on in crypto with the Dara.
We're going to start here with XRP. XRP, as you can see here, to put it very mildly, a steep downtrend going back to July of 2025. We make this double top, then we push lower. Now, why am I bringing it up today? Because we know what we actually have XRP ETFs, and XRP ETF inflows apparently actually doing quite well now. Apparently, with this latest investment, XRP and ETFs have a cumulative net inflow of $1.15 billion. Total AUM, or assets under management, here at $1.24 billion. So interesting look there for XRP. Let's take a look at that Bitcoin daily chart. BTC, maybe trying to form a little bit of a bottom. As I've said for the past couple days now, maybe longer, it needs to get above that 90,000 half level. If we push above that level, BTC could potentially go higher. Right now, though, support here, 86.5s. Again, that 86.5 to 90 halves range does continue to show up. Let's take a look here at Ethereum quickly before we send you back to the guys. ETH continues to look kind of similar to Bitcoin. We do have these higher lows from the low, but again, trading in a bit of a range for Bitcoin, or sorry, for Ethereum, it'll be around 3,070 top, bottom here around 2,880. So some ranges here to watch for BTC and Ethereum in the daily charts. And congrats to congrats to XRP ETFs. Back to you.
Yep, thank you.
That they're causing a bit of a ripple on the charts. Let me see how the good old XRP is doing.
Get him, Ram.
Here, XRP USD, Coinbase. See how that's doing. Ooh, okay, all right, cool, nice. $1.87, so basically it hasn't done much over the past couple of months. So let's see here. Yeah, exactly. So pulling right back in. Consolidation low break. Look at that. Does that look like a flat bottom break right there, Sharif, on XRP monthly XRP monthly chart right here? This is where boom, 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 boom.
Or
I mean,
it could be a bull flag.
It could be a bull flag, but here's the thing: unless and until that buying comes right back in, then we have to kind of watch that there. Wow, This Tesla is ripping to the upside right now, going a little crazy. Yeah, Sidhu is going as well. I've been stopped out a couple of times there. I'm just like, all right, cool. If you're going to pull back into VWAP, I guess the reversion was nice. I was thinking about it here in the 70s, and I was like, is this really going to go? It's been selling off. We're holding opening range low. But I guess the trade is once you get back above opening range lows, the breakout has failed to follow through. So maybe the probability of us going that way goes down a little bit there. But I still got to track this stuff a little bit more and figure it out. Back to opening range highs here on Tesla. So that's going really nicely. 463s as of right now. And where is VWAP, you may ask, here on Sidhu. Sidus Space, I have it here. One of my VWAPs is $2.89. And here it seems like a little bit lower. It seems like it's around $2.86. So a few pennies discrepancy there in between a couple of different charts. But yeah, it's headed towards VWAP is what I'm seeing. Now VWAP could mean absolutely bupkis, right, Sharif? So we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. Like, how often does VWAP actually hold on small caps? I want to ask you because you're.
It's key, Ob, and that's kind of one of my rules, that if it's trading below the pre-market high or if it's trading below VWAP, it's got to be above both. Otherwise, I don't get involved. Now, sometimes I find myself, caught in a trade when it's dropped below VWAP. Right. That happens, but I'll never enter the trade if it's trading below the pre-market high or it's trading below VWAP. I think it respects it a lot. It also, another thing that I seem to see a lot is the 10 EMA on the 5. The 10, the 9, the EMAs, you know what I mean? The shorter,
some of those
the shorter EMA seems to be respected.
Yeah,
a lot.
I see that right away here, Sharif. So I'll pull up my EMAs here. I'll pull up this specific chart on Sidhu. Thank you for that. But yeah, look, Sidhu right here. This yellow line is an 8 EMA here on my chart, and it does reclaim. So not only does it reclaim opening range low, it starts to reclaim this downtrend here. So maybe I am chasing this. Like I said, I'm not so good at the continuation trades here, but this I was thinking to myself, I'm like, hey, dude, this is probably a reversion. But then I'm like, I don't know. Well, we've been kind of holding this opening range low. So it did give us a decent move off of the trend break, and we did revert to VWAP for a nice 6% move. It took about 45 minutes for that to happen. But yeah, thank you for that, Sharif. I'll take a look at I'll take a closer look at some of these moving averages when it comes to these small caps as well. Add that along to my roster. I do watch them a little bit when things are respecting. I'll watch it when it's not. I don't really concern myself with it on the chart, but if Sharif says that, yeah, these small caps do hold the moving averages every now and then, more often than not, yeah, definitely worth kind of having on the chart and as a little bit of a guide, right? As a little bit of a guide. That opening range low also nice as well. And Intel, hello. Okay, you're a little extended. Let's see what you're up to. Maybe this is the next trade. Oh, market's turning as well. Let's see. Tesla, what are you up to? I'm looking for maybe a potential pullback here on one of these names if the market is to turn and wipe back in. This is what I said before. Maybe a false break of opening range highs. I'm going to say market. I might as well just trade the market, right, Sharif? So let me go in. TQs, where you at? Right here. Okay, so this is what the TQs are looking like right now, guys. So a little bit of a pullback. I guess the trade on the TQs was a little bit more at 70s. Not at 54, 57s here. Bit of a chase down, so I guess I will look to potentially size down. Wow, it goes even more. So I want to look for something that's lagging behind now. I guess Tesla is the one that's kind of lagging behind, but it made its way all the way up to opening range highs. So, and we have been selling off aggressively. So relative strength, I don't know.
All right, can I cover a couple things?
Yeah, go for it.
EXO breached prior bar low, preceded by a topping tilt candle on the 5, Ram. Here's what I'm seeing if I can just bring in my black charts over here. So somebody was asking me in the chat, I'm like, look, I'm looking for the buy zone here. Initially, it was 11 to 11.5. That's changed. It was 11 because that's where the 10 EMA on the 5 was showing. That was obviously adjusted as these moving averages are dynamic. So it's now 11.25 to 11.5. But I don't like the topping tail candle preceded by a lower high and a lower low. Could be fine, a 2-candle pullback before we rock it up. You have a number of options here. 1, You can build your position here with the idea that I'll build my position into 11 and a quarter to 11 and a half. That's fine. So it's showing 11 and 4/5 right now. Or you can take the breakout trade. Now, you're not going to get a great price by doing that. You say, all right, look, I'm going to base my entry on this current bar, this 1135 bar on the 5, the high of which is 1223. So you say to yourself, if this or the next candle breaches 12 and a quarter, like it's just going to do right now, I go long. Now, ideally, this current candle closes so you could base your trade on the next candle that breaches the prior bar high. Now, sometimes it doesn't set up that way, just like you're seeing with this candle. So this candle has a lower high and a lower low, but it looks like as if, the buyers are stepping in right around 11 and 4/5, 12, and pushing this one up to 12 and a quarter. So XO in play, you never really know where this is going to find support. You can kind of just use the 5-second chart like sometimes that I do, just to gauge areas of localized support and resistance to see where the buyers are stepping in over and over again. But sometimes that doesn't work. It really does come down to a little bit of intuition on this. So there seems to be, based upon, oh, wow, there it goes into 12 and a third on the way to 12 and a half. In fact, the high of this candle now is 44s. So essentially the $0.50, it's still lower high and lower low, man. I mean, I don't know what to do. And there you go. Look at it drop right back down into 1190s. Nah, I need to see a better setup. Now, that candle's closed. 2 candles that are red. The prior candle, the one that just closed, is a candle of indecision with upper and lower wicks at basically triple the size of the body of the candle. So a lot of equilibrium right now between buyers and sellers, at least in the prior candle. This candle, current candle, I'm talking about the 1140 candle, lower high, not yet though, a lower low. Does it come down to 11 and a half? Not really, not at least yet, zigging and zagging with $12. But the fact that it's hanging around $12 and this thing is up 120% shows you that the bulls are still very much interested in getting involved in this name. So XO, gonna be in focus for me here. I don't need to be quick to jump in again, but I'm definitely watching this one do its thing. Now, what happened? I saw something triggered. I got stopped up for the last remaining amount on CTEX. I'm fine with that, very positive on it. It's holding VWAP, but this is the problem, the same problem that we had, I wanna say, save and except for this one candle that caused me to get a whole bunch of prints. I'm talking, of course, about the 1120 candle. It is still a symphony of lower highs, even again with that topping tail candle 1120, the closing prints all showing lower high, lower high, lower high. The funny thing though is I was talking crap about VWAP here on CETX and it made me eat my words. I'm gonna have to recant the whole thing because now it is once, twice, OB, he is the one thrice, and then a 4th time, 4 candles on the 5-minute chart are finding support at VWAP. Or is it a previous area of resistance? Of course, I'm talking about that pre-market high, 1125 and 1130, the high of which was 310. Are we finding support back at that pre-market high? Hard to tell, but it's a lower high either way, so we'll have to see how this one does. Okay, XO just pooped right into 11 and a half. This is the buy zone now. Let's keep an eye on this one. I want to flip to the 5-second chart on my platform to see where the localized selling and buying is. Looks like the local zone is 1135. Local area low, 1135. That is the 5-second candle, 1141.05. So I want to see, does this find support here? Now, if you get in here, you can just give it to 1135. There's 35 again showing up. There's 30. It's losing the bid. It's losing it in a hurry. It's still not though below the 10 EMA on the actual 5-minute chart. 5-second chart, it's losing trend. 1160 local area high on the 5-second. 1130 local area low. There it goes into mid-50s. I was going to say 1160. That's incorrect. But it's holding trend here. So it's a 3-bar pullback on XO on the 5-minute chart, but holding trend in the sense that it's still holding the 10 EMA on the 5. And it did this before. Look at that. It had respect for the 10 EMA on the 5. Look at what it did. 1055, 11, and then the breakout candle at 1105. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get a small share size here into 1130. It loses 1130, I'm out. Simple as that. Okay, so let's go ahead, give it a bit of room so that we don't get wicked out. What do we get? We got 51s. Oh, okay, all right. We're going to go 63. That will have to obviously be a print above the 60. There we go. Now we get the first print. 65's now showing up. No continuation into 69. I'm posted at 69 and 77. And now we're going to post at 88s, but there's not going to be a big bump up. It looks like there's a seller here of note at 65. Hidden seller. There he goes, Obe, into 69. Good look there. No print yet, though, on 77s. Looking for continuation on that one. There it goes again. Into 73, no print on 77s yet. So good strength here on EXO. Keep your eye out on this one. I don't think it's done quite yet, man.
Yeah, no, for sure. Some of the, like you said, small caps giving you the moves here as, again, continuing to watch this Sidhu came all the way into VWAP, pulls right back in. Is this the break of trend? We just talked about putting on some of those moving averages here. Where did my Sidhu go? Okay, it's over here. So yeah, those moving averages coming in and maybe now breaking here as well, back below the 8, looking for this to sustain at the same time here. What's going on? You guys are cracking up.
Commodity dog, man. It's the chat, Machiavelli. Commodity.
Thank you for the super chat.
There's a seller at 67, and you know what happens when you say those numbers.
Of course. Come on, 6-7.
Blasphemous around. I love it. I'm sorry. Can I just cover the super chat real quick?
Go for it, yeah.
All right, guys. Every day, 29.78. He's dropping big money in the chat.
I'm really rich.
Shout out. The growth of the studio is looking great. Is it possible? Quick outlook on BW. What are y'all's thoughts? Such a polite way to ask. Thank you very much for that, and thank you very much for the super chat. I just got to digress for a second. Here comes EXO again, Ram. It wants to take out $12. It's holding the 10 beautifully. I don't think EXO is done. I won't think it's done until it loses to the 10 quite decisively over here. But we're going to look at BW for every day, 29.78. Oops, that's BQ, my mistake. BW, Babcock and Willox Enterprises on the nicey. I don't know about this one. This is the daily chart. It looks fantastic. That's a beautiful looking daily chart there. So like I always do, where are we relative to the tariff tantrum lows? We're, being a joke? What the actual bad word? So from the tariff tantrum lows to the high that we put in on 11/11, yeah, we're up late, 3,125%. 3,128%. From the current price action, we're up 2,421%. So I like what you got to sell over here. Thank you for pointing this one out. This looks fantastic. What the hell does this company do? And Babcock and Willox Enterprises is a provider of renewable, environmental, and thermal technologies for industrial. This is an AI energy play, isn't it?
AI, you say?
Yeah, it doesn't say AI. They're not using it in the name, but I can just read it. Renewable, environmental, and thermal technologies for industrial, electrical utility, municipal, and other company operates through 3 segments, Babcock and Willox renewable, environmental, and thermal. Okay, whatever it is, it looks very good. The technicals are quite sound, but you do have this lower high trend ever since that we put in that high. I want to say 11.12. It wasn't 11.11. It was 11.12. But that's okay. This looks like a bull flag. You can see bull flags on the daily as well. Let's use some fibs, say from the breakout area to the top end of the range. Yeah, we're right back at that 2/3. 61.8, give or take. But what I'd really like to see is the change of trend. So to me, this is an area high, that big red candle there on the 5th of December. We got to get above $7. We get above $7 here, you break trend. You're clearly breaking trend of the lower highs. So I happen to like BW a lot. This is a really good daily chart and a company I had no knowledge about. What the hell is the market cap of this thing? 668 million. Probably far, far more than it was during the tariff tantrum lows. So thank you for pointing that out. This looks really good everyday green. Now, I suggested to you to take it long through 7, but you could also pick it up long at 4. There's a very clear area of support. That's an area high. So $4 could be quite interesting. A little bit lower, I want to say between 375 and 4 maybe, because you do have an area high over here. Other than that, I don't really think, I I have many other things to say about that. It's a good looking name, and the fact that it hasn't given up the ghost right away like a lot of these small cap gappers and penny stocks do is, I don't want to say it's a glowing endorsement, but it does give it more weight. So great look there. KC 520 frickin' 6. She's dropping another 10 membies in the chat there.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much, Casey. So Helms, Biff, you got a free one. Sir C, that's me. You got a free one. T Hyde, you got a free one. Michael J. Moss. We got, who else? Starchild, 2735. Money Making Man, as well as Nicole Miller. All of you guys, as well as a few more, got all free membies. And now that you guys are members, premium members, of course, of our YouTube stream, make sure to get my morning note every day. It's released in the post section of our YouTube homepage. It covers basically the top stories of the day and gives you the technicals as well. And I wasn't supposed to say anything, but I'm going to say it. The morning note is going to be markedly expanded in the new year. If you are looking for more technicals, we're talking MACD, we're talking RSI, and we're talking some quantitative stuff as well for those market technicians who want to mix quant with TA, like the NOS boss. That's going to be included in the new year on the morning note. It's only going to expand. And the products that are going to be for premium members only going to expand. We're gonna have a weekly, earnings note as well for the top earnings names of the week. You won't believe the kind of data and the useful data that are going to be on those weekly earnings notes. So if you're not a premium member now, for $5 a month, get it while it's hot, because I don't think it's going to be $5 a month for much longer anyway. So that's a look there.
Fair. So we talk about the market kind of coming in here back into the middle of the range here. So I was looking around. Remember, I was like, what's lagging behind? What's lagging behind? But then I was like, okay, well, what's relatively weak as well, right? And Apple was the one that I set my eyes on. So maybe taking a bite out of this flat bottom break here. I know you like those. On Apple, potentially the day low is 272.40. We're coming into there about 4 pennies away from there. I did want to take Tesla, but I was like, don't get too involved. Getting too married to the stock there, trying it multiple times because it made its way all the way back to the high of the range. So like, why should I really fight that? But TQs, we were talking about that. I was like, yeah, the short was here. The short maybe was in the 60s. Oh boy, we made it all the way down to VWAP. So that's a nice little confluence happening there, pulling back in. Let's see if this day low breaks on Apple. We've been holding this day low since, obviously since the open, but we've come down into it a couple of times, opening range low, and then once again around 10:30, and then maybe once again around 10:45. Held with a bit of a bid, but if the market's going to travel a little bit lower here, then maybe I do want to stay involved with some of these shorts. So let's see if 272.40 breaks down with any sort of distinction. We made a lower high relative to the opening range high. We held VWAP, we reclaimed VWAP, we pulled back in. So maybe that's a little bit more bearish, and we'll have some of those longs running for, maybe, I don't know about running for the fences, but let's try to hit some stops here through 40s and see if the bid actually does show up, or is this time distinctly different? That's what I'm waiting and watching for here, just positioned in for a potential move as we sell in through the day low. So I get some 39 prints. We got a little bit of a bid here as well. Let's see how far it can get. That's the question that I'm asking. Again, market tailwind would be nice at the same time, but it's Apple, man. Apple kind of it's slow. It's a slow mover. Sometimes it moves like molasses. So you gotta be patient for this one sometimes. There's a little bit of a bid here, 10 pennies right back up, but that's 10 pennies on Apple. Nothing too crazy here. Where is the next trade? That's what I'm watching. A lot of people are still talking about your ESCO, man. I guess ESCO is the place to be when it comes to some of these moves. Even was it? I guess Sidhu's coming back in here as well, back into its opening range low. So maybe keeping an eye on that. But the sideways chop, the volume has definitely dropped off, man. That's the thing. Volume has definitely dropped off on this one. So I don't want to chop it up anymore. But got to stay involved with the names in play that are actually doing volume, right? So in terms of relative volume, let's take a quick look at Sidhu. Sidhu today, Sharif, is doing 0.56, 0.58, so not even 1 times relative volume. So it's not really doing too much. So that's maybe not the best one, but I think Esco is the one, and we see Sharif getting involved with that pretty decently here. What do you got going on?
It feels like a rounded top forming on the 5 second. I'm going to flatten out here, Obe, which could be a mistake, but it feels like the selling is coming in quite aggressively. I'm just trying to keep an eye on the 5, and it's putting a bit of a downward. There it goes, but right into 12, it defends 12. So oh man, the buyers and sellers, there's an equilibrium now happening, but it did breach that level quite aggressively. Okay, I'm just keeping an eye here on EXO that had that breakout, a great breakout above the 10 EMA on the 5 and through 12 again. But there's a lot of bamboozlement, man. And right back down into 12. It's losing 12 momentarily there. But it did break trend on the 5 second chart, trying to put in some higher highs, but it's failing to do that. Yeah, I'm going to have to set up a little bit better. That's the problem with these small cap gappers. You can try to get them on a smaller time frame. It's just so micronized on the price action. But there it goes again. So let's see if it's going to hold this trend or what the situation is into the low 12s. But it feels like it's a bit of a downtrend here, at least locally. You give this a little bit more room because it looks great on the 5-minute chart. On the 5 second chart, not so much. It's basically a downtrend ever since touching 1230. It hasn't gotten back into that level. Trying to break above again over here. This is not bad. Let's give this one a little bit of room. I'm going to get back into this one. And there it goes right into, right as I get in, it takes out highs. Okay, good. There it goes again, Obe, into the 30s. We're looking for more now. We're going to wait at 45. 40 showing up. There's 45 and there is 50. Can we get a little bit more? Can we get it's 1270 high. There's 56 again. Go EXO, you little... And then right back down into 12. Dude, it's so intense. The price action will flatten out here, but that's a good scalp. Right into the $2/3 of a dollar there. We got 63s at the high. Sorry, not 63s. We got 55s at the high. Pardon me, not 63s. Dips back down into 12. We take it out, break even, but it's holding trend. So it's a bit of a consolidation now. I'm going to say generally $12 is the area where it's holding. It's not a strict area. It's breached it with the majority of the prints rejecting 30s. But as you saw, we got a great price spike up there into 55s or into 56s, excuse me, but it's still holding 12. So you might be able to get in here. So the worst print that we've had here was 1154.10 on the 5 second chart, the low of which was 1197. I think that is the only print that actually breached 12 since the breakout that we got at 1150.55. I'm talking seconds here because I'm looking at the 5 second chart, mind you. So if you're not following along with the 5 second chart, you're probably wondering what the hell I'm talking about. But that is what I'm looking at on the top screen right there. Still holding 12. So even those prior 2 bars all held 12 clean. Now it's a downtrend though, so I think that 12 could give way here. It's a pretty aggressive downtrend, and there it goes into 96s. Are we going to see more blood? Is this one going to continue to bleed its own blood, as your boy Joey Options likes to say? Nope, right back above 12 it goes, Obe. So the buyers are definitely using 12 as a general area backstop, despite the fact that it does breach it at times. We're going to be looking for that. Today I feel like I'm going to trade. Oh my God, what are you talking about? Ozan, because I got the mustache? Leave me alone, man. Grant Ratcliffe just reads the dictionary and stays inside. That's not me, man. I like to hit the gym and read the dictionary. No, I'm playing. Thank you, Casey. I appreciate that. Yeah, it does reject again on RUG. It is. There's definitely that range. Let me just show you guys what I'm looking at here on the 5 second chart. So this is what I'm always just keeping an eye on the top screen. And this is my sim account, by the way, guys. So, you know, we're not trading sim, but this is my sim because I don't want you guys to see my my user account there. So this is my top screen.
On interactive.
On IB, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So this is my scanner. That's the what's it called? The Fundamentals Explorer. That's the news, and this is the chart that, you know, if I click like that, it just updates. Okay. So this is what I'm always looking at. This is the 5 second chart, and this is kind of why I say that it was kind of holding that $12 level, but it looks like it's losing that again. I don't know. The 10 EMA is back at 1160, so you could try to pick this up at 1160. I don't know how I feel about this. It's losing it in a hurry here. So EXO on the 5-second is breaking trend. Where could it find support? Well, there is this area right here at 1180. From about 1145, could hold there, but yeah, that's the problem. Right ever since that 1255 print, it has been lower highs, and yes, you guessed it, more lower highs. CETX just dropped off a cliff, so that's not good. It's, I want to say, if
silver, oh my God.
Go ahead, Ope, go ahead.
Watching that. Yeah, I'm so entranced with trying to take this Apple breakdown. Oh my God, SLV, man.
790.
This is, okay, it's okay. Next trade. Take a look at this flat top break, man. 69.30s, boom, slap.
With higher lows.
Easy 40 pennies. Increasing volume, the highest volume bar on the day. Makes sense. People are short against these highs. People are playing the range, regardless of whether we broke above or broke below. I'm sure that candle would have been nice, nice and large, maybe towering over the opening range as well if we broke the lows, but doesn't matter. Breaking the range high here, we're getting aggressive volume, the largest volume bar on the day, and now 69.91s is the high here through the pre-market highs. So yeah, that $70 level potentially in on the horizon here. As again, I have it on the side of my screen here, but it's all the way to the left, so not really paying too close attention to it when I'm trying to stare down this Apple tape. So a bit of a miss on my part. But what a beautiful hold, man. We held VWAP, we came back in, we held VWAP, and then we started to slowly kind of grind up, and then boom. You don't have to, I mean, I don't want to necessarily get involved all the way around here, but I did like the idea of a potential long in this area where they showed themselves not only in the pre-market, but off of the open as well here on SLV, and then eventually you reclaim VWAP. Sure, I'm saying this in retrospect, right? Before this, I was like, yeah, range, but stepping up. Range break, 69.35s. I think 638s was the pre-market high, 35s was the intraday high, and that gives you a decent 60 pennies almost to the upside right now, pushing into 70. So if your intention today was get involved with the supply area or demand area and take inventory into 70, congratulations. That trade is working out quite well for you, and Apple's working out as well. We'll be right back from Adara.
Thank our friends at Origenics, because concussions demand fast solutions, and NYSE-listed Origenics, or OGEN, is developing one designed to reach the brain quickly and non-invasively. Learn more by scheduling a meeting today. Let's talk here about this pretty range-bound market. Here's the S&P 500, 688 halves, clear resistance. Now, we have made a slightly higher low, at least for now, so maybe potentially trying to do a flat top break here on this market, but only time will tell. But time will also tell for these FOMC minutes. We're going to be getting on December 10th, or the minutes from the December 10th FOMC meeting at 2 p.m. Eastern, just about 2 hours away. Here is this infographic. It's not yet posted on X at TTV Research, so you guys are getting a sneak peek. Wait for it in an hour, but as you will be able to see, we do have an interesting, I guess, chasm in the Fed with 3 Feds voting against, 9 Feds voting for. Again, this is not yet posted, so this is a bit of a sneak preview, but just to prepare you guys for the FOMC meeting, that'll be coming out in about an hour. Tesla has absolutely been on watch without a doubt. It's often on watch, but right now, really volatile trading as traders and analysts alike await the release of these December or Q4 2025 deliveries. We have Baird weighing in, positive analyst note on the stock with a pretty hefty price target. But again, Tesla itself posting the cumulative analyst estimates, not looking too good here for Q4. BA actually relatively strong in a market that has been pretty range bound. Boeing announcing a multi-billion-dollar Pentagon contract, plus a nice little boost in their defense contract as well. DoD contracts, a nice look there for Boeing. TSLA also on watch. We are going to send you over to Neil and his lesson of the day. So guys, get ready. It's going to be maybe some silver. I don't know.
Well, the lesson of the day has to do with silver in another sense, but it's not going to be too stock specific or technically specific. There's a quote that I love, and you're going to see how I'm not in silver right now. And this is one of my favorite quotes from one of my favorite shows of all time. It goes to
You push it with some.
thing is, you only gotta, you know what, once. Be a little slow, be a little late, just once. How you ain't gonna never be slow, never be late. You can't plan for ish like this. It's life. And yeah, it scares me. And if you know what I'm talking about, you know that quote was from Avon Barksdale, who was talking to his cousin and schooling him on the life, where essentially it's like in the game, and you know the game I'm talking about if you watch The Wire, every single mistake or one single mistake means you're dead, you know, the stakes are high, you're going to jail, whatever it might be. In trading, it's not necessarily those types of stakes, but the biggest moment during a day is one where if you're not on your game, if you're not ready, if you're not sitting at your desk, if you're taking a break, you're going to the bathroom, or if you're in the kitchen cleaning up because someone's got to do it when everyone else is off, you might miss the best opportunity out there. And there's not much you can do about it. You know, like I told everyone, I'm going to try to be on silver. Silver is the thing I was watching this morning. I'm going to buy the dips. I'm going to play the range. No matter what I tried, I wasn't at my desk when this happened. You know what? That's okay. You know, all you can do is do your best. I said I was going to try and buy every dip on trend in silver today, and I missed two. And unfortunately, like, look at the candles. This one I missed, and this one I missed. Literally the two best dip buys all day long. I bought it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. I'm buying dips in silver out of 7 potential. And the 2 out of, there's like 7 times I could have been into this stock. And the 2 that I missed were literally the 2 best ones. You can't do anything about it. I can't do anything about it. You know, I can't will myself to go back in time and catch this one, and I wasn't even at my desk, and I can't sit here 24/7. You're gonna get up, you're gonna go to the bathroom, you're gonna do, I happen to be cleaning up the kitchen, still don't even know what I want for lunch. It's going to happen to you. And the last part of he says it's life. Of course it scares you, because in that game, it is your life. When Avon was talking in The Wire, it's like, yeah, you're late, you do what, you screw up. No, you could be dead if you're a drug dealer, but we're not, we're traders. So ultimately, all it means is I missed an opportunity. Maybe it means I take a loss. Maybe it means I miss out on a better entry point. There's lots of things that it could mean, but none of it here is life or death or the end of the world. Where it can turn into that problem is when I sit back down at my desk and I see that missed entry, and then I revenge trade it. Now, what can I do? I could just be like, nope, I'm taking the 70 break on SLV because I should have had it here breaking away off 69, and who cares? Let's just make it a win because I'm going long. That's where the problem would come in. That's where overtrading comes in. That's where FOMO comes in. Sometimes it's just, it feels incredibly, trust me, it feels incredibly unlucky to see 7 entries on a stock, take 5 of them, and the 2 best ones are the ones you didn't have. Like, some of that is going to just be blind bad luck, and there's not much you can do with it. There's not many days in which I would actually get 5 what I think are reasonable entries out of like 7 or 8 or whatever it might be, and don't catch the 2 best ones. Usually, if you've got a lot of good entries in an uptrend, you're gonna get the best moves. That's just how it is. So sometimes there's this kind of bad luck. I call it, it's similar to, and if you're a baseball guy, you'll understand what I'm saying here. It's like a pitcher with bunching. Like you ever watch an ace starter have a really bad day when his stuff was still the same? Well, he pitches 7 innings and he only gave up 6 or 7 hits, which is pretty good. They just all happen to be in a cluster with each other. And sometimes that's how the distribution works. You give up 6 or 7 hits in 7 innings, an ace and he strikes out 10, he's probably gonna give up 1 run, maybe 2 runs. But you might give up 4 or 5 if all those hits happen to be stacked together, and sometimes it's just blind luck. So when blind luck or bad luck happens to you, the best thing you can do is not to overreact to it. Don't revenge trade. I'm just using this as an example. I was gonna talk about something else, but like maybe stock related, specifically from a trend strategy. But you know, this is gonna happen. It happened once, it happened twice, it'll happen to me tomorrow or whenever the heck it happens the next time. I just can't chase the move. I have to try to find a patient entry. You know, I can get rid of my trend lines from earlier. Maybe it gives me a pullback into the prior high. Maybe it gives me a play into VWAP. There just needs to be something for an actual trade to come in because sometimes you're just gonna miss one. Like I said, I can't sit at my desk all day long. I do have to get up to go to the bathroom. I have to go grab a lunch. In this case, I was actually loading the dishwasher. I can't make this one up. And you will miss trades. It's going to happen, and you're going to take losses. It's going to happen. Just don't revenge trade it. Understand that this game ain't no life and death. But you can exacerbate these types of things by revenge trading. Like the worst thing I could do, and of course, as I say that, I'm not going to revenge trade and take a 70 break. Well, that would have worked out anyway. So, silver on the move. What's hilarious about this, I'm going to throw back to the guys. It's not hilarious, but silver attempting to gap fill all the way. Wouldn't that be impressive if everyone was freaked out about yesterday and then SLV eliminates the entire gap down that we had overnight a couple of nights ago? Impressive rally. They tried to shake us out. It hasn't happened just yet. Love the move here, but I wish I was involved. Can't do anything about the fact that I'm not. That's your lesson of the day. Don't FOMO it just because you missed the one. All you can do is do your best.
China. Sorry about that, Fabian. All right, guys, there's a couple of small cap gappers that are making the move here midday. There's also a lot of small cap gappers that are crapping. Well, we used to call them small cap crappers for a reason, right? And a lot of them are. GLSI, done. AEHL, done. There's a lot that I've taken off here as well. AISP, done. But there's some new ones that I've brought on here. Shout out to the OG Bovin. DAIC, not my favorite because it's south of $1, but it's got a gnarly looking chart pattern and it's a midday popper. 1130 started getting the volume there. I want to say 435,000 shares. The big boy volume didn't come though until 1140. This one's got 3.3 million, and at the highs there at 12 o'clock, this thing's got 9 million shares. So it's a 74 penny high as we work up close maybe to that dollar, up 80% now into 71.5 pennies a go. So DAIC in focus, but another Bovin special here, MENS, men's. This one's spready, but very I don't want to say trend predictable, that's not it, but holding trend, that's probably the better way to describe it. 38% under this one's wings with a 388 high, it's showing 84 at the moment. There's only been 2 areas where it breached the 10 EMA on the 5 ever since kind of getting above it at 1035, and that was that double bottom there, 1140, 1145. The money fill was in between the 10 and the 20. Doesn't mean that you're going to get that on every drop. I'd be building my position into the 10 EMA, and I'd be putting my stop below the 20 EMA with likely a money fill dip trade in between the 10 and the 20 to catch, yes, of course, those money fills. So let's see if this one can work its way up into 4. So for me, the focus is going to be EKSO still in play, even though it's dropping off into that $11 area. It could be still in play here because it's above that breakout level at 11. That's 1. 2, DAIC, as I mentioned, RDW. Bull flagging. I perceive this to be a bull flag with a breakout area at 1035, and we're getting a consolidation area here, component of the bull flag with higher lows, mind you, and essentially a flat top break looking here at 804, 805. It's had trouble, of course, holding above 8, as you can see, but certainly in play, RDW. And then last but not least, I said men's. That will be in play for me. So 4 names continuing to be in play midday: EKSO, RDW, DAIC, and MENS. AISP looks like hot garbage. AEHL looks like worse hot garbage. And SIDU, I mean, this is a perfect short here, Obe. So when I did short the small cap gappers, which was a very short period of time, it was early in 23 when we didn't have continuation on the long, so I was forced into the short on the small cap gappers. My rule was exactly the opposite as my rules going long. If I wanted to short a small cap gapper, I was getting short below the volume weighted average price. I would never get short above the volume weighted average. I know it doesn't fit your profile because you mean revert, and that's a different kind of stencil of checklists there that you go through. No, but I wanted to
pull all the time as well. It's just like, yeah, a lot of
it comes from RC mostly.
From okay, yeah. So yeah, no, even I hear it as like an antidote or like just a remedy for even like advanced traders is just like, okay, well, if you're taking hits on positions, like if you just have a rule that you don't short above and you don't long below, that can kind of smooth that P&L curve over time, and you're not taking those unnecessary hits where you're trying to fight something that shows you that, okay, buyers are in charge, or sellers are in charge, or whatever like that. But yeah, no, I respect that rule every now and then. The only time where I don't respect it is if it's overextended off of it.
Well said.
Or there's different definitions of overextension, like relative overextension. So in that case, maybe VWAP doesn't mean much. It's like it also, like, the story matters as well. Like, where are we coming from?
Well, sure.
Right? If we dropped all the way, let's say we dropped like 10%, and then we get all the way up to VWAP, and then we get a little bit above VWAP, if I think it's still overextended relative to where we came from, I don't care that it's above VWAP, right? But yeah, but for sure, if you follow that rule, I do definitely respect that a lot. And then yeah,
Sidhu did that.
Sidhu is below.
It did, and it came up to it.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
I thought about getting back in the 80s, but
Right
I just
into
didn't.
the
I
VWAP
didn't
area.
really take it there. I was just like, this might go a little higher, but.
Yeah,
It is what it is.
It is what it is, man.
Market's coming
Sorry?
I said market's coming in beautiful.
I love that.
The Apple short, man. I'm in the Apple short, so that's working in. I did get aggressive, but I covered way too much, like always, in the 40s here. But yeah, we'll see if we can get down to the whole 272s if the market comes back to its range lows here.
I want to mention this, otherwise Fabian will disown me. Guys, get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day, guys. That's the only way we know what to cover on the afternoon rundown. If you want to see a detailed look, refresh. No problem, brother. I just did it right now. We'll go morning routine. We'll go stock visualizer. We'll go refresh. I think that's live, right? Rare.
We're doing it live.
Number 1, RARE. And then you got XO with 74, ASTIS, ASTS got 64. Your boy Tesla there has 41. Silver, as well as it should be, up with 55 votes. Intel, by the way, 3% in the Ville of Green, has got 40 votes today. Tesla's 41. You got to throw in the $sign, though, before the ticker of your choice. That's the only way it's going to register. What the hell is this rare?
What the hell?
What the hell?
Yeah, dude, someone pointed out this morning, it's pretty solid. No, it's not a buyout. It's a biotech, which missed on its primary endpoints yesterday, gapped down, pretty much did a bit of a move, had a range, and today that push that you're seeing in the morning is the range breakout push. So take a look at prior day, right? Was doing thousands of times relative volume. So yeah, it got slapped. That's fine.
Yeah,
sorry for the longs, but again, intraday traders, you're getting involved yesterday for sure.
Yeah.
And look at the break of prior day's range.
Yep.
Look at prior day's high and see what that price is. No, that's not prior day's high. I'm talking about, like, this is where we started trading, right?
Yes.
So this high right here.
That high.
And look at the breakout of that high coming into today.
Yeah, you're
just
talking
a daily breakout.
Fair.
And then boom, just straight.
Unreal.
And then now it's obviously, volume's kind of dead, not really doing too much, consolidating.
VWAP here. I feel like the buyer that wanted to accumulate this because they looked at it as
people are probably short. People are probably short, expecting that endpoint to miss. There's people in biotechs that go both ways and for the swings as well.
Yeah.
They're just like, maybe they know the science and they're like, yeah, this is very likely to fail, right? Because they're just like, for whatever reason, right?
Sure.
They're sitting short on this. Maybe they cover day one, they cover day two, because that's where you're going to find the liquidity to cover. You're not going to cover on a day where you're doing crumble.
Well,
right?
exactly.
You need high volume to be like, okay, this is my counterparty. I'm gonna cover into this. So.
Oh, I want to cover one. Afrojack, AFJK, the OG Bovin, bringing this to my attention. Afrojack, AFJK. It's not Afrojack, obviously, but you know that I'm going to give these tickers little names.
Samurai Jack.
I don't even know how to say
Great
this.
show.
IMEI Health, AIMEI. IMEI Health, whatever, bro. It's a $459 million market cap. It is halted up. Oh, look at this monster move. Like, there's not a lot of volume here, though, guys. We've only done 222,000 shares on the day. But the prior bar high is $64. The current all level is 75. What the hell-y, brother? But we're going to have to put this on here, even though it suffers from a lack of liquidity. You can't have price action like that without getting some respect. So AFJK, What does this company do, bro? Blank check company, so it's a SPAC.
Ooh.
Oh, it's a SPAC. What the hell? Okay, so there's gonna have, it's gotta have a headline here. I'm not seeing anything on this, man. I'm speculous. It is, okay. Yeah, I don't see anything on here. The 24th, I saw some stuff coming in on the 24th. They're all momentum indicators. I have no idea. I'm gonna have to do more research on this one to see what company it wants to de-SPAC with. But AFJK, here's the daily. So it's had this momentum before, and you can see, did it de-SPAC? It doesn't say de-SPAC. It says it's a blank check company. So I don't know why this is running. It started running, though. It started having outsized days early November. You can see it straddles 10. Well, that's what SPACs do, right? And then it started moving here in November, had a bit of a hiatus until, again, the middle of or early mid-December, specifically the 9th. Actually, the 8th had a big day. The 9th, it ended up closing at a high. This thing went to $110. What I see here are higher lows. So somebody knows something. I'm going to have to do more research on this online. But yeah, higher lows. You're not necessarily getting higher highs, but the daily is showing higher lows here on AFJK. Halted at 75.11. Let's pull this up on a trading screen so we can give you the information about when to expect this thing to open up, et cetera, et cetera. So pull this up, AFJK on the NQ. All right, top 77, halt price, as I mentioned, 75.11. So we're already slated to open up. Halt time, 12:14:44. It is 19 now. So if it's going to be a 5-minute halt, it will open up in exactly 8 seconds here. 36, 7. It's going to open up at 44 if it is a 5-minute halt. Otherwise, it'll be a 10-minute halt or 15. Here we go. It's open. Moving down now. The top was showing 73.95. Let's see what this one has to offer. 75.11 high of day. I'm seeing 11 still on the ask, not on the bid. This thing's got a $3 spread, $5 spread. I ain't touching this thing, okay? Limit down, 66.56. Limit down is 66.56. We're showing 65.62. Now we're triggering the limit down. It's got to stay this way at 66.56. It's not staying there, so it doesn't look like we're going to limit down quite yet. Or are we? Now it's 65.11 now, the limit down, so it's adjusted. Those red rectangles on my level 2, the right side will be limit up, the left side will be limit down. So LULD, that's what it stands for, limit up, limit down anyway. It holds the 10 EMA on the 5 like a glove, which was basically 66 1/3. It dips into that 66 1/3, pops up back into 70. So it technically holds the moving averages, but yeah, this is way too rich, way too crazy for my blood. If anybody's trading this, I'll continue to cover it, but to me, it's a no-go, hard to manage risk on something like this. TT Mass, watch for KIIU, another SPAC. That's IPO today. Let me have a look.
Ooh, hello.
K. Now you got to lose attention. I don't see it, brother. KIIU. Tag me again, because that's not coming up on my system. Tag me again, TT Mass. F-bomb. F-bombs 190. My man. Ticker was UCFI from earlier this year for me. Okay, so he's talking about Afrojack, I'm assuming, right? UCFI. Let me type that one in. CN Health Foods Tech Group. Yeah, and that one's not showing up anymore. The last print that I had there was the 29th. That was yesterday. Already? No, that's a different one. This is an IPO. This looks like an IPO. UCFI. Okay, let's load this up.
Let me pull that up.
Yeah, let's load this up on the last screen over here. Is that my last screen? Yeah, UCFI.
Ooh, okay.
Are you getting information on that?
That was yesterday? Yeah, that was yesterday, dude. So
it was an IPO from yesterday, right?
Was it an IPO from yesterday? Damn, I don't know. Okay, I mean, you had my curiosity. Now you have my attention.
No, it was the one I got burned on, he says, okay?
Oh, let's see. I mean, decent move yesterday. CN healthy food, healthy move to the upside, healthy move right back down, holding $5. So I like that. Let's see, it's not going to have relative volume, right? Because let's take a quick look at some of the news here as well. Trade halt, trade halt, trade halt. That's great. Thank you. No right away. Okay, you know what? Let me just go to NASDAQ.
Oh, he says it was earlier this year. You missed my first comment. Sorry, F-bomb.
IPOs.
Yeah, I apologize about that.
So IPO listings right here. Let's see, what is 1223, 1223? So we had a couple of them, and these are SPACs for sure. $10 base on this here. FJet was the last one right here. Nothing too crazy. 150, 100. 200 million here on some of these SPACs. Got to go in and check. I remember the SPAC days, man. I think
COVID days. Remember that?
Those SPAC trades were probably some of the easiest trades ever, man. It's absolutely jokes. Did we get a throw to Adara? Okay, cool. Yep. We'll be right back.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Hear about that Afro Jack Stream is calling it that IMA Health. I looked into this, and there has not been an update on this business combination, as far as I can tell, since June 20th of 2024. Now, at that point, it had been announced that IMA Health was going to be combining with United Hydrogen Group, which is a hydrogen solution company based in China. Now, that's now been almost a year and a half. I have not seen any business combination updates since, but I did want to provide you guys with an update. Since you said you were curious, that is all I can find here.
Appreciate it, of course. All right, we're in men's. Men's is looking good here, Bovin. I got in at, 78. The first beak wetter is 85. It's already showing me 85s, but it's not crossing. It's a 2-penny spread here on MENS. There's 85 again, and there it goes up into 88. And I'm waiting at 88. It's showing me 90. Boom! Oh, into the high we go on MENS. Now we're posting at 95. And now we're going to post at 99s as well for the defend. Sorry, Fabian? Sorry, brother? Absolutely, of course. Now we're posting up at 95s. It's showing me 93s, and I'm going to put 99s, of course, to take a possible rejection of the whole dollar. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on there. We want. Shut up, we want, brother. I can't control what the name of the stock is.
I was just like, wait, what did you say? Hey.
All right, Fabian, am I doing it now? Okay, give me 1/2 second over here. As we load it, we're good to go. Guys, trade the pool. For too long, trading meant risking your own money, Obi, or not having enough to start. The fear of losing, it held so many traders back and on the sidelines. But thankfully, that's all changing. With Trade the Pool, they're transforming how traders access the markets. With its limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital, while Trade the Pool, well, they absorb all the downside. It allows traders to focus on what truly matters. Guys, we're talking about the discipline, the consistency, and of course, that growth. What would be this without growth? When you hit the profit target, you keep up to 70% of the profits. There is no fear. There are no barriers. There is just real opportunity. This here is the revolution of limited risk trading, and it is powered by the good folks at Trade the Pool. So you need to visit them, tradethepool.com, or scan that QR code on the bottom right of the screen to get 10% off your first eval. All right, we've got 3 beak wetters here, profit takers on MENS, but it is coming back down into the 80s, so I've got a decision to make. Shut up, Obe.
He spells it out now.
I'm waiting. I'm going to wait at 75s for another entry. Look, MENS, I'm just going to call it MENS. Now I've got post-traumatic stress disorder over here from this.
Oh boy.
And here comes into 76. We're going to add here, I'm going to put the money fills. Let's see if we can get some money fills, man, at 73s. Let's see if we can get that. Into 72 it goes. Doesn't quite give me the money fill there. Now, what I'm looking for is for trend to hold. It has good support at the 10 EMA on the 5, but that doesn't mean it's going to last forever. So let's see if we can get some more here and then ride this one back up through 4. So there is certainly selling at $3.95 into that $4 area. We know that, but I'm hoping we can pick up some at a more advantageous level over here and then ride the trend back through 4, if not even higher. That's one trade I want to talk about. DIAC, another above and special. Do I have this on another screen? I just want to make sure. I don't want to repeat screens. No. Okay, good. So we're going to put DIAC on the NQ, I believe. Nope, wrong. If this is on the Amex, oh no, the dreaded DAIC. I just typed it in wrong. DAIC on the NQ. Hey, nice. It's not in the Amex. Did I get the fill? Yes, I did on MENS. Okay, so I just have to digress for a second while I set up profit takers and stop losses on MENS because we did get that fill. And now we're going to post. So let's go ahead and do that. And I'm going to have to give myself the stop loss here. I just have to assess where I want to get stopped out. All right, good. So we're going to go just like that. And then we're not going to let this one bleed its own blood. There we go. Good look, good look. Now let's go back to DAIC. This is very strong, 76.31 high, coming back down into 69. I want to say the volume weighted average price is showing me 65. I could certainly be a buyer at 65. It's generally respected that level, but if it gives up that volume weighted average price, given that it's a penny stock, I'm no longer going to be interested. So going to focus here on MENS, having added more, and DAIC. I won't trade Afrojack. It's too crazy. It's too spready. And I think it is halted down. If I'm not mistaken, is AFJK halted down? AFJK? No, it's not. It's still trading. It's just not moving. So I guess that's kind of the problem there. All right. Oh, what do you got?
Nothing much, man. I'm just looking at lunch here. How are you going to charge $4 for a dipping sauce? Come on, man.
That's crazy time.
Don't do that. I'm not buying from you. That's wild. Good. Absolutely wild. But yeah, no, it's. I was just looking at some lunch while I'm looking at some of these missed trades on silver. And maybe some more missed trades on Sidhu.
The do.
That's coming in. Yeah, exactly. Is there a Mr. Trade? Is what Fabian is asking, and I don't know. I'm trying to be the Mr. Trade, but it's not really working out right now. But we'll see. Where's the next trade? That's again.
Would you be attracted to a girl more if her last name was Trade or Trades?
No,
because I thought you wanted to be Mr. Trade.
Yeah, maybe.
You could take her last name.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I was gonna say that, yeah, because then he'd have to take her last name. Things get weird, and then if she takes his last name, then she's not Mrs. Trade anymore.
Yeah, but there's people in England that are taking their wives' last.
I have no issue with that. I'm just saying the logic of this could get complicated.
That's interesting. I've never heard of that. I mean, the English are kind of interesting. Let's just keep it at that. You know.
What are we talking?
By the way, take a look at this cup. This is probably one of my favorite non-trading related cups. In the back. Look at that, beautiful. Nice little bearish cup.
Get your claws off my coffee. I like that.
And there's a nice little bear in there too. Yeah, I like that. I like the bear. And it's red, my favorite color. So, you know, I like that.
My man.
Let's see.
Red is your favorite color, eh?
Yes.
Is it for real?
Yeah, for real.
Is it because you're the reversion thing, or is it generally?
No, it's always been my favorite color. As you know, any vehicle that is red automatically has like plus 15 horsepower.
Yes, it does.
Come on.
And insurance. Is that a wives' tale, an old wives' tale, or are cars that are red have higher insurance? That's what I've always heard.
Yes, I think that's what I've heard.
Can I hear you, Fabian?
Yeah, I can hear him now better.
From what I understand,
I think depending on what car, I mean, I can look it up how true that is, but I have heard that if you have a red car, the insurances may be higher, but maybe that's just like a rumor to keep people from getting red cars. So the people who actually like the red cars have, you know, they can kind of maintain that, you know, not everybody has a red car. I mean, my motorcycle is red. It definitely goes a little bit faster because of that.
I forgot you had a motorcycle,
yeah.
Dude.
I mean, it's been sitting around for a couple of years, but
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, what's up?
Were your parents, did your parents give you any grief when you got the bike?
Oh, absolutely not. My dad went with me to get a motorcycle license. He's just like, we're gonna save on insurance. I'm like, yeah, let's go. Because I was like, what? I was 21, or I was either 21 or 20. It was first year of undergrad. The decision was I'd saved up a little bit of money, and I was like, do I buy a car or take in? If I knew what I knew now, I would probably not purchased any vehicle.
Fair.
But I knew nothing of the markets. And now imagine buying some Apple or some any of the market leaders. Regardless, whatever. I'd saved up for a car, and I was just like, okay. what car should I get? I wanted to get like a 92 Skyline, R32
wow.
Skyline. And I was thinking about it, and they weren't crazy prices back then. It was manageable.
Okay.
I thought about it, but my buddy was like, "Yo, you got to get a motorcycle. It's going to change your life," which it definitely did. No regrets there. My dad was very supportive.
Yeah.
I mean, he's rode bikes all his life, and he was just like, make sure you don't drive like an idiot. Make sure you drive extremely defensively. And he trusted me with the car as well. Like not a horrible track record when it comes to driving, and it definitely builds on spatial awareness as well.
I bet.
Right?
You got
so it's just like there's so many people on the road that you definitely want to avoid. And when you've been trained on the streets of the GTA, I think that you gain a little bit of that perception. But
don't get me started. And you've got to learn a lot, because the drivers, they're the best in the world. The streets, there are none better. There are no holes. There are no ditches. There's nothing that you need to concern yourself about, especially as a biker. You're not gonna fall into a ditch and go head
gotta
first.
be
There's
so
nothing
much
like
so
that around here, Obi. Don't give them the wrong idea.
Yo,
We're
one
trying to
time,
big up our city.
my worst almost accident was on Highway 7, where they do the 4-lane, right? So it's 4 lanes, 3 or 4 lanes on both sides, and I was taking a left turn. Mid-turn, I see that there's oil on the road. I feel the rear tire slip out behind me. I don't know how I saved myself. Just straight reaction, kind of just like whipped it back in, back on top. But like I could feel my right peg scratched the ground. And I was just like, oh boy, yeah, So that was a little bit of a sweat, but saved myself from that one. I only dropped my bike twice, and that was during the motorcycle, like the test, the course that you take. It was their bike, and that was the first time I had ever touched a bike. So I'm like, better here than my own, right?
Where'd you do it? Beaches?
No. I think
'Cause they have one there.
Yeah, they have one there. I forget who I did it with, but it was nearby my house. Because they do it at Markville now.
Okay.
In the Markville parking lot.
Makes sense.
Actually, no, you're right. I did come down. No, you're right. Because I've taken. In
front of Woodbine, the gambling place where they bet on the ponies. It's right there.
It's literally
right there. Woodbine Beach.
Yeah. So that is you're right. That is where I did my first one there. It's you know what? If you're safe and you live in an area where traffic is not that bad.
Yeah.
I would definitely strongly encourage that riding a motorcycle will definitely change your life.
I bet. Just got to get some stuff over here. First of all, men's, I'm involved in this one. I got $0.75. The best print we have is up into 93s. High of the day is 95s. It's still above the 10 EMA on the 5, but it's been dropping down here. Lower high, lower high, lower high, and 3 candles in a row. This candle, it's a candle of, the prior candle is a candle of indecision. This candle barely has any body or wick because the price hasn't really done anything. I've got 75s, 81 on the bid, 79 now, 83 on the bid, 79, geez Louise, 83 on the ask, 79 on the bid. I'm looking for a retest of 4. I'm trying to pack my patience. I have 75 ons with a 72 add. Let's see what this one has to offer. HYMC, give me a sec. Yannick telling me HYMC. Trying to see what that one is up to on the 1. Yeah, it's a great one there. Okay, so we're going to take off Sidhu, HYMC. We'll put that on. Thank you, Yannick. I just want to cover some of the chat there. Tam Panda, I love when you go on a little sarcastic rant. I love your name, brother. I love the band Tam Panda as well. Fans, I think aren't they Australian? Pretty sure. Anyway, I like some of their stuff. Yannick saying HYMC. Yep, got that. Nick Diaz, Obi, share a picture of the bike. Oh, people want to see the bike.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to get that ready for you, brother. Grant Ratcliffe, pretending he can type without looking. No, I was actually typing back to Tam Panda because he's like a sarcastic rant, blah, blah. And I was about to say, I love your name or the band that you're named at your namesake there. But then I'm just like, I'll just tell him online. or on the air. So yeah, it wasn't fake typing, I promise you guys. All right, now 89 on the ask, 79 on the bid. So the spreads opened up to the 10 pennies here. I don't know what to make of this. I'm thinking about flattening out here. I don't like the chart pattern, but it's keeping me in the trade because we're still holding trend. That trend, of course, is the fact that it's holding above the 10 moving average, exponential moving average on the 5. So that's what I wanted to mention. Here is the look, though, on HYMC. The one that the OG Yannick just called out there. Geez Louise, that's a buy program. Uninterrupted to the high side. It's not a big, but it seems to be a predictable stair step up. What is this thing up on the day? HYMC, 6 2/3, 24.90, possibly into 25. Good look there, Yannick. Also, I wanted to mention EXO. EXO could be reawakening over here. Clean. Oh, wow. That's the candle. That's the money fill candle. Comes back, tests the breakout level, holds it generally, holds 10.75. Now you're $1 in the money if you picked up that area low. It is still putting in lower highs. So if you're looking at each area high, it's still lower high, but certainly holding prior areas of support. I also want to mention Afrojack, AFJK. A beautiful, clean bounce off that volume weighted average price right around $60, pops up to 71. If you can stomach that kind of price action and the $3, $4, $5 spread that this one has, all the power to you. I'll continue to comment on it though. For those who want to trade it, DAIC dropped off a cliff. It lost the volume weighted average price. It lost the 10 EMA. Seems to have held right at the 20. Not something that I want to involve myself in until and if there is a marked trend change, up 58.5%, but not really looking like it's in its prime at the moment. RDW, I'll continue to watch this one as it's still trading at near highs, 788s. I'd be picking this up, I want to say 75 to 80, because I perceive that to be a bit of a buy zone there. So we'll see what that one has to offer us. AEHL, I don't know why I didn't take that hot garbage off the screen earlier. AISP is also hot garbage. Nothing for me to do or say with those bad boys. So I'm going to continue to watch here as MENS continues to hold the 10 EMA on the 5. No new prints for me, though. No new prints. No new prints. We'll see if we can get up into that 91. I think I'll take a beak wetter at 88 just because it is worrying me a little bit over here.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just sending some of these pictures. These are old pictures, but these are all the ones I have. It's funny enough. I have one with me and my buddy sitting on the back as well. I'm sure the chat's gonna have a blast with that one. But yeah, there's some beautiful pictures I have here of the bike. So we can go through them. I love my bike very, very much. Yeah, okay, cool.
I've known you, I think, it's going to be going on 4 years in the summer. And yeah. I didn't even know you rode a bike. And I don't like that.
Why is that? I mean, I guess I've never pulled up in it.
You ride a bike. I don't like the fact that I didn't know that you
Fair enough.
What is that, bro? It's a Ninja.
It's a Ninja ZX6R. Oh, don't do that. One second. Just give me.
What's the CC on that thing?
On paper, $599.
On paper. Oh no, it's been modded.
Of course. What do you mean?
Of course, it's been modded.
You know, just throwing in a little air filter will definitely give you a little bit of that there. So
oh, really?
So this is right here. I love this backpack right here. This was my spiky backpack that I wore. So this is kind of like the back view right there.
Zoom in.
This is my bike right here. Here you go.
There you go.
Right there. So that right there, she is an absolute beauty. I got the Akrapovic rear tail, undertail exhaust. Beautiful, because now a lot of days the exhaust come on the side, and I don't like that. This is such a cleaner look for a motorcycle where, right here. So the exhaust comes in right back there. So this is kind of up on the stands in my garage. This is an old picture. There's the bag once again here as well. But yeah, red and black.
So sick.
So yeah, a ZX6R, absolutely beautiful. I'm definitely, like I said, I like my JDMs. Kawasaki makes some great quality bikes here. It seems like silver is also coming back through 70. You got to keep eyes on that one while we're doing this. But yeah, no, this is probably my favorite. This is probably my favorite picture of the bike. Like the way it's, I think my buddy took it with his camera. Like he's a fancy camera. But yeah, no, this is probably one of my favorite pictures of the bike. Absolutely beautiful. So
It's beautiful, brother. I love it. I love it. I think it's so sick.
I gotta ride again. And this snow, you can't ride in the snow. This is why I'm just like you know, I gotta
You
find.
ride it here?
Yeah. What do you mean? It's in my garage,
Bro, I have no idea. Like,
Not in the winter time.
Not
Not in the
clearly,
winter
obviously,
time,
but
but yeah.
I don't only see you in the winter,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
So
no, that's fair.
I'm just.
Oh, you mean ride it to the office? No, I've never done that.
You never rid it to
No,
the
no,
office.
no,
yeah, I've
never.
never
I
seen
would
you
never
bring
do
in a
that.
motorcycle helmet.
I would
Like
never
I
do
would
that.
realize that.
Yeah,
You know, I'd see you walking out with the helmet. And
I don't like driving into work for trading either because, dude, I'm telling you, I have run the stats. Trading definitely takes a hit when I'm driving in.
Really?
Yeah, dude.
Why? Because of the.
It's just I want to make the least amount of decisions in the morning. Right? In the morning, I prep everything the night before. Like, okay, you know, what I'm gonna wear, where my shoes are, everything. My backpack's ready to go. Like, in the morning, I just want to roll out, throw stuff on, and maybe just check the market on the, like, so here's the thing. Another reason why I don't like driving in is because, sure, I'll do a scan at night, but I want to do a market prep in the morning as well. If I'm driving in, I'm too busy, like, I'm not gonna do that in the car while driving, right?
Yeah,
Let's just wait until self-driving cars become a little bit more popular, and then we can do that. But yeah, no, just on the bus, I get an hour to check out the market, see what stocks are in play, what am I gonna do, check out some levels, any sort of news, anything like that. So that's so much more value than like driving in, making decisions, dealing with the drivers, dealing with the traffic in the morning. Anyways, we'll be right back from Adara.
More year-end market posts here on X at TTV Research. I have been posting arguably too many of these. If you have any ideas, anything you'd like to see, just tag me here in our chat. But in the meantime, I want to let you guys know I'm finishing off this series for the year, Trump's Truth Social posts about public companies. There is one here on GM and Ford saying that apparently the CEOs of these companies called him to thank him for his tariffs on trucks. Then we also had Trump posting about Jensen Huang, or rather an article that was almost a month old at the time. So interesting look here. Again, this will be on X at TTV Research. And there are 2 more posts in this series that have yet to come. I'm going to be rolling them out over the next few days to end off that year. Tons of year-end posts here on X at TTV Research. Please don't hesitate to check it out. Make sure to like and subscribe to this show as well if you're enjoying the content. But back to you two.
Be part of the cleanup.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Obi is talking to me about Sidhu, guys. Interesting breakdown there.
Yep.
It's
Thank you, Adara.
clean. It's very clean. Shout out to Ob. He'll cover that in a second. I just want to keep an eye here on HYMC. Shout out to the OG Yannick for pointing that one out. So let's load up. By the way, I stopped out of my men's trade for a break-even trade there on the remaining amount. But HYMC is the one I want to cover here. What's the look on this? 5-penny spread. I can stomach that now. 24.50, an interesting area for me. There were a couple of topping till candle rejections into the $0.50. So that's price action resistance. And now let's see if it's support. Also, the 10 EMA on the 5 also showing the $0.50. Alas, it's a little bit below it now with 48 showing up on the bid. So I want to see if this is an interesting one to get in, but I don't want to be quick to jump in just because it pulled into the 10 EMA. I need to see a little bit of proof. Now, I did see proof earlier on that it was riding the trend of the 10 EMA. So it had that magnetic effect, sort of. All the pullbacks bounce off the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. I want to see a little bit more here, especially if we're going to trend back into 25. That gives me a little bit of room. So we'll see what we get there. Zion, Lala, Sharif, Obi. What's Obi short for? The people want to know what's Obi short for.
Obi-Wan.
Obi-Wan freaking Kenobi.
Yes.
Look, guys.
Come on.
Obi is one of those guys. He's not going to reveal too much. He's not going to tell you about the secret sauce. You're not going to know too much about his life. Only what, the little
Why do you need
pieces
to
of
know that?
information that he'll allow.
I'm here to trade.
Exactly.
Who's behind the keyboard? Why does that matter?
I love it, brother. That's been you for a minute, so it's nothing new to me. Thoughts on EXO? Continuing to watch Zion because it's
Obadiah. That's funny. Nice.
Zion. He's asking about EXO, and it's still It's still putting in lower highs, Zion. So that's my first observation there. The second observation is it's got support at 11, but I haven't seen enough higher lows on the 5-minute candle to say, yeah, I feel like we're changing trend over here. So I'm staying clear of EKSO for the moment. If I like what I see, I'm going to jump in, but at the moment, I don't like what I see. DAIC's reawakening from the dead. Where's that one at? Show yourself. It's not there. Let's put it on. DAIC on the NQ. It lost VWAP quite aggressively. Now it's gotten right back above it. I could be an interested buyer above 70 pennies. But until and if that 70 pennies comes in, I'm going to steer clear. MENS, MENS, double bottom into 360. There's a buyer at 60 here, both on the prior candle and on the current candle. That's one side of the equation. The other side is we've been putting lower highs ever since that 395 pop. And it's been lower high on every successive 5-minute candle since that time. So I don't want to be jumping into that one super quick either.
So, okay, I was going to type this out in the chat, but Coggy Vids in the chat saying, you know, bike guys, they like to take a stab at each other. They're like, oh, what about my leader bikes? Here's the thing, man. Leader bike is 1,000 cc's. So it's like it goes. So I started off on a 250, and then I don't think they make too many 250s anymore. The base is like 300. 300s look pretty awesome as well. Here's the two things, Coggy Vids. Good luck outrunning a 300 on the track, because there's a video of a 250 outrunning 600s and leader bikes in the corners. Of course, on the straight you're going to get above, but this guy has so much like pure skill, right, on the turns. So that's always stood out to me. And another thing, dude, when I'm driving around in the city, if I have a leader bike, I'm not getting out of second gear. Like, good luck getting out of first. I want to run through the whole bands. Like, I want to run through all the bands, right? That's why even on a 6, like, yeah, you get up on a 600, you can get up to 6th gear, but like I had trouble like just driving around getting up to like 4th gear. I want to enjoy the bike.
For sure, bro.
You know what I mean? Yes, you want to have a little bit of speed. 250's a little, you definitely feel the lack of power in a 250 eventually. But in terms of skill, like riding skill, like taking turns and stuff like that, like, dude, a 250 is so much more forgiving, and you can really work your skills on a lower CC bike. And the guys that really have the skills, dude, they will smoke you on the track. I bet. Right? But that's my thing. Yeah, exactly. I love. Now we're talking about bikes. I love so the version I have is the 600 from 07. So the 07, 08s were made for the track. It literally has a lap timer on it, and it was a high rev bike. So the red line starts at like, I think it was like 16K. So the red line starts at like a crazy amount. What? Yeah, so like I'm not redlining to like 14 to 16. Right? So that's the beautiful thing. I think I can do like 120 to 130, that's kilometers per hour, in first gear if I wanted to. That's insane, bro. Right? Sure, she's screaming. Yeah. But like I don't necessarily want to push that. But like at the same time, it's just like I wanna be able to enjoy all of the gears. On a leader bike in the city, good luck doing that, dude. On the track, yes, 100%.
407, you probably have, you can open up there, but there's cops all over there. And you live in Markham. Look at his face. I exposed something there. That is like one of the only paid highways we have in the entire province. So here's the thing. All I'm going to say about,
not too many people on it. All I'm going to say about the 407 is there are times at night where it is absolutely dead. Not a single soul on the road. No cops, no cars, and if you want to put some risk on the line at that time, go for it. Oh, you put risk on. I like that. Yeah, the risk. I mean, if you can manage the risk, then it's fine. It's just, Yeah. So Fabian's saying he's gone. He's gone. They can hear it. Okay, so he said that going on the 407, he's gone 140 and then passed by a cop. I think 140 is kind of the average, even though the posted limit is 100. Yeah, everyone pulls like 120 minimum, 130. We Cars definitely need to OBB Midnight Club and nice. True. No, dude, you
It's true.
yeah, those are rookie numbers. Is that in your truck?
Hold on, let me see that, Ram.
She's showing.
Girl's
Yeah.
200 kilometers.
No, not even,
Why,
that's sub
bro?
200, dude.
Sub 200 by 7, bro.
Yo,
It's 200.
so here's the thing. When I did clock my all-time best, let's
does
say,
she do that?
for speed,
Yeah.
I wasn't looking down.
Can we know what it
I don't
is?
have time. No, I didn't have time to look down at the meter because everything was whizzing by so fast. But at the end, while I'm starting to slow down, I look down. I'm like, oh boy, my hand immediately started to slow down. I'm like, oh, that's a little. It's a little quick. It's a little fast.
That's a little bit, yeah. Well,
but,
you weren't really impressed by that 200 number, so that tells me a little bit of something there about what you were doing.
That's those are rookie numbers.
All right, guys.
Yeah.
I don't like any trades at the moment, guys. Here, I'm keeping an eye on HYMC. I'm not a big fan of it at the moment. It's pulling into the 20. If it finds support at the 20, I could be an interested buyer. There's a buyer here at 360 on MENS, but I don't want to jump into that quickly. It really is going to be the EKSO show if we can get back above 12 and break these umpteen amount of lower highs that we've been putting ever since that 1270 pop. Anything above this 12, here comes, man. We could be finding a bit of a rounded pattern here on EKSO off the 20 or off 11. It did breach 11 momentarily and then didn't breach it again. So a move above 12 here changes trend. Obviously, we will have to deal with some of the bag holders that could be holding from the pop there at 1150, 1155. We'll have to wait and see if we can get it back above there. But I think it is 7-2 at the moment. So we're going to start the news. There's a whole bunch of different things to talk about today. So, but if there's breakouts, guys, on HYMC, EXO, men's, any other ones, let me know. If they are breaking out, just tag myself or Obi and let us know, and we'll pause things for a second. Shahpaw, Sharif, did you spend a day with no trades, no trade in your zone? Brother, I've got plenty of trades, my man. I've traded 5 names, and I'm positive on all 4, all 5, except one, which was just a punch in and out. For Fabian, well, not for Fabian, because the position board wasn't showing up, so I just wanted it to reset. I'm positive on the day. I'm perfect on the day. So, yeah, that's what you're asking there. Let's get to the news and talk a little bit about some of these big stories. I'm going to talk to him. I'll set up over here. I want to talk about silver, and you've seen Obi in silver, Neil in silver, everybody and their mother has been in silver, and as well it should be, because silver has been rocketing up. Obviously a bad day yesterday, but a nice recovery today. So yeah, we'll see if the shorts are getting blown out today, up 6.5%. So the futures did surge as much as 5% in the pre-market, but as I mentioned, up 6.5 percentage points now. March silver futures last traded around 74.17, taking the year-to-date gains to roughly 153%. Again, that is as per or accurate as of the pre-market. The move followed record intraday highs from yesterday, taking it to $80 an ounce, marking the first time, silver's ever reached that level. Despite the breakout, though, silver suffered its largest single-day drop since February of 2021 during the pandemic, closing Monday down 8.7% after failing to hold that $80 level. But the precious metals, man, they have been strong beneficiaries of the geopolitical risk the world finds itself in, as well as inflation hedging demand and a weaker U.S. dollar as people look to diversify away from holding the greenback as the reserve currency, funneling into gold, funneling into silver, sadly not really funneling into Bitcoin as much as I had predicted or some others had predicted. Hopefully that changes. The expectations for rate cuts as well going into the next year and tight supply, more on that in a second, have also supported that big move up on silver. But this Lombard Odier Florian, he cautioned that 2026 commodity leadership may rotate towards cyclical materials, potentially reducing silver as a safe haven premium. But there is this, China's upcoming export restrictions on silver could have a restraint or a push down on supply. So if there's going to be a supply constraint, then we're going to have to see where this thing can go. It could hit $100. That's slated to take place on the 1st of January, adding another risk for supply concerns. Elon taking to X saying that, supply risk is not good given how important silver is in the industrial process, whether we're talking about electronics, solar panels, electric vehicles, data centers, Obi. There's just so much use for silver.
Oh yeah, for sure. And it's like, is the demand driving it? What's really driving it? Are banks getting squeezed out? I have no idea, but people are definitely talking about it. That's for sure. And we've been getting that multi-day trend. And silver is hot, man. Commodities as well. And maybe quantitative easing is adding to this, adding to a little bit of the bid as well. So let's take off that. But you can see here, this is the weekly, and the weekly has been solid. 71.22s on the highs there. Now we only have a few days left in this trading week. The question becomes, on this expanding volume on the weekly, what is the probability of that 71 breakout? I might be looking for 75s. We'll see. But this is very, very solid, very interesting right here. Look at that stair step up. Sure, you had to wait. You had to wait. If you were in the long, if you're in the silver long, you had to wait quite a while. Now we're going full on parabolic on this move. Over the past couple of days, amazing, amazing trading vehicle for traders. I would say intraday traders specifically, swing traders as well, of course. But you can see every day it's giving us some opportunity. Even in this pre-market, I was getting involved with this one here. Some distinct participants on the tape giving us some perspective of where the likelihood of price action to go is next. So I think that was pretty good there. And then this breakout as well, right here, Sharif, kind of goes and does not look back. Some of the best trades exhibit that kind of behavior. 69.38 was the pre-market high. 69.35s was the intraday high. And then you got that consolidation and breakout. Absolutely beautiful. I did not get involved. I was too busy kind of looking at Apple. Why are you doing that? Don't do that. But silver, absolutely solid here. Now consolidating at the highs, now holding 70. I looked at this for a second and I was like, I want to maybe look for a reversion. I was like, nope, slow down. Don't do that. This is squeezing with expanding volume. This gapped down yesterday. I'm sure that people positioned into this being like, okay, well, now this is the backside. Guess what? Today we gap up and we hold. Now we're pushing up even higher. And then we're coming into this 72 after hours high from a few days ago. Last Friday was a nice, beautiful all-day squeeze. We'll be right back from Madeira.
This part of the show is brought to you by our friends at Beta Pro by Global X Canada, because we have some exciting news out of Canada for the sophisticated traders on the stream. Beta Pro by Global X Canada, which happens to be Canada's largest provider of leveraged, inverse, and inverse leveraged ETFs, they've just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs, which offer 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60, semiconductors, and on U.S. Treasuries. But even better, they're offering a special rebate fee, which drops management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. Plus, the U.S.-focused strategies use currency hedging, which offers the potential for pure performance and exposure. If you are a tactical, sophisticated trader who's looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3xdaily to learn more.
Thank you for that. Let's go on. You're done with silver, right?
Yeah, I'm done with silver.
Let's talk about Meta acquiring Manus to accelerate their AI agent strategy. So we've kind of seen the AI rollout from Meta, and, needless to say, it hasn't been that great. Llama is not being used nearly as much as Zuck would like, despite the fact that he spent up several storms. So another acquisition by him to kind of get the ball rolling on Meta's AI rollout. So they announced the acquisition of Manus, which is a Singapore, more on that in a second, based developer for general purpose AI agents. They build autonomous AI agents capable of doing complex tasks. We're talking like market research, coding, advanced data analysis. It puts it in direct competition with the likes of, agent. What's that called for OpenAI? It's like they're, what the hell is it called? OpenAI's agent thing. Anyway, you guys know what I'm talking about. They used to have a name for it. Now it's kind of part of ChatGPT 5.2, which is kind of why I'm forgetting the name of it. Anyway, Manus claimed annualized average revenue of about $100 million just 8 months after it launched, with a run rate exceeding $125 million. And according to the Journal, the Wall Street Journal, that is, the deal is closing or slated to be closed at around $2 billion, which is roughly in line with what Manus was valued at, I should say, at the last funding round, of course, private. Now, With respect to that Singapore little tidbit there, the company, Manus, was originally founded in China under Butterfly Effect. That was the name of it. It was called Butterfly Effect. Monica.im, I guess, was the website. Manus relocated, though, its headquarters to Singapore in mid-2024, part of its global expansion strategy. To me, though, it just means that they were looking to circumvent regulation because they were a Chinese AI company. They also previously laid off most of their Beijing staff, but they did maintain partnerships with the likes of Alibaba and their Quen team, highlighting the deep ties it has with both East and West. And they gained industry attention earlier this year after claiming superior performance to OpenAI's Deep Research Agent, and they actually beat it in certain benchmarks, which kind of had analysts, taking note of them. The platform's processed apparently over 147 trillion tokens, and Microsoft actually began testing them for Windows 11 as an agent, as an AI agent back in October. Didn't say whether or not Microsoft's going to move ahead with it, but goodness gracious, Copilot sucks, so they probably need something there. What can you tell us, Obi, about Meta?
Yeah, man. So we kind of spoke on this earlier. Bigger picture, very strong uptrend, doing pretty nicely, I think so. We talk about higher time frame, like where are we really coming from, right? Over the past couple of years, we had that beautiful textbook reversion, V-shaped recovery, all the way back up to highs, and then snaps through that high in February of 2024. Since then, nice little chop, pullback, this aggressive pullback, hold sustained, that now we're making a higher low at 600. So if we're gonna follow the trend is your friend. If we're gonna continue this trend here, I think the likelihood of us breaking that 800 eventually, again, with the market, stonks only go up. But if the market continues to bid higher, I think with that tailwind, we could definitely see a little bit of a bid. But something that does concern me shorter term is this strong wiki action that we had off of the past couple of weeks. And then off of earnings, we had that strong kuadunk as well, as you like to say. So that earnings week gave us about a 15% pullback. Since then, we pulled back about 20% and reverted just over 50% of that move, now consolidating around triple sixes. Oh boy. So that's kind of where VWAP is right now. But yeah, strong move on the day today. If you took that pre-market and prior day range break, or even prior Friday break as well, that gave you a little bit of a step up as well. I've been holding in and around VWAP, nice little orbit here on Meta. But yeah, no, I don't have much to say in terms of their fundamentals. I think they're doing exactly what they should be.
All right, let's go on to the next story, Ob. Tesla. Q4 deliveries are under pressure despite releasing cheaper models earlier in the quarter. So their expected deliveries, that is, are expected to decline in Q4, driven by, the expiration of the U.S. tax credit, $7,500, which was done away with in September, as well, of course, as intensifying global competition, even though the company is rolling out cheaper models. Visible Alpha, their data points here to about a 13%, give or take, of course, drop in Q4 deliveries. AFJK just made it intraday high. So AFJK is moving, HYMC is moving, and MENS is moving for the small cap traders out there. Even as the so 13% drop they're assuming here in Q4 deliveries. With consensus, again, there's a whole bunch of numbers out there, really depending on who you're looking at, but the numbers I have here, 423 to 433,000 deliveries in Q4. That would mark, this year would mark, I should say, the second consecutive annual decline for deliveries for Tesla, with deliveries expected to come in total here once we change the calendar to 1.65 million cars. That would be down 7.8% year over year, even with the pull forward that we've seen with the $7,500 tax credit removal. Guys, Afrojack just hit $80. AFJK is really moving here. It's insane. It's up 83, 86% now. It keeps taking out highs. AFJK is him at the moment. Here it is. Bottom left, sorry, Fabian. 81.48. I don't know if it's halted quite yet. I don't have my halt scanner, but 81.48 high. Last time I saw it, it was like a $5 spread. So You need to be careful with that, but it is really moving. And shout out to 2 New York Cents, who printed up multiple storms on that one. So the delivery slowdown is kind of being led by North America and Europe, where EV demand has softened and price competition has really took off. Europe in specific, though, remains the key pressure point, not just because of Elon Musk's political affiliations in Europe or some of the parties that he's championing, but it's the entry of the Chinese EVs into Europe. We saw England, for example, where BYD had over 300% increases an increase, I should say, in registrations year over year for like 3 straight quarters, I think. So the Chinese are coming in with a much cheaper product and smaller, by the way, which is, I guess, more conducive for the European environment. Tesla's Model 3 is the smallest car they have, and that's big in Europe. Analysts note that Asia, though, is a relative bright spot, but not enough to kind of offset the weakness that Tesla is experiencing globally. Just to highlight a little bit on the cheaper models that we referenced earlier, in October, Tesla did introduce stripped down versions of the Model Y and the Model 3, calling them the standard versions, roughly about $5,000 off the prior base model. And the idea here was to defend unit volumes, but in so doing, you hurt margins. So you're going to cut down the MSRP, that top line price, to increase the deliveries, which they didn't do, by the way. But you also take home less money because you're compressing your margins. And so it's a bit of a yin and yang balance here. The long-term narrative does remain intact, though. So despite the delivery concerns that we always talk about, Tesla shares are up about 14% year to date. I'll give you 13.86 exactly. And really the fundamentals of the company are less based on cars and deliveries and more about the robo-taxi, more about Optimus, as well as many other kind of extravagant things that Tesla is pursuing. Obi's gone for a second. We're going to go to Adara. Give me your take on Tesla.
I have kind of a crazy theory. I think that they're going to blow this quarter out of the water, or at least they believe they're going to know. Why do I say that? I have to talk about this again. Yesterday, December 29th, so Monday, Tesla drops this little fun item on their website on the investor relations page. So it says, quote, please find below the latest company compiled delivery consensus of sell side analysts. Blah, blah, blah. Tesla does not endorse any information. But then they named the analysts. Daiwa, DB, whatever, Wedbush. Wedbush is not a sell-side analyst for TSLA. This is kind of an interesting note here, right? I have a feeling that they're trying to be like, hey, analysts think we're going to suck. Analysts think we're going to have a massive year-over-year decline. And then I think they're going to blow it out of the water, or at least they think they're going to. That's my theory here for TSLA. So rant over there. I am going to post this, though, in our Trader TV live chat, so you guys can see it if you do want to read it for yourself. But yeah, I think it's always interesting when you kind of get a company's thoughts on this. As you guys know, I really dislike over-guiding, but if Tesla's going to lower our expectations, I wonder if they're going to, massively beat any expectation we could have possibly had.
Thank you very much. Just before we go on, boo,
That's a bit of a scare.
Yeah.
Look at that.
B triple freaking U. Don't know what it does, don't care, okay? It is up 115%. It is a market cap of $214 million. It is halted at $18.33. And this, I believe, Bovin, is the 1, 2, 3, 4th, could be the 4th up halt here. B triple U, rocketing up. Unbelievable move here on that. And I also wanted to mention Afrojack, AFJK, also halted upside, 81.48. It is at the high of the day. This is the daily chart, excuse me. Here's the 5-minute chart. There is AFJK, Afrojack halted 81.48, and Boo is also halted, B triple U, as I mentioned, at $18.33. Be on the lookout for those. All right. AG, just reading Kalua's comment there. AG, yeah, not bad, brother. Only up 3 1/3, but I see it. AG, First Majestic Silver Corp. Thank you for that. So if you're looking for a silver play there, that's up nicely. AG. Shout out to the OG Kalua. Let's go on and talk about NVIDIA getting a bit of a nod today from Truist with respect to its Grok acquisition. Their opinion is it strengthens NVIDIA's moat. So we reported to you guys not long ago that NVIDIA announced a $20 billion non-exclusive licensing agreement with AI accelerator chipmaker Grok, with a Q, not a K, marking the largest deal in NVIDIA's history. Analysts, though, they view the deal as a direct response to growing competition from who? Google. I wouldn't say it's just Google. It is the makers, designers of ASICs, application-specific integrated circuits. They are being used as a cheaper form of, chips off which to base AI models, because NVIDIA's GPUs are extremely expensive. Google's TPU ecosystem is the latest ASIC that we've been talking about. There's Trainium, there's others as well. Truist notes Grok's LPU architecture is likely similar to Google's TPU, but optimized for latency and power efficiency, giving NVIDIA a bit of an edge in inference. And that's where AI is going. It's no longer the training. It's more about taking all that data that we already trained on and drawing the right inferences from it. And that requires a different chip, or not a different chip per se. NVIDIA's GPUs can do it, but more efficient ways to use these application-specific integrated circuits. And while Google does not sell its TPUs outright, it does offer TPU access through Google Cloud, as we know. The industry focus here is shifting, as I mentioned, from training to inference, where computing demand, power efficiency, and latency become even more crucial. Analysts are arguing that this acquisition gives NVIDIA proactively protecting its moat. That's kind of what it's doing there, because it didn't even have an ASICs unit. They were just doing strictly GPUs, and we were talking about NVIDIA possibly getting disrupted by that. So clearly, they were onto it as well. Grok, the company, claims its LPUs can run inference faster than GPUs with about 10 times more power efficiency. And because of all that, Truist loves it. They even, with a $20 billion headline, analysts stress the deal is manageable given NVIDIA's balance sheet. The cost of picking up Grok for $20 billion represents about 30%, give or take, of gross cash and less than half of net cash. And Truist maintains that $275 price target on NVIDIA. What can you tell us about the look here on NVIDIA?
So I think something interesting to note here is that the selling that came in going into the end of prior week has had a bit of a follow through coming into the beginning, but we've been consolidating sideways, maybe holding structure as well. So is this another leg consolidation? Potential leg coming in, but the selling on Friday was pretty aggressive here, coming in with those imbalances as well, and then that continuation in the not the after hours, in the pre-market as well, 190s all the way down to 187s, and now we're just consolidating sideways here. So even on a day like today, didn't really touch it, didn't really do anything crazy, but you can see higher time frame. Taking a look at the weekly here on NVIDIA, what have we been doing? We tried to get through this 200 level, 212s were the high, and now pulled back into 170s, which is that consolidation low from before. So yeah, we're holding higher highs and higher lows technically on the higher time frame. But again, I think that 2026 is going to be an interesting year to see if we really continue this kind of a move here. So because I do want to take a look at the 12-month chart to see how we're doing on the year. Take a look at this, Sharif, right? Okay. A little bit of a bottom wick, a bit of a top wick, but this seems like would you say that what's the likelihood of printing 200 next year? I have no idea. But if we continue within this trend, I think the probability of breaking those highs.
What is that, the monthly?
This is a 12-month chart.
It's a yearly.
So this is a yearly chart here. So yeah.
It looks great when it's on the yearly, eh?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, low volatility. Like everything else is potentially noise, right? Like a lot of the chop we get, sure, 200 to 170, 200 to 140. Right. Even we got that 100 dip. That was a little scary, but we held. Bigger picture, we're holding up quite nicely.
We never breached prior bar low, at least not the last few years.
Yep. Since 22.
Let's go on to the next story. Yeah, men's is looking good, Bhavin. I did call that one out. MENS looking good for the small cap traders out there. Afrojack's halted down, funny enough. Let's go on to the next story. Microsoft. There's going to be a leadership change here to defend their AI edge. I don't know why they feel they have an AI edge. They have a cloud edge. I don't know about their AI, though. So Microsoft CEO, the Nadella Satya, has aggressively reshaped senior leadership to keep the company competitive as the AI race, of course, heats up. The move comes after Microsoft restructured its partnership with OpenAI, which removed that exclusivity and their data center usages. Management is now prioritizing what they're calling in-house AI model development with a faster iteration process they're targeting here. Nadella did hire people to that end. Jay Parika, he's a former Meta engineering chief. He's going to be running the newly formed core AI unit, which is going to be focused on developer tools and infrastructure. Existing leaders within Softy, Judson Althoff, Judson Althoff, and Ryan Rosalansky, nobody got that, LinkedIn, who's this LinkedIn CEO, they were given expanded responsibilities across sales, marketing, and office products. The reshuffle, the purpose of which is to cut bureaucracy, speed up the execution, as I mentioned, they want to speed up the iteration process, and align engineering more closely with consumer demand, not just put out products that they think are good. Microsoft's early AI lead from its $14 billion OpenAI investment is being challenged by Softy, or by Amazon, by OpenAI. Of course, they're competing directly with them. And even Llama. Copilot has now surpassed about 150 million monthly active users, but that is far less than what Chat is doing, far less than what Claude, Anthropic, obviously Gemini, it's kind of the last one there. I think Joey's the only one that uses it, and he stopped using it too. AI coding tools from startups like Anthropic and Replit are also pressuring Softy's developer ecosystem because they have, what is that called? Visual Basic, right? I mean, they were basically dominating that. Nadella's also adopted a more hands-on, what they're calling founder mode leadership style, including weekly cross-company meetings to surface ideas and urgent developments. And Mustafa Suleyman, who is literally like this mystical figure that hides behind Nadella. He's the head of Microsoft's AI. Apparently, this guy is interesting. I did a little bit of research into this guy a couple of years ago. Apparently, he has a temper, and he can kind of pop off at the mouth, and some people don't really like him. So he has a bit of a reputation, but he's obviously a very accomplished person. Otherwise, he wouldn't be head of AI at Softy. So can you tell us, about the soft one?
So, yeah.
Oh, my bad. I didn't know you were eating, brother.
No, you're good. I was taking a couple bites there. I end up getting a Pokeball. Yeah, this is just around the corner. I was like, that's easy. A Softy sideways consolidation. We talk about a potential breakout of this flat top, bit of a held offer here as it consolidates. 490, chop, 482s is the low right there, and consolidate. So I'm waiting for what we do with this range, right? No idea what we're going to do here, but we've been pulling back off of higher highs is what I'm seeing here on Softy. So let's just go up to the weekly chart right here and take a look at this double top. That's what I want to point out here at the double top. So, maybe bad omen. I don't know. A lot of people see this and they're just like, that could take a turn. And guess what? Both wicks on the weekly right here. So when we came up into 550s, in July, slams all the way back down to 520s, trades down below 500s, maybe reclaims 500, and then takes another try at that 550, and then slam right back in. This time, they're just like, oh no, we're coming in lower. So what if we slam here twice, what's the likelihood of us breaking this prior low, this consolidation low with that 500 reclaim, right? That got hit back into. Now we're consolidating underneath that 500. So what am I looking at here in terms of a potential range? We can, again, if we take out some of this low, I'm just going to keep it simple. What is the most recent support and resistance, and what direction are we headed in? This is a little bearish for me as well. 550, double tap, can't get through. Sellers are very adamant. Supply is definitely there and showing itself as well at the same time. So that's something I do want to keep in mind and consider for this consolidation here. 470s, though, is holding up quite well for the past few weeks. So, it's a bit of a battle. We talk about support and resistance. This was resistance all the way here in July, this 460 level, and then we come all the way right in with a bit of a slam into 460s, 470s, and then we start consolidating on top. So A bit of a sandwich. Recent support turned into resistance right here at 490s, maybe even 500. And prior long-term resistance that was here got broken through. And this is the first time we pull back and test that resistance. And that's so far, as of right now, turned into a bit of support. So that's what I'm looking at here on Softy. Bit of a wind-up. We'll see which direction it goes. But the highs are 490s, and then the lows is 460s.
All right.
That consolidation.
Talk about the U.S. granting temporary China equipment licenses. So what are we talking about here? The U.S. government has granted annual licenses, and annual will make more sense in a second, for 2026, allowing the likes of Samsung as well as SK Hynix, two of the biggest memory producers in the world, with Micron throwing their name there as well, to import specifically U.S. chip-making equipment into their China-based facilities. So it's not just allowing U.S. chip-making equipment to go into China, but just for Samsung and SK Hynix, they get a special permission to do so because they have operations there. The move offers temporary relief after Washington earlier revoked the broad license waivers. The new system that they're going to be employing here replaces the long-term exemptions with a year-by-year approval process, which is kind of, increases policy uncertainty, but it gets control on what China can get their hands on in terms of chip-making equipment. Samsung, SK Hynix, Taiwan Semiconductor previously benefited from validated end-user VEU exemptions under the U.S. export controls. That status, expires tomorrow, the 31st of December, meaning any shipments of American chip-making tools to China from here on out will require explicit U.S. export licenses. So the Trump administration kind of is doing this because they're re-examining the export controls. Their argument is the previous policies were too permissive towards China's access to advanced U.S. technology. The goal, of course, is to limit China's progress in high-end semiconductor manufacturing. But as I spoke to you guys yesterday, it is widely believed amongst industry analysts that the Chinese have a form of ultraviolet, extreme ultraviolet lithography machines, the ones that ASML makes. They have maybe 1, 2. Their speculation is it's like a closely guarded secret. We probably won't see any product of that next year. People are saying maybe in 27, but they also have some issues because of the mirrors and stuff like that, which come from Zeiss, which is a German company. So they've hired a whole bunch of people, ex-ASML employees, to come into China to help them, certain engineers. All this stuff is being followed, obviously, by intelligence agencies. So the Chinese are making moves, okay? When they're going to be able to, kind of reach the standard of the West, your guess is as good as mine, but they're making moves. China remains, of course, a critical production base for Samsung and SK Hynix, especially for legacy and traditional memory chips. Memory prices, as you were mentioning this morning, Obi, have absolutely rocketed, whether if it's for your PC or, for these AI servers. So interesting take here from that. I don't know if we want to look at Micron in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at the sector as a whole. So yeah, SMH kind of building up into its highs right here. So I think this is a better perspective if you want to take a look at the sector as a whole. 374.43, so 375 is the incoming. Let's see if we can push into 380s. Very strong trend. Dips getting bought up, and yeah, Micron is one of those stocks that really kind of interest me as well. That's pushing all-time highs today, and a bit of a continuation from yesterday, but a sideways chop. So I'm definitely going to be watching this one tomorrow, Sharif. We might be able to get through that 300. Finally, leg consolidation, sideways action, another leg tomorrow, perhaps. That's what I'm thinking about. But range day is a little bit more important to me. Here, the range low of today, or the day low, is sitting at 292s. The highs at 298, 83s. So just shy of that 300, and maybe some more fresh all-time highs if this market continues to kind of trend up. We know how the memory scene has been, or turned into now. I was talking to Neil about this as well. They have all of this, all these data centers. They have all of this technology. They have the RAMs sitting around. They have graphics cards. I saw a picture of like a wall of graphics cards, just 5090 RTX 5090s, just like sitting there unused. Right? Because they can, I get, like, they just don't have the space for it. They don't have, maybe they can't afford to power everything, but they've just sat on this inventory. They're accumulating this inventory, almost cornering the market in a sense. I don't know. We'll see. I have no idea. I have no idea what they're doing, but the prices kind of speak for themselves. The volume and price action also speaks for itself as well.
I'm going to put you to the test here, Obe.
That's me.
I do this to Joey all the time. Micron.
Yep.
Year to date.
Okay.
Percentage.
100%.
Keep going, baby.
200%.
Keep going.
400%.
252.
Okay. Nice. Nice.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Well
Who's
done,
going to
Mike.
complain about that? Guys, shout out to Scott H. Thank you, Scott, for pointing this out. N as in Nancy, like Nancy Pelosi, the best trader ever. NBY is really making a move here. There's a nice breakout. We were trading this last week, and it's up nicely here, 24.75%, just taking out $6. Nice breakout there. I want to say right at 1 o'clock, Scott, the breakout, the uninterrupted higher highs and higher lows. So NBY. Keep your eye out on that one. Nice midday mover in the world of small cap gappers. Let's go on to the next story. Another China chip related story. China pushes domestic chip equipment use, and now they're requiring their chip makers to source at least 50% of new equipment domestically when adding or expanding capacity. According to sources spoken to by Reuters, Reuters is the one that published a story. The rule is not publicly documented, so they haven't announced this in the open, but fabs apparently, according to Reuters, must prove compliance through procurement tenders and receive state approval. Authorities do prefer the domestic shares to well above 50%, with the long-term goal, of course, getting near 100% localization. I wouldn't put it past the Chinese. Why are they doing this? So the mandate was accelerated after the U.S. technology export restrictions, starting with previous President Biden in 2023, once this whole AI chip thing really started taking off. Even where foreign tools from the US, Japan, or Europe, even South Korea, are still available, Chinese fabs are being steered towards local suppliers. So even if you can get the part cheap and get it now, they're trying to force their companies to actually wait, get it from another Chinese manufacturer so that they can rely more on the domestic production. Interesting take, probably a short-term headwind, but likely a long-term tailwind, one has to assume here. Flexibility does exist, though, according to the article, in advanced nodes. We're talking the 3 and the 2 nanometer process, where domestic tools are not yet fully viable. Extreme ultraviolet lithography, as we just spoke about there. President Xi Jinping called for, quote, the whole nation approach to semiconductor self-sufficiency, and China's backed this push with big boy funding to the tune of about $50 billion. State-linked buyers placed a record, state-linked, not private companies, a record 421 orders this year for domestic lithography tools. Now, as I mentioned to you guys yesterday, the deep ultraviolet lithography, not extreme ultraviolet lithography, is well kind of possessed. The technology is well possessed by the Chinese. I think Nikon and Canon and stuff, they also make that there. So that's not the cream of the crop, but it also helps them scale less advanced chips. And here are some of the companies, if in case you want to go on the exchanges where these companies trade. Naura Technology and Advanced Microfabrication Equipment. AMEC, is that trade here? That's what it says. AMEC? No. AMEC is not on any of my exchanges there. So you'll have to figure out what tickers those trade under on whatever exchanges. So apparently this Naura is testing etching tools on a 7 nanometer line. So again, 7 nanometer, not even close to being the most successful. So Obi,
yes, sir.
I don't know what angle you want to take here in terms of technicals, but I just wanted to mention this story. We can go on because there's really no specific story, stock to look at. Let's talk about Applied Digital, APLD. They're tying the knot here with Exo, which I've been trading all day today. Exo Bionics for an AI infrastructure spin-out catalyst. So Exo, which is EKSO, the one that we were involved in earlier, disclosed a non-binding term sheet with Applied Digital, tickers, of course, APLD, for those that don't know, for a proposed business combination involving Applied Digital's accelerated compute platform. The deal would merge APLD's cloud compute unit with EXO to form Chronoscale Corporation. It's going to be an AI-focused infrastructure business, which is going to operate independently. It's positioning itself as an enterprise-grade kind of GPU-accelerated cloud compute platform. So to me, it's a neo cloud like Nebius and CoreWeave. It's targeting AI training and inference workload, so not just one. The transaction separates Applied Digital's accelerated computing platform from its data center ownership and the development business. So they're splitting those up. The structure allows Chronoscale to scale independently, kind of like CoreWeave with maybe NVIDIA. Probably not a great example there, but the point is it's likely going to be a neocloud. Post-transaction, though, APLD is expected to retain about 97% of those Chronoscale, and EXO, which is EKSO, plans to explore strategic alternatives for all or substantially all of its legacy operations. So they're looking at divesting away from that old stuff and really focusing here on neocloud compute. Obi, what can you tell us about EKSO or APLD? Take your pick, baby.
Yeah, we can take a quick look at APLD here. I don't necessarily look at these on a daily basis, but when they do come into play, definitely within the watch list here. But we've been pulling off of these higher highs here, 4020s I'm seeing as all-time highs, and we've been making lower highs and lower lows, maybe a little bit of a base on top of this 22 as well. So a bit of a backside move here on APLD. What was the other stock you were saying?
EKSO, that's the one that was trading there.
EKSO, okay,
that
cool.
monster. Yeah.
So Exobionics. So a little bit of volume coming in today, but again, very, very much backside on this one. This is another one of those names that they keep selling every single pop. So APLD a little bit more tame than this one here. You can see the difference. Every single significant pop eventually gets sold off pretty aggressively here on EKSO, but APLD a little bit healthier. We do have that stronger trend. Post-split seems like was the place to really get involved with this one as it continued higher and higher, stair step up. Now the question becomes, because we're so overextended, do the legs become much wider, and do we have to kind of keep that into consideration while this kind of price action is forming here on APLD? So that's all I really have for that.
All right. Sounds good, Ob. Let's go on to the next story. Boeing lands an $8.6 billion F-15 contract as their defense business. The backlog for that gets a boost. So Boeing was awarded an $8.7 billion Pentagon contract tied to the F-15 Israel program following meetings yesterday, of course, between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu. The deal covers design, integration, testing, production, and the delivery of 25 new F-15IA fighter jets with an option for 25 more. So the deal could be worth 50. This is structured as a foreign military sales FMS agreement, reinforcing Boeing's role as a U.S.-backed defense exporter. The U.S. remains Israel's largest arms supplier. We know that. The contract work here is going to be performed primarily in St. Louis, Boeing's key defense manufacturing hub. The program is long dated as well, with completion expected by December 31st, 2025. So you have a nice little runway there of about 9 years, adding a multi-year revenue visibility. And defense revenue remains Boeing's highest margin and lower cycle risk versus commercial aircraft deliveries, even though they have insane amounts of demand for their commercial aircraft. It's production and how many they can actually produce per month that really seems obviously to be a bit of the bottleneck here, Obi. So what can you tell us about Boeing?
I think Boeing, we had a little bit of turbulence earlier this year, right? I think that's definitely something to consider.
My bad,
but
St. Louis. Sorry, guys, my bad.
180 back through, that's a full-on V-shaped recovery, right? So when we're looking at this 220, 200 re-break right here, the question becomes, is this recovery good enough to be like, all right, we are back above some of those places where sellers got very, very aggressive, pushing into the bid on bad news. Makes sense, right? But once we get above this 226, 225s, 242s as well, What is what's the potential for us to really get explosive above that? Because we know that people position in short on this, and that worked out quite well, but we made a full circle all the way back. So that's the kind of action that I'm kind of looking for. The daily breakout, here's the daily breakout of 22620s. That is definitely going to be very, very interesting to me, and that is not that far away, Sharif.
Zion, man, these pictures that you sent me are awesome. Zion Lala just showed me a picture of it, or a video of his office. They have a gym in the office.
Ooh, nice.
Someone's jealous.
Yeah, oh, I'm very jealous, of course. Look at all the empty areas we have here. I want a gym in that corner right there. I'll bring the squat rack, Fabian. I'll bring my extra squat rack. I'll put it right there. Yeah, well, that not right, like over there. You guys can't see it, but there's plenty of room here. Shout out to Zion, man. That's fantastic. Thanks for sending that, Zion. What an OG. Let's talk a little Lulu, Obi.
Lulu.
So we got this headline. This is not a new headline. This is from yesterday, but we didn't really cover it at length during the news segment. So I wanted to take this opportunity to talk a little bit about it, since it's a great Canadian company. Not so good this year, of course, but I still like them. Lululemon Athletica founder Chip Wilson, he has launched a proxy fight, nominating 3 independent directors to the board. The move comes days after the company announced CEO Calvin McDonald's exit, raising fresh concerns about the leadership stability. Wilson criticized the board for poor oversight and a lack of clear CEO succession plan, calling this the 3rd major failure in governance by the company. So here's who he nominated. Mark, I don't know how to say Mark Moorer. Let's just go with that. Former CEO co-CEO, I should say, of On Running. Obviously, a lot of experiment in athleisure wear there. Laura Gentile, she's the former ESPN Chief Marketing Officer. She brings branding and building and marketing depth. And then Eric Hirschberg, he's a former Activision CEO with experience scaling global consumer brands. So there's a look there. Lulu, as we know, struggled to kind of re-accelerate growth this year with the younger, more affluent customers. Their lunch is being eaten, from what I understand. What's that other one called? The one on corner of Bay and Bloor over there. What is that called? The other Lulu.
Oh, Aloe.
Aloe, thank you.
Yeah, Aloe.
Fast-growing rivals, yeah, right there, man. Aloe Yoga and Vuori. I think there's others. Aerie continue to gain share, intensifying competition in premium activewear. And we already know Elliott Management, they're an activist investor. They've also been putting pressure on management, adding to that near-term uncertainty. So it's an interesting take here. Obi, obviously Lulu's not had the best year. What's your take?
No, yeah, I think we started off the year pretty dead, I would say. We pulled back. We've pretty much only been selling for the majority of the year 420 highs coming in right in January. So by the end of January, we attempt to break 420. Doesn't really happen, and all the way back down. Higher highs, higher lows, even earnings swipes as well, brings us down for a little bit of a base at 159. So we've consolidated here for multiple months here. So was that about from September all the way to December. So catching a little bit of a bid on prior earnings here, stepping up. So maybe this is the first time that we are potentially getting a bit of a bid. You can see this earnings sold off, this earnings sold off. Excuse me, the prior 3 earnings sold off, gapped down on Lulu. This is the first one that gapped up.
Finally.
Is this distinctly different is the question that I'm asking.
So I went there. I just want to say, before we get Adair's opinion, I went there a few days ago, I think on the 27th, so not because the 26th was super bad weather.
Yeah.
And I was just going to see, you know, I was at Fairview. Actually, I didn't even go to
At Aloe, to Aloe.
No,
Oh, to Lulu. Okay, yeah.
Went to go see, like, do they have any deals? Bro,
Yeah.
their markdowns are minimal, if that.
That's with everything these days. We talked about
there
how,
was
like,
better deals at Nike. Nike was 30% off the entire store, right? And then they had even deeper markdowns on certain items, not all, but it was 30 off the entire store. You go into Lulu, it's one restricted section of markdowns, and they're not even that big. Like, I'll give you an example. Like, there was these nice kind of athleisure pants that are super baggy, like the new style. They were like $148 regular price. It's $100, right? Okay, not bad. 48% off, not bad, not bad. But the idea is, like, it's not on everything. It's just on 1 or 2 items. So, Yeah, so the point is they're maintaining their margins and not really enticing people, or not really kind of giving up their margin game here to kind of get more top line number.
I think that like they already know that their customer, they probably have a loyal customer, that the customer maybe probably doesn't care about too much about the discounts. Maybe if they figured that out, they're a little more loose on just being, or more conservative on putting things on sale. I don't know.
Maybe that's like. They're just trying to maintain their margins. That's just my take. Adara, I'd like to hear what you have to say about Lulu.
Yes, so I have a couple thoughts on Lulu in terms of its brand experience, and then also, this whole situation with the proxy fight. To start with the brand experience, like, I will fully agree that it's expensive. I have purchased one Lululemon item in my adult life, and that's because my friend is an employee and I got a secret discount. So I will fully, and even then it was still pretty expensive. So Lulu is expensive. That's fine. I think that, addressing that might not be the crux of their issue. I think it's just about keeping the customers they do have. And I think getting solid management in is going to help the stock. Now, with regards to this proxy fight, this is not the only proxy fight for Lululemon. A couple weeks ago, I believe it was December 18th, it was the Thursday, we hear that apparently Elliott, which is, of course, an activist investor, they're going to get involved, and they're trying to get in a former executive of, I believe, Ralph Lauren to come in here and be like, hey, we're going to help switch up Lululemon. That's their CEO pick. It's interesting, too. Chip Wilson, founder, doesn't seem to have a CEO pick with regards to his proxy fight, as far as I can tell. He just has some board members. Now, I wonder if they're going to pull a Stephen J. Helmsley or a Bob Iger, and they're going to bring the former CEO, and in this case, founder, back to the company. I don't know if that's a bad look here, truthfully, for LULU. Let's see if they do it. But clearly, Chip Wilson has some issues with the company. If he maybe can even collaborate with Elliott, the other activist investor involved in this, that could be an interesting move. But I think the fact that there's two proxy fights going on right now should not be discounted.
Thank you very much for that, guys. Just before we go on to the next topic, I want to bring your attention to NBY. I was just tagging Bovin and KC526 to tell them about this, but this is still going. Shout out to Scott H, man. You brought this to my attention. We traded this last week or earlier this week. I can't really remember. But the point is, it's breaking out with a flat top break through 570, and it really hasn't looked back since. It did a little bit of a dance here with $6, but once it cleared it, it almost looked like, 6 was automatically a level of support. All these bottoming tail candles show you the buyers were picking this up aggressively off 6, and now we are at the high of the day, 637. It's up 30%. Who knows where this is going to go, but it's a good breakout here. NBY, I just wanted to mention that for the small cap gapper traders out there. Let's go on and talk about XPeng. Where is it up? Is it up still? It was up nicely earlier. XPEV, yeah, 4.5%. Not really giving up the ghost, but it's off the high, 21.97 high. It's showing 42s now. Morgan Stanley. So XPEV had a number of headlines today. This is the one that I just chose to cover, that Morgan giving them the nod, but they did have other headlines as well. You can go and do a bit of a deep dive on those. So Morgan Stanley expects China's auto industry to face cyclical and policy headwinds going into next year, including pricing pressure. They're already experiencing pricing pressure. Subsidy shifts as the Chinese government subsidizes these less so that they become exportable. That is one of the reasons they're having a hard time getting into every European jurisdiction, because the Europeans are saying, look, you're subsidizing these manufacturers in a way we're not, so we're going to tariff you. And that's what they're doing. They're doing it on a piecemeal basis. Despite those challenges, the firm argues these dynamics could become territorially and technologically beneficial, favoring companies that have scale, export reach, and advanced tech stack. XPeng is highlighted by Morgan as its preferred Chinese auto stock going into the first half of next year, alongside Geely and SAIC. The key driver here for Morgan is resilient domestic demand combined with accelerating overseas sales. I just got to stop here for a second. You guys know I'm Egyptian. XPeng just opened up one big factory and service center in Egypt. It's insane. Apparently, it's like, I don't know, I think a few square kilometers or something. Like, they have the entire area. And so that's one entrant, obviously, into the Middle East's most populous country. We're likely going to see them in Dubai and Qatar and Saudi and everywhere else if they're not already there. The article I was reading today was Egypt specific. XPeng is also positioning itself as a software-defined vehicle leader with its ADAS and its intelligent EV platforms. It copies like Tesla. You can kind of tell there. Morgan also flagged a potential non-auto second act re-rating where valuation upside could come from software and autonomous driving capabilities. They've been pursuing that pretty aggressively, as well as platform monetization and services beyond pure vehicle sales. So they're kind of trying to reframe XPeng here from a purely EV automaker into kind of like a Tesla where the software plays a strategic role. Obi, what can you tell us about this?
Yeah, I think XPeng, like we have yet to kind of see them do something significant, and they're starting to make that move. I think that's what you're getting at here. So I think it's important to kind of take a look at where we've been basing and how we've been kind of consolidating here. On top of the 18, that's what stands out to me the most here. For the past year, pretty much all year, we've held this base in and around 18 multiple times over and over again, and we've attempted to push that high at 25s, 28s a couple of times here. So a nice little consolidation on a much higher time frame here. We finally kind of picked up off of its former glory. I remember during post-COVID, this name was going absolutely aggressive to the upside, and then the backside was absolutely beautiful as well. But look, we kind of based in and around all-time low is $6 here. Kind of based, started to step up, and now holding that 1790s as of right now. So on the year. So if we look at the 12-month chart, quick look at that one, you'll see the wick low right here in and around this area right here. I guess no, it's not. Maybe I'm wrong. It's saying 11, so maybe I'm not looking at the chart as closely as I think. But that consolidation in and around 18s is very adamant. Okay, cool. Yeah, we did pull up all the way here. January is where we traded in and around some of those lows, those 12 lows there as well. But for majority of the year, we're holding base and holding structure, sideways consolidation, multi-month. Sure, it's wide,
Crazy,
but the question becomes, again, similar kind of a trade where it's like we've made a range, which is somewhat significant. Which way do we break this range? That's the question I will be asking.
Adira, give us your take, please, on XPeng.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, too, because XPeng seems like this really reacted to yesterday's news. That Morgan Stanley note did come out yesterday morning. It was on our morning watch list yesterday, Trader TV Live watch list, in addition to another XPeng story that I think is maybe even more interesting. And I don't really think we're going to get all of the excitement here until next year, by which I mean XPeng, alongside Peking University in China, they announced that they have a research paper. And it's been approved. It's going to be accepted to this AAAI 2026 event. It is an AI-themed event, as you can kind of tell, maybe by the last two letters in that acronym. But either way here, Fast Drive VLA is the concept that's being introduced in this paper by XPeng and Peking University. This is a visual token pruning method for end-to-end autonomous driving. So interesting look there. Hopefully we'll get more on that in 2026 when this event is held. But yeah, interesting. XPeng, some stories from yesterday morning, pushing it higher this morning.
So this is the P7. This is their most famous sedan. I'm not a sedan guy, but I can definitely appreciate the beauty of this car. This is a beautiful freaking car, man. I don't know, from however you want to slice this. Oh, yeah. This is fantastic looking. I mean,
pretty.
Yeah, are these doors actually like that in real life, or is that just
got those Lambo doors, those butterfly?
Yeah,
those are not
exactly.
butterfly doors. Those are Lambo doors.
Yeah, those are Lambo doors, right? I mean, this is a beautiful car, and people used to make fun of them for copying Tesla. I don't think this car looks like Tesla's cars at all. Now, what they do copy, I think, is some of the FSD stuff, because I don't even see LiDAR on this. I'll have to look into this, but in any event, that is the P7. Let's go on to the next story. Polestar, not really that important. BM&R, this was, again, from yesterday, but we didn't cover it on the news yesterday, so I just wanted to cover this. Bitmine disclosed it now controls 3.41% of all Ethereum in circulation, positioning itself as the largest ETH treasury globally. Its combined crypto holdings, including cash and venture-style investments, now total $13.2 billion, underscoring that aggressive balance sheet strategy. As of the 28th of December, Bitmine held 4.11 million ETH, 192 Bitcoin, and a $23 million stake in 8 Coal Holdings, as well as $1 billion in cash, giving it substantial liquidity optionality. I don't know about substantial, but it's nice to know. The company added 44,463 ETH in the past week. Where the hell is ETH right now? ETH. Below 3,000, up 1.4% on the day, 29.68, but still below 3. Kind of reinforcing its role as the largest fresh money buyer of ETH globally. Management did frame this recent buying as opportunistic amid what they're calling seasonally low market activity. Nice. Bitmine's scale now places it second only to Strategy MSTR in overall crypto treasury size, but number 1 in ETH exposure. All right, Fabian, let's do this, baby. All right, guys, eSignal, Ozan, and the new traders on the stream, listen up. The first month is absolutely free. That's right. We're waiving those fees so you can trade smarter, not harder, by upgrading to that elite experience. You'll analyze, you'll strategize, and then hopefully you'll capitalize on their platform that has everything. We're talking infinite data, instant trading, and they've got lightning fast market insights and game-changing charts. And you can predict better with their backtesting tool. Yes, they have backtesting tool. You get reliable, you get real-time data, you get global markets at the tips of your fingers. It is literally an all-in-one platform, so don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading, scan that QR code or click the link in the description. Shout out to the great folks there at eSignal. Bitmine is also preparing to launch its Maven, Made in America validator network in early 26, working with 3 staking providers. Currently about 408,000 and change ETH is already staked, representing about $1.2 billion at current prices. At full development, though, management estimates about $374 million in annual staking revenue, about 2.81% of CESR, or about $1 million per day, materially changing the cash flow dynamics. BMNR, Obi, the chart looks like hot garbage. I would know because I'm in it.
Yeah, no, a bit of backside move right here. We know how some of these stocks are kind of pulling back. MSTR, another one that's kind of similar to this one, testing consolidation lows. And yeah, if crypto takes a little bit of a leg down, guess what? We definitely have a lot of room to go. This move started off here, earlier on this year in June, all the way down at $5, just shy of $5 right there. And then we had a strong push, but since then we haven't really been going anywhere, Sharif. Kind of sideways consolidation. Sure, the legs have been pretty wide, 70 to 30s right here, but we're coming right back into some of these base lows here. And so what's the ultimate low of the base right here? 24.33 is where that's at. And we're kind of creeping into that slow, steady bleed. So I don't know, man. I think if crypto catches a little bit of a leg down, we fail to follow through 125s for now. And if we take a bit of a pullback into range, into trend, we talked about how far crypto can pull back, something like a Bitcoin or even like an ETH. Over time, they've had 80%, 70, 80% pullbacks. That's within range. Oh, yeah. Right? So if we do a little bit of that, some of these things are definitely more poised to crack those lows. So yeah, it's definitely not looking too good if crypto does that, because some of these things, yeah, like taking a look at MSTR here.
MSTR,
Yeah, take a look at strategy.
Goodness.
I mean, that was a good strategy while it was there, but then you know, the short strategy is working out quite nicely as well. So here's the monthly on this one right here. Look at that right there. That is a little bit of a quadunk back into prior structure, prior consolidation here. 100 to about 202s. We're coming right into that area here on MSTR as well. So,
all right. Did you know that Joey and I had a bet about the price of Bitcoin?
Okay. What was the bet?
So the bet was that it would hit 125,000 by my birthday, which is May 25th. Okay.
Oh yeah, I remember that. And
Hold
it
on.
did. Yeah.
It ended up hitting 125 on his birthday, October 5th. Like, what the hell are they? I wanted to know, like, the statisticians, the actuarial mathematicians. If you're in the chat, I just want to know what the odds of that are. I can find out, obviously, using
Did they ever
LLM,
give you the American Eagle jeans?
Oh, yeah. Well, I got my money, Ram.
Oh, loser.
Using an ET.
Sorry, what?
It is ET.
It's
Obi,
EMT.
Is it ET or EMT?
No, but seriously though, what are the odds of that? Like it hits 125,000 on his damn birthday, bro.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm at 100.
That's a little rough, man. I'm sorry.
All right, let's go on. Last story here, guys. Citigroup, they're exiting Russia. I mean, okay. Welcome to 2022. Russia exit accelerates one-time hit to earnings. So Citigroup's board approved a plan to sell AO Citibank, its remaining Russian businesses, to Renaissance Capital, marking a near complete exit. The transaction is part of Citi's broader multi-year effort to reduce geopolitical and regulatory risk tied to non-core international operations. The deal follows formal approval from Russian President Vladimir Putin, clearing the regulatory hurdle that had delayed prior exit attempts. So it wasn't them not trying to get out. There was them trying, and Putin was like, right? So now it looks like Putin's on Donald's in his good side, so he's letting this go through. Just me spitballing here. Citi expects a pre-tax loss of about $1.2 billion tied to the sale, which will be reorganized in the current quarter. Management flagged that the sale loss figure could still change due to Forex movements as well as closing adjustments. We haven't got those yet. The transaction is expected to be signed and closed in the first half of next year, according to Citi's SEC filing. So yeah, it just goes back here and talks about accounting stuff. But Obi, give us your take here on Citi.
That's Citibank. Okay, yeah, Citigroup. Yeah, no. You know how strong the banks are this year, man? Absolutely crazy. Like, this is, I guess that's the crisis. This is the banking crisis that, legendary. People were talking about you could come in here every single day, hit the short, and be good.
It hasn't even come close to recovery.
I mean, we're starting to get about a 50% reversion on the monthly chart here. So yeah, of course, 08, the banks took a little bit of a hit, but strong trend back out after we break out of this multi-year. Man, we've been down here for a very, very long time here. So from 09s to 25s, yeesh. So that's a little rough. Finally catching a little bit of a bid back up. 120s on the horizon, as that is the high. 122.84s. But yeah, look at this prior consolidation. I don't know if the player's still positioned in from some of these prices, but something to watch out for. I think that we are making a bit of a recovery. And the thing is, like, maybe you're getting that tailwind from a lot of banks just pushing all-time highs. Like, look at our market.
For sure. Like
TD, RY, the Scotiabank as well. It's just like they're pretty much near all-time highs. The market is also, the TSX is doing pretty well as well. But yeah, the banks have been catching a pretty strong bid for a good chunk of the year, I would say. So a little bit of tailwind from that.
It's very interesting too, because they had like these loan loss provisions. They were thinking that we were going to have carnage in the housing market and mortgages, and there were going to be power sales, foreclosures for those south of the border. And it really didn't happen. Every quarter, their loan loss provisions are less and less and less and less, and that's money that they can't have on the equity side of the balance sheet. They got to keep that on the liability side, right? Yeah. So it's nice to see that we're not having that kind of carnage, obviously. We are going to send it to Adara, and when all is said and done, Obi is going to be on that side of the desk with Neil. I'll see everybody shortly on the afternoon rundown. Make sure to vote, guys.
I want to talk about SMCI. SMCI getting a little bit of a pop after the information reports that Elon Musk's XAI is buying a building for a third supersized data center. Now, I always like to provide caveats for some sources. The information often reports things that we kind of already know or things that have already happened. So kind of take that how you will. But either way, nice push to the upside as we get the information reporting that XAI is buying a building for its third supersized data center. More details. Apparently, this is going to be planned for outside of Memphis, Tennessee. So SMCI on watch. Now Neil on watch. Neil, hello. Afternoon.
Hey, what's up, Adara? That's like, it's just a little bit different from what we usually do, rolling in here. But keep in mind, right now we do have the Fed meeting minutes just dropping right now. So remember, this is like it's like a comprehensive, hey, this is what everybody is saying. At the end of the day, it doesn't necessarily usually move the market. And I literally saw in the chat like a couple of people saying, "Man, make the market do something." You can't. I can't make the market move. If I look at the Qs right now compared to what it did in the morning, I think it's distinctly different. Basically, from noon till now, we have had like maybe 30 to 40% of the day's range. You know, like in the morning, you get your regular movement. These were your chances where you're going to take some shots, and it almost doesn't matter what you were trading in. But for the last couple of hours, this is what the NASDAQ has done. And juxtapose that to even yesterday. Like yesterday, throughout lunchtime, you were actually getting a pretty solid step up, and you got lots of movement in the afternoon. Bigger range on the day, but also bigger range throughout lunchtime. Like at noon, you were making lows, and you didn't top out until about like power hour, actually. We've just been sideways here going into these minutes. Now, I don't really have anything incredibly different. I'm into a silver long. I bought the first, like I said, I missed that long there in the middle, but I did buy this dip in front of 70s. I still have some intel to the south side. But let's go to Adara, get an update on the Fed minutes.
Nothing super exciting here, guys. Most participants apparently supported cutting rates, though some preferred holding steady. We saw that in the vote, saying that several who voted for the cut said that the decision was, quote, finely balanced. So some people who voted for the rate cut could have gone either way, is the sense you get from that. Apparently some participants saying that under their economic outlooks, it would likely be appropriate to leave rates unchanged for some time. So we're probably not going to get any cuts immediately. A lot of this kind of things we already intuited based on the CME Fed Watch tool or from comments from Fed speakers after this meeting, including those from Fed's Hammock. We also had, again, some concerns about higher inflation becoming, quote, entrenched, saying that further rate cuts could, quote, be misinterpreted as a lack of commitment to the 2% target. That's really all I have here, guys. A lot of it's stuff we've already heard. Kind of a nothing burger. Back to you.
Lack of commitment and discipline. Like, yeah, lack of commitment. Look, at the end of the day, we never really expect these to move too much in here. So again, you can call it a nothing burger. You can say whatever you want in terms of moving the market, but I don't think the expectation was that it was going to be too crazy. So I said I'm in two things. I'm in silver. I'm in an Intel reversion, which, oh yeah, position. Hey, it's working. The position board is absolutely fine. Here, I'm just going to draw this for you so you can see the Y. There's the Y. There's the VWAP that has really not been happening here on Intel, as that's up 3%. One 1965 kid who's asking, why is the position board always down? There is some theories to it. There's a system issue with it. There's something that got worked in the back end so that we can essentially just take the trading platform and the summary to essentially display it. And it probably needs to be updated. It's like, yeah, it needs to be fixed. And oh, there we go. Like think of it this way: every time they do an upgrade on the trading platform, there needs to be an upgrade to the back end to make it work properly. And so we need the team to be back from vacation. Right now, they're not even in the office. Like, no one's in the back office right now. The only people there's some support like remote support for the traders at Real Trading, obviously. But if it isn't like the production crew, like us, nobody else is here. What'd you get? What is that?
So I got a poke bowl.
Oh, poke bowl, nice.
Spicy habanero karage from Relation, just around the corner. So I just had to, during the show, I took a quick 3-minute break where I just ran around the corner because I got an alert.
For ideas of what to get.
No, but I was gonna get pizza, dude, and I wanted pizza from a specific place, okay. And they had a great deal as well. Two slices from was it Fourth Man on the Fire? So they're pretty solid pizza. Yeah. But then I also wanted garlic dip, and they charged me $4 for a small garlic dip, and I was like, no, I don't.
$4 for a dip?
Because I know for a fact if you walk into the store and get that same garlic dip, it's like $1.50 to $2. Fourth Man on the Fire.
$4 for a garlic dip.
No, that's Uber Eats. That's the Uber Eats premium.
Okay.
Right? It's just like, dude, don't do that.
Bad. I thought that was I thought that was the place. No shade whatsoever at the place, but $4. Charge on that.
That's
talking about that.
That's a crazy, man.
Talking about just some sauce.
That's some sauce. I mean, some of that sauce can be expensive. Trust me, but like, especially if it's that secret sauce.
Oh.
You don't want to get lost in the sauce. I haven't said that in a while.
Depends on this. I understand the sauce you're talking. What?
Japanese Coke.
This is from Ramin. Well, that's legit.
Arigato.
Japanese Coke from Ramin right here. That's pretty cool. Oh, you don't want it back?
Oh, she wants it back.
What?
I thought you were giving it to us.
I'm not getting it. We'll be getting it warm. Come on, Ramin.
Oh man, come on. All right.
Anyways, I've never seen that type of bottle before.
Yeah, me neither.
That's pretty cool.
That's interesting.
I mean, I've also never been to Japan, so like, I guess that makes some sense. But
It's on my to-do list.
yeah, that's a
Yeah.
bucket list place.
Yeah, for sure.
It's a bucket list place.
Yeah.
I think when we're done with Europe, there's a lot of places I
Got
still
to see
want
Mount
to see.
Fiji in person.
I've said this before, and before we go to, I know we're gonna do the rundown and everything. One of the biggest mistakes I made early in my adulthood was like when I was young and probably could have got away with traveling. Like I was so fixated on I'm gonna make it as a trader that I wouldn't take any time off in the first 10 years when I was trading. I would try to make sure I was trading every single day. I was trying to save as much as I could to have like a bankroll, and I missed out on some serious life opportunities. Like some of my university buddies from my track team at Waterloo, they're like, hey, we're going to Egypt like a year or two after graduation. And I'd started making money. I could have gone. Like I could have gone.
Yeah, but you were saving up.
And I was like, nah, man, I can't. I don't want to miss 2 weeks of the market, and I don't want to spend money. And I mean, in some ways, it ended up being good, but that was a real huge missed opportunity for me. It's like there's some experiences that you don't get back, and it's just like it would not be the same. Like I'd go to Egypt now with my family, but that's not the same as doing that trip with my boys from university when we're in our early 20s.
Yeah.
It's just you cannot replace some things. I'm not saying go out and spend a bunch of money on stuff you can't afford. That's a totally different. I'm just saying there's certain experiences that you. Anyway. No,
Ramin.
Ramin's out of control. Like you guys can't hear the stuff that she says in our ears with regards to that. Like, anyways, we'll get to the rundown in a second. You see Sia's now in the house. So Sia's here this afternoon. So people are asking, where's Sia? She's here in the afternoons. Don't worry about it. We're locked and loaded, and we're ready to go. For sure, as I said, I'm only in a couple things. I don't know if you're still in anything.
I'm in silver.
Oh, nice. So, by the way,
trying
silver.
to log back in.
Silver, nice move here. Just I don't know where you're in, but it just bounced off 70, got to 70.5, and it's pulling right back into 70. So, like I'm looking for this bounce. Why is this there? That's a little bit better. No, it's holding on to this 70 line as support, but it's really struggling with, I'm going to get rid of this trend line. So this trend was to here. But like this trend line from VWAP is the one that I care about now. And it's really starting to break down. Now it's really breaking down. I can't reload this again because you're going to break down under this trend line if we lose 70 the second time. So I don't know if I like this reload unless we can put in some higher lows here on silver. But it's been a good scalp trade for most of the day. Market, again, not doing much with these Fed minutes. But overall, there's been some good opportunities here in silver. Famously, like I said in the lesson of the day, sometimes the dishwasher just needs to get loaded, and you're not at your desk when this happens. Like that is the one that'll get away from me. It's like all the longs, and this was the one that I didn't have. But that's just how it is. So we'll see what silver does here. Not a heck of a lot moving otherwise, and you don't want to force trades. Tomorrow is the last trading day of the year. New Year's Eve is a let's just say, an obvious day where volumes are low. I've argued that one should be a half day more than Christmas Eve, in all honesty. But there's also something that's very true. I'll tell the story a little bit later about my first trading experience as a full-time trader on New Year's Eve. Spoiler alert, I stayed at home, and let's just say I really, 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 really regretted that decision at about 11 o'clock that day. But we'll go back. Are we ready? Are we good? So. Okay, so we got the thumbs up. We can head over to Sharif. Let's get the rundown started. Why did I think?
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys, they're locked, they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get your tickers on the Afternoon Rundown, you got to get into the chat and you got to vote. Every day for your favorite tickers. Make sure to throw in that $sign, though, before the ticker of your choice. Let's look at all four major averages. And yes, all four major averages are barely negative. Starting with the NQ here, down 0.07. Exactly the same look on the ES, with the Dow faring a bit worse here, down 0.14. And the Russell 2000 faring the worst of the bunch, down 0.4% on the day, but still above that 2,500 point area. EXO, the first ticker as decided by you guys, that wasn't even close, up 103%, but off the highs. We reported to you guys on this one in the morning with the tie-up with Meta, or excuse me, with a tie-up there with Applied Digital Corporation for the proposed business combination. So guys, EK, SO, 1270 high, trying to hold 11 bucks.
And that symbol comes up. Like, I just want to drop in a nasty Nas, Esco to Escobar. Now he is Nostradamus. Like, but it's not Esco. It's like Exo, like exoskeleton or whatever the heck, something different. Anyways, Nas was great, legend. I don't know, top 10 for me. Maybe not for everybody, but he'd be in the top 10. Not the Mount Rushmore, he's in the top 10. EXO is in the Mount Rushmore of things that you could buy this morning today, and you would have done extremely well if you bought it at the open. What's crazy about this, it's not even, what's the struggle for a better way to say this? It's not even a trash small capper. I just never have a better way to say that. Like, it's not a bad small capper. It's not a ridiculously awful daily chart. Like, it's actually, look at the quality structure. Like, look how far along it was sort of holding and struggling at that dollar. Then once it broke back out, clean break, first pullback. Like, the first pullback from this move actually holds its support, and then continues to hold. And then you have like the prior resistance at $6. We're just gapping above that now, so it's pretty solid, man. No questions asked. And I get it. Some people will say, I see in the chat, like, some people are saying Nas is top 5. I don't know that I can go that far. I'm a Nas fan. I don't know if I can get him into the top 5. It's one of those things that it's always constantly changing for me. But as far as EXO, for me, Rakim is number 1. Rakim is absolutely number 1. Eminem would be number 2. Oh, yeah. Everything after that, I struggle to put an order on. I know I have those guys at 1, 2. As a group, I have Tribe Called Quest in there. No questions asked. If you're talking about MCs, then fine. You can put Talib in there if you want. But I'd just rather say, okay, let's just go with the group in that particular case. And then I got Pac. I'm a Tupac fan for sure. And I'm a Pac over Biggie guy. But again, that's just me. It's hard to, because like when you have those guys in there, there's like 4 or 5 other dudes that I could throw that I'm a gigantic fan of. I'm gonna say DMX, but I could easily say like a bunch of other names. But I'll put DMX in there before I would throw Nas. So it's hard for me to get Nas in the top 5, and I think DMX is criminally underrated. And look, you could go, like, it doesn't even matter, like my 5, your 10, whatever, as long as you love what you love. But that's just me, and I can't put anybody that's like more recent than that. I'm an old man, so yeah, this somehow went from EXO, which is a good-looking small cap stock, to like my top 5 like hip hop artists. Outside, or Dylon. Dylon needs to be in there somewhere.
I mean, earlier you mentioned that Dylon is all 5. So.
Because he spits hot fire.
Yeah.
Not a mercy. Oh, Dylon is.
Oh man.
Dylon is legit.
Yeah. So when it comes to EXO here, EXO Bionics Holdings, I think again came to my attention, I guess in the pre-market session here, and then as well as when Sharif was kind of getting involved here. I like the push of this pre-market high. Even opening range highs gave you a decent opportunity here. So what I'm seeing, Neil, with some of these small cappers is that structurally, in terms of a technical hold, they kind of give you a lot of information.
Yes.
Right. So opening range high breaks, consolidates for a little bit, doesn't really look back, second leg, right? And then take a look at this high as well, pulls back in pretty decently, holds 10, reclaims, pushes higher to 12s, pulls back into 11s, kind of that same area where it rejected off of. Resistance now turned into support, and then we start to kind of lose that a little bit as the day goes on and as the volume kind of dwindles off here. So seems like the morning session is full of opportunities on some of these names. I'm definitely going to continue watching this one here when it comes to some of the small caps. Like I said before, I do want to start to get a little bit more involved in some of these, because it seems like some of the moves sometimes are very straightforward. But
yes.
I still have a lot to learn.
Okay, I got to do one more, because Jay Bronson in the chat was like, yo, Busta Rhymes is one of the best all time, convince me otherwise. And I'm going to throw it out there. It's just another case of that old PTA, baby. You got to know Busta Rhymes Dude was legit from Leaders in the New School. And like when you heard him, like I'm talking about when I was a kid. So that was a very long time ago. But let's just say if you only know him from now, dude was ridiculous and always has been. Like crap. Like see, that's the thing. I don't like him and Nas. Like they're very different. That's what's so cool about music in general. Forget about hip hop. That's what's so cool about music in general. It's kind of like trading. Like you can trade penny stocks, you can trade big cap stocks, you can trade different sectors, and like everything can be like one person can love doing one thing, one person can love another, someone can like swing trading. Doesn't matter. Same thing with music. Like you could love like 10 dudes that I've never even heard of. Like someone could tell. What's a guy from now? Like, give me a name.
So there's a
name like right now, like a mumble rapper.
Well,
like,
I don't know about
people
a
love
mumble
that
rapper.
stuff. Who?
Future, maybe? I don't know.
Future. Okay, so I don't know. Look, you're gonna at me. I don't know much about Future. I promise you, like, great. I love that people love him. Like, there's music my dad loves.
Oh, Black Thought, yes.
It's just that's what's so great about music.
Black Thought for sure. Have you heard of Black Thought? He's like a freestyler.
No.
Oh my God, this guy's definitely got some bars. Yeah, I'll send you some of his stuff. Kind of, you know, a little tinfoil suity, but definitely some good stuff. Definitely some bars there, for sure. But yeah, no.
Fuchnickens from back in the day for me.
There's a dude that I've discovered his sound recently, and I'm vibing to it. It's just more of a melody than anything. His name's Lith.
Lith?
Lithe. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's it. It's a guy from Australia. Yeah. So.
What I know about Australia is that everything is trying to kill you. The spiders be gigantic. Everything is poisonous. I don't know what the next name is on the list, but we should probably get to it. So, you know, we hold Sharif here for way too long sometimes. What's number 2 on the list here? Because I was surprised that EXO was number 1, to be honest with you.
You won't be surprised about this one. Hey, there's Sia. She's getting ready. Silver, Neil, SLV, second on the list here with a nice rebound after yesterday's sharp sell-off. So after Monday's sell-off with spot prices up about 6 2/3%. iShares Silver Trust rallying here, reflecting that 150% year-to-date gain that silver has accumulated. It's also driven by Chinese demand and supply deficits, as we talked about. The 1st of January will be when China starts restricting the export of silver. Many comments about that and the negative effect that it could have on the industrial process, guys. So SLV, 70.76 high, 68.03 low.
Like, remember in training day when Alonzo was like, you can shoot me, but you can't kill me. That's yesterday in silver. Like, you could all day long, they could sell the living you-know-what out of it and all the panic and all this nonsense. And it still goes squeezing today, back up 6.5%. I get it, we're still down from the highs. But down 10% yesterday, relief rally today. Now, I'll be real, part of the reason I was only looking long today was because it was SSR. So we've talked about this before, when a stock is down 10%, that day and the following day, the uptick rule is in effect, where you need the last print to be an uptick to sell to the bid. Again, like it is a rule. It's kind of silly. I'm not a huge fan of the uptick rule, but I understand the reasoning behind it. I'm just not a huge fan of it. I sort of believe that you should just have more of a free market. Like if shorters want to short, let them short. Like to me, like here's one last thing, and then I'll talk about the silver trade for a second. You can't tell me that the uptick rule is necessary to stop from aggressive shorting when naked short selling is a much bigger problem and a much more unethical thing than simply a stock is going down, so I want to short it. Like, what are we even talking about here? Like, naked short selling has a much bigger effect than that. So day traders want to hit the bid to go short temporarily and got to buy back for a profit. No, naked short selling distorts the market. One, you can make arguments about short selling, but one's way worse than the other. One should be more addressed by the market, but I'm just a trader. Actually, so I shouldn't argue about that too much. We'll leave that one alone for a second. So outside of all the VWAP stuff and the cool stuff this morning, right now it's just about 70 holding on SLV. Right now 70 is holding. We haven't been able to break past prior highs. I'm slightly bending a rule here. I thought I got rid of this trend line to put the VWAP trend line on. I normally would not be involved in this hold at 70. As you can see, like I bought on the trend line dip and then covered it and then immediately start to hold to 70 even. It's like, oh man, like that's a prior support level. I'll give it a shot off of that level. So I'm reloading off the level right now. And that's sort of where I'm at with this. Like, I'll just trade it off of the level as long as it wants to hold, but it is breaking the trend line, and I do not want to fight past that line. I said 2 days ago, or I certainly said yesterday, that down day doesn't really, I don't necessarily care as much about that down day as opposed to what happens after the fact. Volume might not be where I would want it to be on this buyback up because it's much lower than the prior 2 days, but it's still going to be a productive day here for silver on a pushback. The only blemish would be how light the volume is relative to the last 2 sessions. That would be the blemish on this green day as a recovery, and it hasn't really fully. I would like to see it also close easily above 70. That would be a pretty big deal. I think that 70 defend is going to be important.
Yeah, definitely. I think getting involved in silver today is definitely one of the trades to be had. We saw some great price action again in the morning session, coming in off of the open, kind of defining a bit of a range, building up into range highs with higher lows, breaking out of a flat top high for the continuation into 70, pulling back aggressively multiple times and holding that 70 like a champ, and now continuing to kind of hold and consolidate. 70, 50s potentially on the horizon, day high at 70, 76s. This is in and around that area where we had a bit of turbulence on Friday before pushing even higher into the close for 71, 72s in the after hours. So yeah, definitely if we continue to push a little bit higher, I think this Friday close could be very interesting. Let's get specific. What is that Friday close coming in at? That's 71.12. So today's high didn't quite get there just yet. 70, 76s as of right now, Neil. But higher highs, higher lows, structure break, held VWAP, holding 70 pretty well. Everything I'm seeing is that stair step, bid stack, whatever you want to call it, bit of a squeeze action as well when it does take aggressive bids. So you gotta be careful a little bit if you are kind of taking scalps the other way. But bigger picture, this thing is definitely squeezing. This tape right here was pretty significant. Tape on Friday was very significant as well. And like you said, people probably thought it was done yesterday. Maybe getting in a little too early. Trust me, I know everything about front side shorting. Maybe not everything, but definitely been burned on it enough times to be like, yeah, no, I do want to take the intraday short for a quick scalps yesterday, but just in case it might be it. But when we come in and gap up above prior day's highs today, bid is back on, man. So I do have to respect that. And I've done my best to kind of, get involved at places where I think are somewhat significant here. So far, the breakout of that 69, I think it was 35. That was prior day high. No, not prior day's high, but prior high on the day. That breakout was very significant. Now we're holding structure above 70. I think this could be poised for a little bit higher, but I don't know. We'll see.
What was that?
That was the Joe laugh. Yeah.
So that's actually Joe's voice.
It's not Joe.
Oh, it's not Joe's voice. Oh.
It's a meme.
Hold on a second. Okay, well, which is, because Ramin in my ear just said that is not Joe's laugh, and Sharif is saying that.
No, it's mocking his laugh. Because he laughs like that sometimes. I think that's what they mean.
I've never heard him laugh like that. That's cat.
Yeah.
It's a meme.
You gotta make him laugh a couple times.
I don't think he laughs like that.
Well.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha.
I mean,
it's
he does have a distinct laugh.
He is. Okay.
He does have a distinct laugh.
Yeah, I don't know whose laugh that is, but apparently it's a meme. And apparently, again, I'm going to make an educated guess here and say that we might be going, I'm just going to hit a button for what I think the next symbol is going to be. Is that right? Reeves, do you see this? Look at the program monitor. Is this guess correct as to the next symbol on the list?
Oh, slap that 49. Let's go. Edge A on 49s too.
It's almost like I knew.
Perfect segue there. AST Space Mobile up nice 6 1/3 here during the midday. Look, this is the company that launched that satellite last week into orbit. They are doing basically satellite to cell service, right? Without any modifications to the cell phone. Today, the company coming out saying they want their constellation to be bigger, as well as the current satellite they launched. They expect that to be operational sooner rather than later. Separately, I want to show this video over here, if I can, before we go over to the boys. This video was just released by Tesla. Just give me an opportunity over here to move this over. So this video was just released by Tesla during the midday. It's supposed to be recapping everything that Tesla has achieved year to date. But what's catching everybody's attention is the robo-taxi is now under production, full-scale production, says Elon Musk. So just be on the lookout there. Some news coming here from Tesla during the midday.
When you just said, "Aw, geez," Fabian, I want when Morty says, "Oh, geez," like the way Morty says it, I want that key. That's the button I want. If Joe gets to have a laugh, I want that one. If I make a keystroke here, or if I lose on the trade, I want to hit that button because Rick and Morty is fantastic.
I'm dropping everything else.
But
on that, right
that being said, that being said, ASTS, I'm going to throw this up here just to show you I like this trend. Now, the breakout move might not be fully operational. Okay, what is
happening?
that?
What is happening?
Whoa, what the heck? Oh,
Production, right? So Cybercab being produced.
Oh, I love how they do the Cybercab in the cyberpunk font. That's beautiful.
That's legit.
Nice.
I just heard Zia say, "Have you seen Tron?"
Tron is so good.
The new one or the old one?
Both of them.
Okay, I haven't seen the old one.
Oh, it was Tesla's next.
I feel like Neil judges me every single day.
Zia, that honestly, that is probably one of the greatest things I've ever, to actually hear somebody that's not my age say that the original Tron is better. That's amazing.
It's just.
That's what I love to see. But no, what's really cool about that is like, look, they're both great movies, and technologically, obviously, the new Tron's gonna look so much cooler, but they both have great things about them. Like I would like Blade Runner. Both Blade Runners are really good. You know, like I would make the argument neither one is quite as good as the book. And look, man, I'm not doing a 6. That's not a 6-7 thing. I'm literally saying either. How else am I supposed to say either or?
Know what that means.
Nobody knows what 6-7 means.
It gets the people going. Gets the people going.
I can't even win. You have to understand that, like, my daughter is 8 years old. So if you think that you've been dealing with that a lot, trust me when I tell you, like, it's like up here, man. It's out of control in our household. I can't utter anything. If she was watching this right now, she'd be literally going, like going crazy, and it'd be the cutest thing ever, only when she does it. What was I even saying?
Oh,
what were we talking about?
there goes the bull.
I know we're talking about Tron. We're talking about a stock before this. No, what? Tron is great. That's what it was. It was a Cybercab.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what it was. It was a Cybercab. I think this is going to be huge for Tesla. I know we're supposed to talk about ASTS. Pull up a daily chart. Love the trend line, but it's not actually breaking out yet. It's just a bounce off of this 50 period, which I think has some room to go. So I think you look at this as a day 2 play tomorrow. And now let's segue into Tesla. If you're looking at Tesla right now, understand that there is a ton of competition in the robotic space. So there have been some pretty impressive headlines and videos coming out of China with regards to whether it's XPeng. Their robot looks pretty cool. And it feels like when it comes to production and making things at scale and cheap, like we already know Tesla's pulling off a bunch of things like that here that no one else can do, but like China's at it again. And some of what their robots can do is, like they might beat Tesla to getting an affordable, I don't know what it'll be able to do, but like an affordable robot, just because there's certain things that they can pull off production-wise that make it incredibly difficult. Now the US, like here, you're gonna have advantages in more advanced AI, and overall you might have better quality because of that, but at the same time, that it might not mean you're first to the market. So Tesla's still in a bit of a downturn. I think we're still waiting for that 50 period to hold up in a couple of days or so. Maybe next year we'll be buying it at 444, but just not today.
Yeah.
All right, guys, let's talk a little Tesla. I just showed you the video there of the recap, the year-end recap there with that was posted on Tesla's website. It shows the Cybercab under production. We've already seen that or that car on the streets of Austin. Widely speculated that it'll be on the road sooner rather than later. Today, a couple of comments on Tesla. Baird reiterating their outperform on Tesla, maintaining that same $548 price target. Separately, Tesla did publish late Monday a delivery consensus of sell-side analyst expectations that call for about 422,000 units. We are waiting for the fourth quarter forecast or fourth quarter deliveries numbers. We still don't have that yet. That would be, though, that 422,850 units would be down 15% from a year earlier. Separately, it's expected them to post 1.64 million vehicles delivered in 2025, which is less than the 1.79 they delivered in 2024 and far less than the 1.8 it sold in 2023. So Tesla, another down day today, guys, down 0.25%.
Tesla, a bit of a down day, but we'll talk about that in a quick little second. But first, I want to give a shout out to OG. Are we ready? Fabian, man, you know what's up. We got to talk about OGen, my friend, in a quick little second here. Let's give a shout out to them, OGEN, on the NYSE. Why? Because when seconds count, we don't have time to just treat symptoms. NYSE-listed Oragenics is rewriting the rules of neurological care. They're looking to develop the first FDA-approved treatment for concussions. You can find more information by checking the link in the description or book a meeting with their team today. Sometimes a company tries to do important work to change the world, and I would tend to think it's at least a cause that anyone can get behind. But I want to shout out to OGen for the continuing sponsorship. Concussion, very serious for sure. Not as serious, but I have to. Machiavelli put something in the chat saying we do need a poll today, and it was that is Joey Options sitting on a beach with his laptop trading options, or is he actually relaxing this time? My vote would be that Joe has checked the market, but he hasn't actually traded. That's what I'm going to go with. I think he's probably checked the market. I find
he's definitely checked IBIT, that's for sure.
At least once. I tried to do my best,
times.
But I don't think. Okay, oh shoot, I have traded on vacation. Never mind. In my long term, I did. Spring training doesn't count. That's different. Like when I'm in Europe, I've never actually made a trade while I was like on like a real vacation. I don't know about you. Like you completely shut off?
Yeah, if I have my laptop. The thing is, I do look at charts. I still look at charts on my phone. Like TradingView, like the alerts are still there. I'm still kind of watching. Keeping an eye on is definitely the bare minimum that I kind of do. But sometimes I disconnect. You
have to.
For a few hours.
Want to transition? Tesla has disconnected from VWAP. Tesla has disconnected from the bid. Tesla has disconnected from any reference of support that the market has. This is Tesla. This is the NASDAQ. One of these things has higher low and a boring consolidation with a upward trend. The other one of these things is Tesla, that has been trending down since a monster V-shaped recovery this morning, and we are losing the bid as we speak. Rona in the chat. Sean will be back tomorrow. He's not sick or anything. I know a lot of people have asked. Gia has a hockey tournament. His daughter, anyways, I say Gia, but it's his daughter, has a hockey tournament. So they're in Buffalo right now at a hockey tournament. So he's being a dad. That's what he should do. That's what you got to do. I know, but Tesla losing VWAP, downward trend. I'm looking at this, and I'm in a trade from earlier in Intel, but I'm looking at this and saying, that's 3 points on a trend line now. I'm shorting into this thing the next time it comes up, and I'm willing to reverse this afternoon. But Tesla, I'll leave it at that. I already said I think you get down to 444. And I think that will be a support on the higher time frame. But for today, this is what I'm looking at with Tesla. Lower highs into this 459. The delivery numbers we expect when we get those, they're usually at the beginning of somewhere in the first few days of the month. We're expecting some disappointments there. That hasn't really been a big deal for them. We'll see if they're able to buck that, hold that trend where we get bad or weak delivery numbers and it tends to not matter. That's been fun times. I don't know if that's still applicable after we just turned off 500.
Yeah, no, I think I'm just looking at the daily here, Neil, and that 500 was a bit of a failure to follow through. We didn't quite get there, but an attempt was made, and then just aggressive selling since then. So I was just like, yeah, how many times do I need to see Tesla sell off aggressively without really following what the market is doing? For the most part, in multiple sessions, we talk about selling off in the intraday, selling off in the pre-market, selling off in the after hours, and not only that, selling off in Blue Ocean as well and holding some of those levels in the intraday. So that's interesting information as well. But yeah, a little bit of a pullback. Maybe we see that 450 on the horizon if we continue within this trend here on TSLA. When it comes to the intraday, I was talking about this one in the pre-market here. Nice little tight consolidation after a gap up, and I was like, I'm going to keep it simple. What will happen if this range breaks? I definitely want to get involved, and that came in pretty aggressively and gave you multiple opportunities if you were kind of looking at the short range break lows of the pre-market, breakdown of prior day's close as well, gave you a decent chunk of the move. The reversion was quite nice as well. Coming back into those highs, the reversion is coming right back in as sellers step right in. They were here yesterday, they were here off the open, and then off of these 460s, they're here once again going into the end of the day. So that's what I have here on Tesla.
All right, guys, let's go on to Intel. Doing really nice here. Off the highs, 38.26, trading at 37.58, up 2.5%. There's no specific news catalyst today for Intel, but there was multiple Chinese headlines with respect to chips. Intel could be benefiting from that somewhat, but there was also this headline here, bullish option flow detected in Intel, about a little bit less than 292,000 calls trading at 2 times the expected and implied volume, increasing about 2 points now up to 54.69. The January 2nd weekly $40 calls and the February 26th $40 calls are the most active options, with total option volume in those strikes about 56,400 contracts, guys. Put call ratio is 0.19. Earnings expected the 29th of January.
Yes, sir. And look, Intel, the bottom's in on Intel. It has been for a while. Whether or not this recent bottom is in, I'm still a little bit skeptical of it, but it's starting to look like this has really held up pretty well. So this is what I mean. That bottom at 19, it's so incredibly distinct that I think, we can put that one in the rear view. Like you could pull back into 28 and it still looks pretty good. So Intel, since the government took a stake, has been fantastic. NVIDIA's got a stake now. This higher low looks pretty solid. It's looking even more solid. But today was a good example of it's okay to be wrong. It's not okay to stay wrong. It's a saying I probably don't say enough on this show. I'm going to get rid of this, but I don't need it out there. I waited. Look, I'm going to short it off the 37.5. That's the level I put in. So I shorted it off a pullback off of a level this morning, which was $37.50. So I was intending on shorting it if it failed that level, so I did. I took the short underneath, it broke out, I got away from it until it actually set up. And it set up, it just so happened to do so with the even dollar. It broke that trend, I jump in, by now you know the game, short it, essentially try to bid out when it's finding support levels, maybe a bit early here, but certainly was right when there were buyers at 37.70, and then now into VWAP. I'm looking to hold through VWAP, don't know where the bottom is gonna be, outside of potentially where it stalled when I got in before, which is about 37.30. So that's where I would target for the out. All of that doesn't change the fact that Intel has been on a nice turn. The 50 period did lose today for Intel. So I'm not completely convinced that we aren't headed a little bit lower overall before re-breaking out. It just feels like this pullback might not be done. You have higher highs and now you're getting some higher lows. I'm just indeterminate as to whether I should be starting to be a little bit more back into the bias long on Intel. Because since here, anyone that watches the show, when Intel gets into a downturn, I come in every single day looking for a short setup when it's doing this. And then when it turns, you're like, okay, we'll stop looking for the short for a bit till it makes a high. And I'm starting to think maybe I'm close to thinking that, which I probably should be. It's looking like it should start being, hey, let's defer to the long until proven otherwise on Intel. Today, the short happens to be working out for me. But I'm thinking I should change that opinion after this strength.
Yeah, I think we kind of came back into some of these prior levels. We had this strong flush here from 37s just at the beginning of last week, and a stronger flush coming in on Wednesday, and that got bought right back up, Neil. So 35s reclaimed during the intraday, and then we kind of held 36s, and then today we hold 37s, push all the way up to 38. So yeah, a little bit of a quick move on a multi-day frame, and a beautiful, beautiful reversion coming right back in, breaking back below, I guess I don't have VWAP on this chart, breaking back below VWAP, coming in here as well. So yeah, decent leg up and leg down on Intel, kind of following some prior levels as well. So you can see here prior, talking about last week, supply coming in at the beginning of the week in and around this same area. We do break out, only get about 26 pennies above 38s, and then it's coming right back in 37.50s right here on Intel on the day today. So yeah, decent opportunity going both ways on a name where, yeah, I didn't really expect anything crazy to happen, but we talked about it being a little bit of a technical push on the day today.
We missed a few super chats.
Okay.
Apologies here. I'm going to try and get to all of them. Well, I'll get the first one for sure we missed. This might have been right at the beginning of the show because I don't remember seeing this. Thank you every day, 2978. That's the new YouTube where everyone's name turns into these generic things is kind of frustrating because like it got fixed and then it's back to normal because no one's really probably choosing that. The growth of the studio is looking great. Thank you very much. Is it possible quick outlook on BW and what our y'all's thoughts are? Okay, so first off, I always say this, if it's ever a stock that I have quite literally never looked at before, I can cop to, I'll always say it, I have never looked at Babcock and Wilson, which I only know now, but I can quickly give you my thoughts because sometimes I'll call up a stock and I have nothing to say about it. However, what I can tell you about this one on a very cursory look is that's a pretty easy pattern to diagnose that it's been in. So there's your upward trend, and then it goes into this like descending channel that it's trying to break out of, which is probably why you're asking, because like, is it breaking out right now? You don't just break out flat levels sometimes. Sometimes you will have an ascending or a descending wedge, and then it'll break out that way. But this is a daily chart, and on a daily chart, simply wicking above is meaningless. If this were to close underneath $6, then it'll resemble these days as opposed to a clean breakout. So yeah, you need to close probably at least above 625, confirm it tomorrow, and I think you have a secondary move. Most of the time people are asking because they're already in. So like if I'm in, I'm playing this channel, I'm long, and then if it loses this top of the trend line, I trail out of it. That's just how I would roll, but then again, that's just me. We'll get to those other super chats in a second when we come back from Sia, who has great taste in science fiction.
Thank you so much. It's so nice to feel appreciated. So we're going to quickly go through some things here. The FOMC minutes came out at 2 p.m. today. We know that there was a divide amongst the 3 committee members who decided not in favor of the members not voting in favor with the rate cut. The next meeting will be taking place on the 28th of January in 2026. Also, as of 9:45 a.m. this morning, the Chicago PMI came out, and the number came out 7.2 greater than last time, which was also projected to be at 39 and has surpassed expectations. Let's take a quick look at certain headlines for today. SoftBank has fully funded the $40 billion to OpenAI. As of today, SoftBank shares on the YTO are up 1.9% currently. And as I mentioned yesterday, the company has fully liquidated its $5.8 billion stake in NVIDIA as of last month. Silver. The price of silver makes a rebound after taking a dip in the market yesterday. The price has reached $80 an ounce as of today after being 8.7% down yesterday. The precious metal is up 7% today. And on the other hand, gold futures too have recovered from a sharp Monday sell-off, currently up about 1%, and copper up about 2%. Also, Meta has acquired Manus, an intelligent agent firm. So the Singapore-based developer is a general-purpose AI agent claim developer. I mentioned that earlier this year it had achieved around $100 million just after 8 months off the company's launch, and its revenue run rate has exceeded $125 million. Currently, Meta stock is up 1.3%. That's all. Back to the guys.
Thank you very much, Sia. And I did promise I would do this when we get to these pretty quickly. First, from Ian Rispetto, Super Chat. I think they're going to close down the studio again unless Dylon fetches that sugar. Factually incorrect, Ian. It was the sugar cookie and or Cambodian breast milk. And if you know what I'm talking about, then you know. And if you don't know, then you think I'm a weirdo, which is fine because it's almost if it's either science fiction or some kind of a reference to Chappelle's Show, which is that's exactly what it is. And then Ian Rispetto again with another super chat. OG Tron the arcade game. You are not wrong about that. But I date myself enough without bringing up Tron the arcade game, so I'll leave it at that. It's fantastic. For sure. And yes, I played it. I did play Tron in an arcade. It was an arcade. There was I lived very close to like a 5-minute walk from a mall. Oh, wow. That was quickly. Okay, well, I'll get to that in a quick little second, but that 70 just came out here on silver. So once 70 broke, I'm gone. And this could be headed to VWAP right quick. So very, you got to have your stop. That was very distinct. I heard you punch out manually there?
No, my stop was in, but I saw the tape and I was like, I'm not even going to, I hit it anyways.
Yeah, sometimes that happens where like my stop was in and triggered on that move, but instantly, look how quickly we lost that bid when it did. And again, David Tretsiak, I saw that. You said trade of the day, Intel to 37.25. I'd hope so. I absolutely hope that is true. If it gets all the way down to 37.25, it's kind of where the target might be. Don't have the top on this one because that didn't really have a setup up there. But that move in silver has got to be the real play. SLV, I should say. That move in silver futures is going to be interesting if we get back into VWAP. Remember, this isn't just VWAP now. This was the morning resistance. Like every single most of the pushes were stalling out right at about 69.3. The big breakout happened at 69.3. And then, of course, we end up breaking down when VWAP sits at 69.3. So if we're going to bounce somewhere, you would think it would have to be there. And also the futures here trying to make a bit of a move to the downside. We haven't really broken this little. I always just draw these for myself so you can get a sense. That's not perfect. Look, that's whatever. It just has to be a line of best fit. When you look at the channel that we've been in throughout lunchtime, it's slightly upward sloping on the NASDAQ. But if we lose that, like start breaking down, have some candles open and close underneath, then I think we get some serious weakness. So I wouldn't necessarily be favoring short yet, but it's getting pretty close. God. As silver's really starting to come down here.
Holy, dude.
Oh my goodness. Why did I have
swipe?
Wow.
They're just chasing it now.
And it's SSR.
These are real sellers. Yeah,
These are real sellers.
These are real
short sell restricted. The uptick rule is in effect. So
God.
when it's pounding down, when the bid is getting hit like this and it's SSR, that essentially means you have a bunch of people with long positions that are hammering this bid right now because the shorts can't really get in unless it ticks up. So that is legit selling that's going on here in SLV. Like the only way you can get
stick to reversions, man. I'm out here trying to take continuations.
I should have reversed that myself.
You know, like I'm thinking about this and I'm like, yeah, this is not looking good. But like, I got to try to trade with the trend.
Well, you can do both. There's no perfect way.
Maybe sometimes the trend is the reversion. Like, I'm being serious.
No, she's
like,
not
I
wrong.
think this is food for thought.
No, she's not wrong, definitely. Because when the reversion comes in, the trend has changed. The trend that was prior is no longer. There is a new trend.
That's the whole idea.
So,
well, it's like the start of a new trend.
Yes.
Yes, I would tend to agree with that. But like, it's a tricky thing to pull. Like, you have to have a time frame that works for you, like rules. So, like, you can't just draw any old trend line. Like it took a lot of time to figure out what works best for me. You'll hear me say one thing with trend lines very often. On my 3-minute, if it's on my lower time frame, the 3-minute, I need to have 3 very clear points of support in an upward trend that I'm basing it off of. They need to be clear. Like it can't be all willy-nilly. This is still very heavy. We're already at VWAP, and
crazy?
It's not even looking.
I just looked at my punch that I tried to punch in, so it had already stopped me out, and then I tried to punch short, and it still missed me. Well, because it's SSR. But
it's SSR. That's part of the function of it. Leanne, Dr. D. Sorry.
Good Lord.
Tradi Valdez. Oh, sorry. I'm butchering the name. That's my bad. Leandra D. Valdez. Like, what am I looking at? Neo, I love the show, but sometimes you seem to need something to talk about, and there are tickers and tagging and no one answers me. Sometimes I feel bad. Neo, can you look at Neo, please? So we always try our best. What I will tell you is, you know, none of us are professionals in broadcast or anything like that. We just trade and try to put on a good show while we're actively trading and looking for opportunities. It's not that easy. And then you're also trying to also look at the chat while I'm watching the tape of silver go nuts. Like there's a lot going on. We're never intentionally trying to miss out. What I would say about Neo, and I know we're going to be going to, it's a Tuesday, so I know we have Brian Shannon coming on through. So Neo, I think we said this yesterday, Neo is Neo is in the midst of a breakout off $5, and it was continuation today. The downside to this afternoon is it's the afternoon, it's a Chinese ADR. So unfortunately, I think today's move is done, but very clearly, look at the consolidation at 5, look at the breakaway, it's a 200-period moving average that it's gone away from, and you've almost got back to this key $6 level. Just keep in mind, the Chinese EV stocks all do their delivery numbers at the beginning of the month. So effectively, you'll get like one more day of trade, and then you've got the delivery numbers. So I'm not saying, I mean, I would ring the register if I was long off $5 here, take something off going into the deliveries, just to be sure. But yeah, I think it's a technical breakout that I'd put zero stock in this afternoon, because oftentimes what'll happen with the Chinese stocks is there's your move up, lunchtime hits, nothing. Lunchtime, sometimes you'll get a little bit of action, but for the most part, you're going to find a barcode somewhere in these in the afternoon. That's exactly what you found here. Every now and then, you will get a secondary move, but most times it's best to then look for what you're thinking about for the gap or potentially looking at a trade tomorrow. Forget about tomorrow for a second, because today and right now, we have our good friend and technical wizard, Brian Shannon. It's Tuesday, and what's amazing is, are we good? Okay, sorry, that's my bad. We are going to have him on. I thought I heard that we were good with Brian, but we're getting back in a quick second. But one of the cool things is, even with a holiday shortened week, when you think everyone's going to be off, we had Mitch this morning. Yeah. We still had Michael Moss come in through yesterday, and there he is, Brian Shannon, our good friend. First off, late Merry Christmas to you, and welcome to the show.
Thanks, Neil. You too. I took last week off, so or 2 weeks ago off rather. So I'm here and just watching the paint dry like everyone else.
Well, I want to say like watching the paint dry, but let's just jump right into silver for a quick little second, because nothing has been moving the same way. Like if you've been looking for action as a day trader, it's been inevitable the last couple of days, whether you're looking at a miner or whether you're looking at SLV, you could be looking at gold. It's been going crazy. It just made a rather large drop and is continuing to lose the bid here. Have you been tracking it? Have you been dabbling in the space at all via the miners or through the ETF? What are your thoughts here? Because it's moving right now as we speak, and the market's not doing much.
It is surprising to see it undercutting that VWAP. I kind of thought it was going to try to hold there. That's why I never buy the dips to the VWAP. Instead, I want to make sure that it holds. I mean, you can't make sure until after the fact. But I did take one little trade in it today, simply because nothing else was moving. After that gap higher here this morning, it reclaimed the VWAP and then tested it. So I purchased right here and sold. I got shaken out right here, actually. I don't know what it was I thought I saw there. But I'm out of it. It was a decent little trade. Overall, though, I mean, you've got to be super impressed with that, and I think a lot of people prematurely called this the top in this, and got their heads handed to them here the last 24 hours, basically.
So Brian, before I move on, I gotta throw this up here because we just got this. I don't know if you can you see this on the stream?
I owe my profitability, Brian, is anchored view up. Oh, that's fantastic. Love to hear it. That's great.
So anyone that's not watching, I'm going to read it as well. Uplift Markets, our viewer, said, I owe my profitability to Brian. His AVWAP book was amazing. Look, obviously Brian has a wealth of knowledge if you haven't read his books. I know you don't want to you don't like to toot your horn very often. I know you're pretty humble about it, but it's a fantastic book. I know a lot of people around here that read it, and we have multiple copies on this trading floor, and a lot of traders here also have the same level of respect. But thank you for those kind words. They're Uplift Markets.
Yeah, that's very nice. Great to hear.
It absolutely is. Can I get your thoughts? Oh, of course, Ramin just came by with the book, so now it's going to be sitting on the desk. Sometimes we just got to do it. I know you're not going to, so there it is. And as you can see, that is by Brian Shannon, CMT. See how, what's so cool about, Brian, this is so cool about you. Like, you're that humble that you're like, don't hawk the book. No, that's amazing that you're that humble. But can I just ask, you were saying something that I want you, if you could expand on. Okay, so like the confirmation that VWAP is going to hold on silver, instead of just looking at it as a line in the chart, where sometimes you'll get bounces and consolidations, because I follow this as well. And sometimes what will happen is I'm looking for the bounce off VWAP. By the time it confirms, I missed a trade, which is fair enough. But I feel like it's so that you don't get blown out if that support isn't there, because there's a lot of other people that might be assuming the same thing. Now, do you have that same principle when looking at like a very long-term AVWAP? Like if you have a stock and you have say it's like an IPO, you've got the AVWAP from the beginning and it's going into that level. Do you have the same level of patience like an intraday VWAP where you'd be like, I need to see a bounce first before I jump in? Or do you just trust those with a different sense of, confidence?
Yeah, I generally just view them as levels of interest, the potential area where the buyers are going to show up. Now, sometimes if we get a really strong, sharp move, like, 3% into a key level, something like that, then I might start to nibble. But even if it's a longer term one that I'm looking at, let's say, like you said, for an IPO that maybe came public 30 days ago, if it pulls straight into that, I'll wait for at least to maybe stabilize on the 1 minute chart. So looking at the silver chart here, what I would have liked to have seen is kind of similar to what I showed here, is that I bought the strength here, and the idea of that was, well, if it broke below this little consolidation test of the VWAP, then I was going to get out. And it made the higher high on those 2 minute bars. Over here on these 2 minute bars, what I would have been looking for is something along the lines of this, and then maybe gotten long like right here. And then if these were the lows, with a stop underneath there. Instead, just buying straight into VWAP, would have cost money. And here's the thing is, at least wait for, in this case, I think, a higher 2 minute high. So by that, I mean, if it breaks above the prior bar's 2 minute high, then maybe the buyers are gaining control. But now we're back below the VWAP. You have to be concerned that maybe this anchor is now going to be a trap and offer resistance into the end of the day. And we're going to see a sharper sell-off, perhaps all the way down into yesterday's VWAP.
And just for our viewers out there, yesterday's VWAP, what do you have that for support?
That level is this blue line right here. So actually, I drew that. I was looking at it wrong, but that's at about 67. I don't think it's likely, but we don't get paid for what's likely. We get paid to enter the trade and then manage risk and see how much we can get out of it. If I was to, let's say, I'm not going to short it because the trend is too strong on the bigger time frames. But if it were to do something like this, the idea would be maybe it comes down in this fashion towards that level, and then if I was to short it over here, then a stop would go somewhere like this for a day trade.
It's interesting you say the 67. And, Obi, man, it's an actual level on the stock. I'm not trying to do the 6
No, I know.
thing. Again, sorry, Brian, you probably, your kids are, I'm assuming, do you know anyone at the age where the 6-7 is a thing, or you not having to deal with this?
It's the year I was born.
Okay, good. So you don't know
something.
That's okay. We don't
Trust
have to,
me,
we don't have to
it's better that you don't know. What I love about 67, and I'm talking about the actual level on SLV, is there's some confluence here. Yesterday, this was instant resistance in the pre-market when it started dropping down. And then we go back to Boxing Day, that was where the whole rally started. So there is a there's a supply level, let's just say, at that 67. Which was, to me, was the foundation of the long today. It was like, well, I'm buying dips into that 67, and I feel like we're going right back into that for sure. But I know we've been talking a lot about silver here. Brian, is there anything, I know we're going into the year end, technically speaking, is there anything right for the end of the year that you have sort of on the radar? I know volumes are low. We tell traders all the time, do not overtrade. This is exactly the time of year where you can get a lot of bamboozlement or just get washed out of a lot of nonsense that wasn't really that great of an opportunity. So pick your spots. But is there anything that is piquing your interest?
I mean, I've always got my name and some ideas, but actually, you've got my curiosity peaked on the 6-7 thing. How old are these kids?
Okay,
Are
so
they teens?
so my
Yeah, elementary school.
it's
I'd
mostly
say, yeah.
elementary school, and from my understanding, and the chat will be all over me if I get this wrong, but my understanding is there was like some kind of a basketball game that some kid went to the camera and just literally said 6-7 with this gesture. So now every time 6-7 comes up, some people say it's the height of a basketball player. I don't know what the kid was getting at, but now it's a thing. So if you say anything with 6 and 7, which believe me, in a trading show, it's literally unavoidable. Like, what are you supposed to do? Stock trades at the 67 level. Like, something gets to $167. Like, just all day long, Obi will giggle at me. My daughter will lose her mind when it happens. So it doesn't even
It's like
mean
the new
anything,
420 or a 69 or something. I was actually thinking that, people used to tag the number 13, meaning because M is the 13th letter in the alphabet for marijuana. So I was thinking maybe 6 + 7 is 13. That's the new way kids are talking about pot.
You're way too. See, that's the thing. I wouldn't have even made that connection.
Yeah.
But no, from my understanding, it's literally just this one kid in some video, and it doesn't really mean anything, except it just means that you get it. Like you're in the joke.
Okay. Well, we can talk about pot because MSOS is having a decent little day here so far today. That's a good segue, I guess, into back to the actual stock market.
Well done.
So we had that big move on the Trump thing, and that completely caved in. But it came down to the 20 and the 50-day, the year-to-date anchor, and it's just above this 5-day moving average. So that's one I think that is worth watching. Not necessarily today because we just ran from 4.5 to 490. It doesn't sound like much, but that's a 10% move, right? So maybe it pulls back like this and then gets going for a little bit more continuation, perhaps up towards the anchor off that high, which would tie the month-to-date anchor near 530. So maybe that's a good one to look for a little bit of weakness and then buy on strength tomorrow. And then, of course, a stop would go underneath whatever this pullback low might end up being in here. Besides that, I mean, I missed RKT today. This one is looking good. It broke out of a nice little range in here, and I think that starts to pull back, and then you want to be a buyer on strength of this one again. It's got a large short position. I think you guys are familiar with this rocket. They do mortgages, I believe. But I could throw a bunch of names out there, but there's nothing I'm really excited about right now.
Yeah, I'm with you on Rocket for sure, up that 3.5%. One that we maybe don't talk about as much. Certainly, I know, in the meme craze, that was a very exciting stock for a day trader. But certainly, you want anything that's going to be trending. We talk about the trend all the time. It has a very distinct trend to the upside. But can I just? I want to circle back and not for the previous discussion to MSOS because that one interests me a little bit more. For maybe we'll call this like a dead cat bounce. How much stock do you play? Obviously, I know you like the anchored VWAP. How much stock do you play in like moving averages for Confluence out of curiosity? Because whenever I pull up a chart like this, if I see something accumulating at a 50 or a 200 period, I just give it a little bit, a simple moving average on the daily, I give it a little bit more credence because I feel that that's a level where if there were accumulators in the institutional side, that's kind of a place where I think they would look to. So when you bounce off levels like that, I tend to like it a little bit more. Do you give any credence to that yourself, or is that maybe not?
I definitely do. I mean, so here on this daily chart on my screen, Sean, sorry, Sean, I'm used to talking to Sean on here, Neil, is we've got that rising red 20-day moving average, which is above that dashed blue 50-day moving average. So it's good to have the 20 above the 50. They're both above the 200, which is rising. And the good thing about this 50-day moving average is you can see the slope of it has been lower. This vertical line shows me where we were 50 days ago. So as of 2 days ago, when we were down here, that 50-day moving average was rising. Now we're averaging this data out today and replacing with this higher data, meaning that in the next week, 2 weeks, that 50-day moving average, even if the stock goes sideways, that 50-day moving average will also be rising, which is important to some institutions, is the direction of the 50. And we've got that green anchor, which was the April low for this stock and the market, and that thick blue is the year-to-date anchor. So, like you mentioned, we've got that confluence of moving averages. And some, the way I look at it always is, people are trained, the pullbacks to the 20-day moving average often act as support. So short sellers who sold up here might be targeting that as a place to say, let's cover our short, because there's typically buyers there. Sideline money will say, hey, it's often support in there. Let's put some bids in. And then we might have the same logic for people with the 50-day moving average and the anchor off of that April low. So they're all coming together in the same place. They're coming to the same conclusion for different reasons, and it just gives us a more likely chance that when we have that 20 and the 50 and the year-to-date anchor in the same place, that we're going to find these buyers there, either short sellers covering or short sellers saying, hey, it's now down to this level that should be support, we're going to stop shorting, and buyers coming in to defend it.
Thanks for that insight. I wanted to, first of all, don't ever apologize if you accidentally call me Sean. Like, trust me, I make the mistake. You fall into like habits all the time. So I know I don't get the opportunity. I used to not get the opportunity to chat with you because I wasn't doing the aftermarket show on Tuesdays. But Obi here, who's filling in for Sean, would like to ask you a question, Brian, if you don't mind.
Hey, Brian, how's it going? I wanted your insight on some of these precious metals, because it's literally a hot commodity right now across the board. We have copper pushing highs. We have platinum. We have gold. We have silver. So from a technical perspective, what do you think is the best way to kind of view some of these things? Because I'm looking at some of the higher time frame stuff on something like a silver trust here, where it consolidated for multiple years before doing the breakout and going pretty much parabolic as of right now. So it's like, how often are you kind of looking at higher time frame levels, and what are some of the technical tools that you might be using or you would prefer using when looking at commodities, because they do move at a very slow rate? And then I don't know, I don't know too much about commodities, but we've had a parabolic move. So all of a sudden, everything unwinds and you have a crazy move. So it's just like, what are the kind of tools that you think are appropriate for when tackling some of this price action?
I think you got to look at the same things and just say, hey, we're clearly getting overbought. Here's a quarterly chart of silver since the trust was incepted, and you can see that this quarter, the fourth quarter this year, we've never seen anything like it. Yeah. Close over here, and maybe probably similar on a percentage basis. But what you don't notice here maybe is that if we turn this into a candle chart, what you'll see is that bar on that big quarter back here, it was basically what they call a spinning top, I think. And we're not seeing that, of course, here in the in this current quarterly chart candle, but it's clearly just up and away. And you've got to look at it and say, don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Smart money would say, peel a little bit out of your longer term holdings. I'm looking at this little thing of silverware that I have that I've been sitting on for 10, 15 years and thinking maybe it's a good time to, melt that stuff down or sell it to the people who do that.
Yeah. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you very much for your insight there. Yeah, definitely. Hot commodities. I want to know, like, next time, I don't know when the next run like this is going to happen or if it's ever going to happen, but it's absolutely crazy.
It is. The weekly chart, though, is trading an inside week, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that till right now.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, when I'm looking at the Twitterverse, a lot of people are trying to look for the short because it's a parabolic move, or they're looking for the parabolic short. And I think when it comes to that kind of price action, it's very easy to get involved with the front side of the move, and we're seeing some of that happen over the past couple of days. But the selling today, right now, that's happening is it's distinctly different. I'll say that much.
Whenever I look at a parabolic, some people caught the top, it gapped down, they had a chance to cover it. Now maybe it's going to come back down, but so far yesterday we bounced perfectly from the rising 5-day moving average, which I talk about constantly, which is, right here, we came in twice to that 5-day moving average, and that's where the buyers were. So I think in terms of, shorting the other side, as it's coming down, we need to see something along the lines of this, where maybe it comes down like this and then traps people a little bit, but then gets stuck under that 5-day moving average, then I think you can expect, then you start to look for, can we head down towards the 10-day moving average, the 20-day moving average down here towards that 60 level. So in other words, we get maybe come down to the 10, get trapped up under the 5, and then drop down towards the 20. Something like that is what I'd be looking for.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, no, I have a I'm watching that. It's kind of a similar trend here, but more of a trend line. But yeah, you're saying that it makes a lot more sense to get more aggressive if it can actually break trend and then sustain below that effectively.
Yep, definitely.
Okay. All right.
I agree.
Cool. Thank you.
Wise words as always, Brian. Look, I appreciate you. You saw the kind words that we got from some of the viewers as well, and I know we get a lot of that. And I know we talk about metals. That's what happens to be moving right now. Before we get you out of here, could you just tell everybody where they can find you for sure, because we always get a lot of questions about that. And I've already shown off the book, which I'm now doing again.
Which is on Amazon.com and Amazon.ca for people like you guys who buy from that site. I'm on Twitter at Alpha Trends. I've also got alphatrends.net. So, yeah, take a look there.
There he is, Brian Shannon, our resident CMT. I'll say your family on the show now, so might as well. First of all, obviously want to wish you, happy holidays and all the best in the new year. We'll talk to you, I guess, in 2026, which is like a cliche thing that people say at the end of the year to make it sound dramatic.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Take care, guys. Thanks, everybody.
Have a good one.
Take care, Brian. Thanks for coming out.
Bye.
We're going to go to the desk in a quick little second, but obviously if you've been tracking this, the market went from doing nothing to the silver contagion trade, let's just call it, because
catching on.
What else would you call? I don't know.
I mean, what else is selling off?
The market was everything. The market was doing nothing. Silver lost the bid, and now everything is trending down. You've got GLD lost the bid at the same moment. A couple of quick charts if we can for a second. Like I'm sitting in Intel, which was slowly gliding down, and then all of a sudden it accelerated because the overall market as well started to lose contagion. Like there's your breakdown in the Qs. In addition to that, as I said, I was a short Intel, and that's what happened. Someone just said in the chat, what about Palantir? Palantir lost the bid as well. Show me something that didn't lose the bid just now, and I think you've found yourself some relative strength. Let's go to the desk with Adara.
I want to talk here about WBD. I did drop this in our chat because it came out while Brian Shannon was talking. Thanks again to Brian for that segment. But Warner Brothers, as kind of indicated earlier, now firmly reported to be rejecting Paramount's revised takeover offer. Apparently, they're going to be rejecting this offer next week. Basically, the issue here is that the board sees no improvement in valuation in Paramount's offer. They still view Netflix's bid as superior. Now, as I've discussed, one of the issues Warner Brothers has reportedly had with the PSKY offer is that it undervalues the cable side of things. So that's going to be pretty interesting here. Either way, WBD reportedly has not made a final decision yet, but insiders are saying because Paramount won't raise their price, this proposal is, quote, dead on arrival. WBD did react positively to that report. I did drop that news in our chat as well. And now we're going to send you over to Sia for a segment.
So much, Adara. We're going to quickly look over the small cap for today. The Russell is down 2.8%. Let's take a look at a couple individual movers. I'm seeing a lot of red on the Russell today for sure. But in health tech, particularly, Praxis breakthrough with FDA as of yesterday resulted in their shares being quite up, but today they're trading 3.5% negative. In electronic tech, Vicor Corporation, manufacturer of power modules with headquarters in Massachusetts, are up 1.34% as of today after the chairman of the company, Patrizio Vinicciarelli, sold 5,917 shares. In tech services, CRDO is up 0.71% after Chief Legal Services Officer James Loftman sold 10,000 ordinary shares on the 24th of December with a total value of $1,500,000. And in retail's not doing the greatest today, but Urban also not doing good today, trading 2.19% lower today after CEO Richard Hain sold 60,000 shares yesterday, valued at almost $4,650,000. That's all. Back to the guys.
Thank you very much there, Sia. Also there for the update on Warner Brothers, if you happen to be paying attention to that entire saga. What I found interesting is we're about to talk a little bit about Beta Pro is Netflix did not lose the bid with the rest of the market. But before we get into that little bit of a tidbit, want to give a shout out to Beta Pro by GlobeX. Why? Because if you're a sophisticated trader and you happen to be in Canada, then we got good news for you. The largest provider of inverse leverage ETFs has launched 6 new triple leverage ETFs, 3x bull and bear exposure to semiconductors, U.S. Treasuries, the S&P TSX 60, and they're dropping management fees to just 65 basis points, but only till tomorrow, December 31st. End of year, everybody. U.S.-focused strategies also use currency hedging, offering a more pure representation of movement. So if you're a tactical, sophisticated trader, you want to amplify that performance, check out Beta Pro by GlobeX Canada, and good luck on your trading. As far as that, just a tidbit, because I did just say, if you didn't just lose the bid now, you've got something going potentially. Hopefully that's not a jinx to Netflix, but when the market just rolled over a little bit there, Netflix held the line at VWAP pretty tightly. So this actually is going to be potentially on the radar. I'm looking to jump out of this Intel trade at this point. You know, I can eyeball it, but here's what I'm looking at. Since gold, and silver, I guess it was silver that started first. Since that rolled over, you kind of formed this new trend line. The second that breaks, I'm out, and I'll look for VWAP for a re-entry point. And if there is any bounce into VWAP again, I'd probably look for a shot in silver as well. So a lot of things rolled over. Just call them casualties for sure. I don't know. They caught some strays on that last move. How else would you put it? Like, I feel like the market caught a stray when silver lost the bid there. That's the best way to put it.
I mean, at the same time, like, you can see that both the futures, they did what they were doing pretty much all day, just went to the bottom of the range. Now we're catching a little bit of a bid here. That was pretty aggressive, man. Yes, I had a stop in right below 70s. That punches me out, and I'm just like, oh boy, I should be in this reversion here. And I just watch it just straight puke, hitting the bid. I got to be a little bit faster. Like, I don't come to my senses until below VWAP. I'm like, okay, we're below this prior breakout level, so all of these longs, they're probably going to get washed out as well. Getting involved with that 69 level and seeing if it can continue lower. Yeah, it got all the way down to 68s and some change here. 68, what's the low there? 68.30s, exactly. All the way from 69. So yeah, I got to get a lot more aggressive on this move here. Get stopped out on the initial one, get back in, cover some, double, triple up, come right back in, and I'm just like, okay, I'm just going to take a break even on the rest of it now. But that was a little sweaty, man. And I think here it just took way too long. And once it starts to kind of creep into this 70, here you can see me with my degen ads kind of in the 20s, where it's just like, okay, dude, like this, sure, it's holding 70, but this is starting to look weaker and weaker. And my reversion senses were tingling. And I'm just like, I was telling myself, just go with the trend. Just go with the trend, holding 70, holding 70. It's fine. Just get in right here on the break. I think this is the highest EV spot to try to get in and chase into. Maybe if you're chasing, even if you're chasing like 20 pennies here into 69.80s, I think that is the best spot to get in. Sure, you can kind of finesse your way into a short in this chop. 70 halves doesn't really go through. I think that was a little bit of a signal because it kind of consolidated. We didn't really make higher lows. We pop all the way back down, hold, and then start to come right back in. So this area right here, 70.20s, maybe sure in retrospect, but highest EV, I think, is the structure break. The trade goes right away, does not look back, and you have everyone running for the fences because anybody and everybody who is long are the only participants who can actually hit the bid like that. So once you see that, that is a very important information. And then if you can try to get in on an uptick, because I was crossing down, how much is my cross? I think my cross is like 5 pennies. But even then, I don't think that was enough because I checked my order. I think I punched, so it got me out 98s. As soon as I saw that, my punch was 95s. And 95 crossed to 90 still didn't get me in. So there was it was tough to get an uptick in the first 10 pennies, I think. But I got to go back and look at the shorter time frame and see how that really came in. You know, maybe looking at a 1 second chart can give us a little bit better of a perspective here.
I found
yeah, let's take a look at this.
When you're crossing down an SSR stock,
Yeah.
sometimes what gateway you use can matter.
I'm hitting the Frex. So Frex is just like everything.
Okay. You want to make sure
Frex is like, I don't care. I'm going to take whatever gate I can get.
that's an important thing.
Yeah.
It's not like you might not get a fill anyways.
Yeah.
It's just that if you're trying to go short as an SSR stock is cratering, it is pretty important that you actually use a routing key. And what I mean by that is you want access to something which will sweep all books. If you're only trying to hit one book, you have almost no chance to get filled. So I just trailed out of Intel, going to look to what is next, and I promise we will look at AF. Is it AFJ? Yeah, it's I can't even pronounce the name of this company. Is it AMI? AMI Healthcare Technology, AFJK. Anyways, we're going to go back up to the desk as this name, just a word of caution, this stock is up 113%. It hasn't even done 1 million shares in volume today. So there is no real liquidity on this stock. The spread is like $2.50. It is moving like crazy, but a day trader, I would never touch a stock like this because there's no liquidity in it. For myself, like the risk is huge to get into a position. Let's go to the desk with Sia.
So electronic tech, health tech, utilities, and consumer services are looking pretty flat today. Overall, the S&P is looking a bit flat today. However, what's standing out is the bright green of the energy minerals. So that's what we're going to discuss right now. CVX is up 0.65% and XOM is up 0.37%. Oil tankers are still arriving in Venezuela despite the U.S. blockade. However, the U.S. has seized 2 fully loaded cargoes of Venezuelan oil and has ships patrolling the Caribbean Sea. ExxonMobil also has sold to BP and Van Rack after 4,000 tons of Eurobob E10 gasoline barges were traded in the session. And overall, gasoline stocks fell by about 10%, about 1.1 million tons, due to firm export activity to West Africa. Also, non-energy minerals, NEM, Newmont Corporation is almost 3% up today, and FCX, Freeport, McMoran Inc. is up 5% today, and 0.5% today, and that's all. Back to the guys.
Thank you very much.
I like Freeport.
Yeah, that WBD move is kind of going as well, right? I had one of my pod members just ask, yeah, was there news on WBD? I think Adara did report it. Yep. I think I missed it as well. Is it? Hey Adara, was the news on WBD fresh news, or were they just reporting what we report of what happened this morning?
I heard something earlier, but then I was seeing it like heavily reported and the actual move came around 3. So I heard like inklings, but this is a lot more concrete than anything I heard this morning. Okay. I am under the impression that it's fairly fresh. With that in mind, and the market certainly reacted like it was fairly fresh.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, as it goes right through the highs as we speak. Still think you want to sell that $30 chance if you get it, but that's again just me. I did see, is it Rona? Rona in the chat has been asking about Palantir. You don't have to spam. It's all good. We got you now. I just saw it. But first things first, remember 69 from, anyways, when silver was at VWAP, was longing at this price. Well, from support to resistance is kind of where my thought is. It didn't get to VWAP on any of these bounces. It hasn't really retraced to VWAP. So I'm looking at these lower highs and just trying to get in front of the 69 level as we speak. But that being said, you asked about Palantir. Again, probably catching a bit of a stray in the last move down. What's with the bald cam just there? That's unnecessary. I call that the bald cam. No, Palantir catching a bit of a stray when the market dipped on that silver move. But ultimately, it was already pretty weak today. But look at the nice double bottom that formed. So it's got a double bottom today. That's good. The last 3 days, not so good for Palantir. And then I go back to something which is good. That would be it's attempting to bounce this little double bottom today at the 50 period on the daily. So 181.5. This is kind of where you'd want it to make the bounce if it can. So tomorrow, Palantir is making a higher low. I like the long. Like I like 50 period bounces. I like 200 period bounces. And when it confirms that the next day, you get a double bottom here and then some kind of a higher low. Like I'd probably come in tomorrow knock on wood, looking for a quick trade through like a 185 break on Palantir if that's going to hold up. But that's a tomorrow thing. I want that confirmation we're holding above. And just to get it out of the way, tomorrow is a full day of trade. It's I know it's New Year's Eve, but the markets are open the entirety of the day. That's just how it is. I've always found it a little bit weird, but it is a full day tomorrow. Volumes are usually very, very light, especially after the opening rush. Like I expect to see, I don't have an example here on silver, but let me do this very quickly. I expect to see a lot of these types of charts, like look at Tesla, where like it's just one big initial move, and then maybe you get some barcoding after that. But like you're looking for one big move early a lot of times, and then things just settle down. So that's just my experience from what I go with. And I promised I would at some point tell you, don't miss out or don't assume what happened here. I guess I did want a very tight stop. Like, yeah, we barely broke out, but you know what? I'm kind of treating this with a tight stop, so.
Oh, there's a bid.
Well, it's so crazy. Look what happens when it goes through a key level. Like, I just shorted into 69. Like, look at how tight that is. And the second it breaks, look at the acceleration. Like, if you're not stopping out tight, you're losing double within seconds. But capital preservation, everybody, that's what you got to do. Like, you'd rather try to have those tight stops if you can. And Pops Mafia, the market is open tomorrow, yes. New Year's Day, no. Right? So it's always an observed holiday. New Year's Day is an observed holiday, so the market is not open on Thursday, but it is open tomorrow. It is open on Friday, so we will be here both of those days. That's just how we roll. Yeah, so I mean, Friday, not sure what to expect. I can't remember the last time it worked out that the first day after the New Year's holiday was a Friday. I would suspect it might mean lower volumes. Usually it's a pretty good day of trading, and usually it's rather normal most of the time, but I can't remember the last time it occurred on a Friday where you had this kind of a breakup. So,
I mean, market's hot right now, man.
But look,
I think there's going to be
silver
opportunity
today.
for
There's
sure.
tons
Exactly.
of opportunity out there.
Like coming into today, like holiday shortened week, yes. But names in play are doing things as well, right? We talked about Micron push. The long was great. The reversion came in pretty solid as well. Silver this morning. This afternoon as well, absolutely beautiful move. I mean, at the end of the day, it kind of really depends on your playbook as well, right? And the market, the reversions on the market, just wiping up, wiping down, wiping up. Sure, if you look at it from a bigger picture perspective, you're just like, yeah, this is sideways chop. But on a shorter time frame, the legs have been pretty clean and kind of, I wouldn't say straightforward, but definitely there to capture here. Let's just take a look at, I mean, silver came back up into VWAP. What's it? Yeah, I saw
wicks to VWAP, and then that whole candle down, you can't get
slaps
short.
Down 20 pennies. Yeah, I saw
you can't. Like it's hilarious because when it's SSR, like you're short. When it's SSR, you're trying to short on the green candle on the way up because you're not getting it on the way down. It's frustrating to trade. Like you're having to try to get into a short position. You're essentially trying to get filled in here on the way up. When it's curling like this, good luck getting the fill. When it wicks VWAP and you want to short from 69 to 69.20, you're not getting anything until it gets down to the bottom and then it turns on you. Like this is why you heard me say this morning, I only like the longs on it or prefer the longs because it's just easier to trade an SSR name to the long side. It's just, like it's not, it is what it is. Like you trade, you do what you can, but it is flat out easier to go long on these because you can basically get filled whenever you want to, whereas getting into the short kind of stinks. I hate the rule. And I'm not a gigantic fan of it, but you have to just sort of live with it. It just means a lot of the best opportunities to the downside you can't take. The other thing that's happening right now, it's about 3:30. You got the NASDAQ pulling right back into the volume-weighted average, or VWAP, volume-weighted average price there, and starting to turn. Remember, there's a couple of things. One, Tesla, note, not turning, not even a little bit. And then I was discussing Netflix. So Netflix, as the market's turning down, Netflix is about to retest its VWAP, but it's not moving enough. The fact that it has relative strength is a good sign, but it's not really moving enough. at all. So I'm still going to be looking for another opportunity in silver. I just don't see anything that's moving the way that silver is moving right now. So if there's a trade till 350, I'd rather take my shot there. Don't think I'll get back into Intel. I feel like that one's going to be done. And for those that are still watching this AFJK, it is broken $100. The spread is still $4 a spread. The offer is 104. The bid is 100 right now, up 130%. And it still hasn't even done 750,000 shares. It's nowhere close to 1 million shares. This thing is very illiquid. Somehow hasn't halted in a while, if you happen to be following along. But yeah, not a stock that I would ever try to trade. So let's see if there's a rejection of VWAP here in silver. I'll try to get in, but if I try to get in on the way down, sometimes you miss it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking maybe that move was a little too far too fast. I don't know. We'll see what we do with VWAP. And we swipe right back up into 69.20s right there. So maybe we get a bit of a bid here. Market's catching a bit of a bid at the lower end of its range as of right now as well. But yeah, someone in the chat was saying that you can short the futures. Does the SSR rule exist on futures or no? Can I just hit the bid on? No, silver futures.
Oh, silver futures?
Yeah.
Oh, like the CME doesn't have that rule, my understanding.
Okay, that's good to know.
If that's not true, then don't at me. But to my understanding, that rule only exists.
Yeah, okay, people are saying no, there's
you
no
can do that
SSR.
on the silver futures.
Okay, that's actually beautiful.
But I've explained, so the reason why, the reason why we would trade, in real trading, why you would trade the ETF over the futures is simply they're all different. You have different risk accounts based on asset class. So you build up your risk. If you do so as an equity trader, then your US dollar buying power and risk for all your performance is based on the equity asset class, right? So you'd have to build that up in futures as well. So it ends up, if you're a trader who's made money for years and build your account up on equities, well, then trading the silver SLV means that I have my buying power for equity trading. I have my risk for equity trading. If I jump to futures, then I'm trading it with a lower risk. I'm trading it with less buying power because I have not built that up. Now, if you have built it up, then that's great. And then that would be your primary. So you are rewarded for your performance as a trader, and that's why Sean will look at the Qs. I will trade IBIT. I'm not trading spot Bitcoin. I'm trading on IBIT if I get that chance.
Okay, yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, that's kind of how our firm works. It's market-based risk and buying power. So yeah, no, in terms of it is different for futures versus stocks specifically, and then regional as well. Because they trade the world. We have access to multiple markets, can trade all kinds of markets across the world, and then buying power for each of those markets is going to be separate as well here. As we come back into and through this VWAP, I'm looking for a bit of a reversion here. Again, strong reasons to buy. That's what I used to cover the position down here at 68.60s and 68.40s as well. But if we're going to pop back above VWAP, I'm willing to take a little bit of a stab here. Maybe we get a push into halves. We've held the quarter. Can we push the half? That's the question I'm asking right now. 69.50s. Maybe. We'll see. I don't know. I'm just trying to go with the flow here. Here's a little bit of a push. Just trying to take some quick tape scalps here as, oh, that's not the correct size. Okay, cool. Yeah, just trying to take some quick scalps here as the price action comes in on the day. Yeah, no, silver, great trading opportunity, I think, especially if you're kind of taking some of these scalps. The positioning into the prior high day break was absolutely beautiful as well. I'm definitely going to be, this is one for the books, Neil, for sure. I'm going to be journaling this. And I'm excited to do that as well because this move is absolutely beautiful. If this happens again, I'm never gonna, don't want to. That's the mental. I never want to miss an opportunity like this. I'm gonna perform at the best of my abilities when something's gonna be so technically beautiful as silver was on the day today. So definitely, like I said, one for the books. Market kind of consolidating sideways here still. Maybe that gives precedence to some interesting moves as silver is also kind of holding that range. I talked about this morning, buyers came in where? Buyers came in right here at 68.40s. Once again, they come in here, 68.40s in and around that area. That was the pre-market reason to buy as well, where you had those aggressive sellers kind of stop in and around the 30s, 40s, 50s. That breakout of 64, 68, 64 was nice. And then once again, in the opening session, pulls back into 68s, kind of catches a bid, VWAP hold on 68.60s once again, and then VWAP reclaim breakout of this. That was really nice to punch long into. No trouble getting into that long because you're going the other way of the SSR rule. And this, man, I'm telling you, these. I check my what do you call order log, and not getting filled on that 95 is a little bit, or the 70 breakdown is a little bit of I think an issue for me. I definitely have to chase this down, especially after seeing the kind of action that that it's given me here.
The problem
on
is
the day.
the problem with that is it's hard to even determine where you could have reasonably got short.
I just looked at the 1 second chart, so I did.
So you could have got it?
I could have got. I think so. I think my order crossed down to 95. That's what it was, and I hit it right after it did stop me out. So technically, I was not in a position. I should be able to put in a short order, right? I crossed down to 95s, but when I look at, we can look at the 1 second chart together here.
You always want to cross past where an even level would be. Like if you're trying to go short on an SSR name, like if you're trying to short 90, then make sure you're crossing to like 88 or 89, or you know what I mean, like that. So every 5 cents, you almost want to be like a penny or two past that for best chance. But like, I see what you're saying.
This is the 1 second
chart
chart.
up, please.
This is the 1 second chart. So sellers start slamming into the bid here, 70 13s. Next second, this is the second that breaks down into 70, and then look, boom, no uptick, no uptick. Maybe if I go to a tick chart, maybe we see a few upticks. But the pullback, funny enough, Neil, the pullback high was exactly 95. So if I'm sitting on the ask at 95 with a short, and it didn't really do that much volume either. You can see no volume here. Now this is only limited to information of only the bats gate, so there is that as well. But yeah, it doesn't really take any fills above 95 and then pushes down a little bit further. So what I'm saying is, like, if I got lower 90, say I was crossing 10 pennies on the 70 break, it definitely ticked up from, what is this, a low of 86 up to 80, up to 92s, 93s, and then 95. So if you were sitting anywhere around 85s to 95s and you had crossed into the bid there, on that 10 penny uptick, you would have gotten filled for the short, and then you can just be risking a back through 70 on that real quick. And that follow through was absolutely beautiful, because everybody, again, running for the fences on an SSR name. I like to take that trade off of the open sometimes, where if a name is SSR and people are hitting the bid, I'm like, I know exactly who's selling on this, especially if it's confluence with a gap down. I'm like, all right, cool. I know which participant.
Capote asked about the imbalances. So I want to tell, first of all, it's really just NIO. Early look is 1.5 to the buy side. Fubo is not a very big stock, so 780,000. You got Soxel just under a million to the downside. Oklo will be in here at 630,000, so very small. Beautiful. In about 15 minutes, or just under 15 minutes, we'll get the actual imbalances. This is just the early look and not too crazy price action. But you know where you can also see imbalance information? eSignal, believe it or not. Why? Because eSignal is a one-stop shop in terms of a platform which allows you to see just about anything you could imagine. If it moves, if it's chartable, then you can find it with reliable data. Like I can just pull up the queues here. I can go pretty much anywhere I want. As I said, you can have level 1 access, level 2, every indicator out there. And the best part about this is the first month is still free over at eSignal. So you can scan the QR code, check them out, first month free. The ability to test your strategies, back test, forward test, you were talking about 5 second charts to go over entries and exits. You can do that as well. You can use tick replay so you can find opportunities out there. Basically how you could trade better through an opportunity by watching it a second time through on the actual book. And as I said, you can have the imbalance locator. Everything is entitlement based, so you add the things you want. You don't need to have, if you never trade on the Amex, then you don't need to add that entitlement. If you only trade the NASDAQ, you can get rid of a bunch of other entitlements and not have those as well. So it's very user friendly, and it's a pro platform used by a lot of traders that we know here on the show, including us, all of us, pretty much here on the show. So scan the QR code you see out in front of you. Shout out to eSignal for sponsoring this part of the show. And I am, with about 10 minutes to go, Still staring down Tesla, as Tesla doesn't seem to want to break back up. We've seen Tesla sometimes have these bounces, but man, if it isn't weak the last couple of days going into the close.
Every day, sellers are dominant. I said this, like even in, I've never seen this happen before.
Never.
No. BL consolidation low holds in the open session as resistance. That was just an interesting piece of information.
So Obi meant the overnight market, which is blue ocean.
Yeah.
So you mean like the overnight low? So this.
It was sevens. No, not that. A couple.
Oh, this one. Like up here?
Yeah. 467. Was it BL? This is BL, right?
This is BL.
Yeah. Look at that low.
467.
Yeah. We hold below that in the pre-market session. So if you look at pre-market, see remain by. So take a look at the day after. Look at that 6-7 hold. Right? No, that's the day. Yeah. Look at the 6-7 hold. Come on.
Well, I'm chuckling for another reason. It's just, you know why.
Oh man, it is what it is.
No, it is what it is, and that's what that you have the ability.
Interesting observation.
You have the ability to look at the overnight market for key levels as well. So whether it's blue ocean or
doing
not,
volume too.
That's definitely an opportunity. I guess that AFJK just went again. Oh, it's halted. Oh, they actually halted this stock at some point. Yeah, now it halts, right? Okay, yeah, logic. So AFJK is halted. This will be a volatility halt. Let's go to Adara. She's got the story here. The tap is currently indicating down, however, $3.
Should be good now. Hello. I want to talk here about this AFJK. So this IMA Health, their business combination deadline was extended as of like December 9th. So that was a while ago. Now their new deadline is January 6th, 2026. With regards to AFJK as well, Neil, their business combination was initially announced on June 20th of 2024. So it's been a year and a half coming. I mean, if we eventually get that business combined, that could be a good catalyst. There's nothing new or pressing on AFJK, and the social media attention wasn't out of this world either. Back to you.
Sometimes it's just how these work. I feel like sometimes you just want to break these out if you get a chance back through that $10 level. But yeah, it's parabolic. It doesn't necessarily make sense. And okay, based on this tap, I sincerely hope no one's trapped in this at the high. It's now indicating $91 is an open. Nope, 89. So it's kind of all over the place. Here, you guys can probably see this. Look at this in real time. I will not trade this stock personally, but it went from 90 to 88. That's the theoretical auction price, which is sort of built into our level 2. But this thing is all over the place, man. Now indicating 92.5. I just wanted to show that to you because it was quickly moving. And if I flip to another way of showing it, I didn't want it to stop. But it's indicating a $17 drop. If you bought that peak, it could open up literally 15% against you here. So this is exactly why I don't touch these things with a 10-foot pole. Oh, we got another super chat. Let me just try to get to that. Still 8 minutes until the imbalances come in. I don't know if I'm seeing another curl in silver. Where is that super chat? Now I'm not even seeing it. Oh, here it is. There we go. I just saw it pop up there. And it's from On the Rail TV. I like that one. I'm swing trading 2 stocks, ELF, and hit the like and subscribe, everybody, because now I'll read it up here in front of me. ELF and BBAI. Thoughts on these? Well, I'll look at ELF in a second, but easy thoughts on BBAI. I'll give the thumbs up for the 200 period hold. This is something like, I know I've said it, I know Sean said it, so I'll just get rid of that for a quick second. We'll talk about ELF in a quick little second. But it's been the 200 period hold. So that's the good thing. Well, you've already got the bounce off the 200, but it's rejecting the 50 period on the daily. So understandably for me, if I'm ever long off the 200 period moving average as a swing, and it looks like this, I'm scalping, I'm taking out. Maybe not all of it, but I'm certainly taking profit at the 50 period moving average where it's been rejecting. Is it good for a reload here? I usually want it the day after it holds, not as it's going in, and it's going back into your support level. But that's been the reason to go in, has been this 200 period moving average. I can zoom it out further so you can see that that has been holding for quite some time. If it loses it, at least you know where you're wrong on BBAI. And then when it comes to ELF, ELF Beauty, I think you actually gave a price here, $77.60. The other one was $5.58, but $77.60. So you're in somewhere in this consolidation. This is a bit different because this is not usually my cup of tea. Like I'd have to usually like something fundamental about it, or this would have to be at some kind of a historic low, not just like the higher low after like an earnings dump. Like if I'm in here after this dump, I'm trying to grab that long if I'm able to, but not necessarily after this, because it's still rejecting filling in the gap, and there hasn't been any buy pressure, and it's a downward trending stock. So that's not really my cup of tea to take that kind of trade. BBAI is, because it's showing you the support level, so I'm pretty confident about where I'd be wrong on the trade, which is all you're really looking for. So I hope that does help you for sure. ELF not having a very good day today. Imbalance is still pretty much exactly the same as we saw before. And like always, not like always, that's the wrong way to put it. Like sometimes, like see silver, it makes a top and then starts breaking down through the volume weighted average price.
Yes.
This is what happens. See when it, like there's your red, there's it breaking the prior bar, and you can swipe down and you just don't get filled. It's like you're filled if you just short it into this high, magically knowing where it's going to turn. I would have no idea where it's going to turn. I'm just trying to short it back through VWAP, and I can't get it, unfortunately. So I can leave the order in, and maybe I get swept up as it starts upticking here. But let me try and step. I'll move like a few cents down and see if that gets filled. No. 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 Okay, we're going to, oh, there we go. I moved another penny down and actually got the offer. So was able, and now look, I have another order which is crossed to the same level and did not get filled. So whatever, I'll cancel that one. I had two orders at 19, thinking one of them was going to get swept up and one of them got filled. Let's go to SIA and Money Talks, and I'm now shorted VWAP, which probably means it's going back up because thank you, SSR.
Thank you. So the dollar index is hovering just above 98. It's been a weak month and a soft year for the U.S. currency. We're also going to take a look at the yen volatility after the BOJ hike. The Japanese yen is slightly firmer, but still weak overall, with USD JPY, which is currently trading in the 156, mid 156 area after a strong multi-month dollar rally. Markets are remaining focused on the Bank of Japan's December 25 BP hike, which to 0.75%, which is the highest this has been in the past 30 years. Also, several emerging market currencies are finishing this year pretty strongly. The Brazilian real, Chilean peso, Peruvian sol, and Mexican peso are all climbing against the dollar in a light holiday trading. Also, the Colombian peso is standing out as the most valued EM currency in December, up to 3.2% versus the dollar, up around 3.2% versus the dollar. That's all. Back to the guys.
They're actually dope.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, Obi was just talking about food and he kind of distracted me for a second because that place is right here?
Literally around the corner. I hopped off the midday for 3 minutes, walked there, came back because it's just not even 100 meters.
I think I'm getting that tomorrow.
Less than, yeah, there's some good selection. I mean, it's not the best takoyaki, but like they have some good takoyaki, especially when it's hot, solid.
No catered lunch this week.
But yeah, no, it's
oh no,
for sure.
They have a mean bowl as well. Like they do like a nice little bowl. This
Yeah,
I know. If, like,
that's what I got. I got a poke bowl today. Relation, just around the corner there. So yeah, no, good stuff there. Quick snack. Taking leaps. Yeah, takoyaki. Yes, for sure. One of my favorite foods. Some good old takoyaki. Anyways, let's get back to the market. To what's going on?
Big 4-1. Oh, Big 4-0 nephew just said, I didn't even see Webull is under $8.
No one's looking at it.
See how it's looking tomorrow. Webull is all the way down, under $8 now. Yeah, it lost $8. This is bad. It's bad. It hasn't lost. Oh goodness. Okay, so it hasn't lost the absolute low. Someone asked this morning. It's like. You still in this? I got out of this when it broke $10. The play was always off $10. It was over here when it held 10, and when I rebought it in front of 10, the first time it worked to 18. The second time I got right out when it lost $10, man. It's just that's just me, and I'd like to get back in. It's not giving me any reason to. Before there was support at $10. Now it's gone. It turned and rejected. Now you've got resistance at $10, and you've got lower highs and lower lows and trend down. And until something distinctly changes, I don't want any part of Webull. It was a good scalp before. I just don't see any. I don't see any reason to be in it anymore. And it's not to say I'm completely done with the stock. I'll take another shot at it. But like for myself, that was always more of a. Like Webull was always more of a trade off the support line than anything else. Like it's not like SoFi. Like SoFi, that's a stock that I want to buy so I can hold it for a very long time. Not indiscriminate of price, but to hold it forever. Webull, I'm like, oh, there's a support level. Let's try to make a swing trade on it. Like that was in my TFSA, which for here, it's like a, so in Canada, it's like a tax-free savings account. I just put like swing trades in that one. If I'm getting in and out, if I'm holding it for a longer period of time, 9 times out of 10, I'm using my retirement account to buy those stocks. So, I would put, Webull deserves to be in the other category. For me, it's only ever just a trade. Like, it's not the financial name that I would want to buy and hold. That would be like SoFi, XLF. I still own some Morgan Stanley, and I own some Canadian banks. Like that's where, in the long-term account, what I prefer.
Yeah, no, I mean, some of these names.
And just Jay Dizzle, no. I will never shill a stock. I will tell you if and I'm not saying that to be like, don't talk nonsense. No, I'm just being straight up. I will never shill a stock. I will never sit there and say, I think this thing is great when I don't believe it to be true. I will tell you if I have bought something and why. Because it's a trading show and, people ask us that question all the time. And I have no issues doing that, but I'm not shilling a stock. Webull was a SPAC. When SPACs show support at $10, I'll trade it off $10 because that's been a thing for a very long time. So it's just something that I'll trade it at all times. But at the end of the day, let other people shill stocks. It is what it is. If we keep talking about it, it's because hey, when things like Robinhood would come up, it's like I don't own Robinhood. I would love to tell you that I own Robinhood. I don't. I own SoFi. I owned Webull before, but I just saw something else that I wanted to. Oh, thank you. Where was it? Never mind. I saw something in the chat and I was like, I wanted to address it. But the imbalances are out, nothing significant. Ooh. The largest big cap name, NVIDIA, at less than $1 million. 900,000 to buy an NVIDIA. Warner Brothers is a 1.7 million sell, which is actually kind of interesting. Riot's a sell of 1.1 million. GDX is a sell. WBD kind of stands out to me though. 1.7 million sell on Warner Brothers, and that did move it. It's not going to move a ton. Don't expect this to move dollars anymore. That's just not that. Like it's a buyout sort of now. Outside of the bidding war, there's really not much that's going to move it like crazy. So pretty small in the imbalances. Remember, it is a holiday shortened week. Tomorrow is the end of the year. The markets are open, but volumes are going to be a lot lower. I'm just back into this silver off of VWAP. It's not really falling apart. Like it's gone about now 20 cents in the money. Looking for a bid off 69 because why not? 69 always seems to be a thing. I just moved from 1s to 3s and was able to get filled there. I'll take the rest out as we head back into this low. So obviously this will likely be the last trade of the day for me on SLV or anything. And I won't let this get back through VWAP. I actually have a stop pretty much on the nose at the volume weighted average price, which will be break even at this point. So we'll just look to hold this one into the close for sure. Amma Hamada view on Pfizer. Now that is a name I have not heard in a long time. Yeah, I'll be real. Nobody asks us about Pfizer. Probably because this is what the stock looks like for the last year. No one really asks you about a stock that does this very long. But hey, look, they've got a dividend. They realized that they need to make some acquisitions to be able to shore up their pipeline, which I guess was needed for them. They really mucked up GLP, and they have to find a way to get back on track with that. It was a great stock during the pandemic. It's been trash ever since. The good news is it's making higher lows and higher highs and has regained the 50 and the 200. So maybe it does deserve a little bit more of our attention, which I would argue is definitely true. It could be not a bad place to hide out if you think the market is getting frothy. This is like a rotation into maybe some other healthcare names that haven't run and a rotation away from tech. So yeah, it's not that bad. I haven't looked at Pfizer in a while. I actually bought Pfizer in the pandemic. There's a trader on the floor that's like, well, let's just say it wasn't. okay, he was a little bit tinfoil hat about it, but it really made a heck of a lot of sense for obvious reasons. Like, how could you not buy a company that pays a dividend that's making the vaccine that everyone's going to have to take? I was like, yeah, you're kind of right about that. I don't actually want to own the stock, but I'm buying this thing anyways. And that was really early on. He was just like, look, this is what's going to happen. These guys are going to have to be involved, and just do it. And I don't usually buy things just because a trader says this is a good thing to buy. It looked good at the time. But yeah, Pfizer looking more interesting every day. So maybe one last out if we can get down to like 68.5 here. But the VWAP trade, just wait for it to get the VWAP and curl. Sometimes is a better way to play it here. So SLV, I think I'll be done with this. There's almost no chance that this silver isn't the first place I look tomorrow as well for a trade. The way this is moving, this is it until proven otherwise. Like, this is the stock giving you the most opportunity.
Yeah, for sure, man. I think, again, we talk about you know, some of the best opportunities. Those will definitely be stocks in play here. So yeah, definitely ready for that. So guys, for too long, trading meant risking your own money or never having enough to start. The fear of losing, that's what kept so many traders on the sidelines, but that's changing. Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets. With its limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. When you hit the profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. No fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now to get 10% off your first evaluation. What's up, Sia?
A quick crypto segment for you guys. So BTC is up almost 1%. It did make a push towards 90,000, but has failed and currently stands at 87,897. Bitcoin was hit by uncertainty surrounding President Donald Trump's tariffs that shook global financial markets. Of course, Bitcoin is now down about 5% since last December, after being up around 30% while hitting an all-time high in early October. Also, XRP is up 1%. It's also expected to rally 690% to $15, according to a crypto analyst called Javon Marks. This bullish scenario will definitely set a significant milestone for XRP. That's all. Have a good day, guys, and back to the guys.
Thank you very much, Sia. So I'm just I'll note the difference in the tape and just punch out of SLV. So it curled off of 69.25, which was VWAP. The best it got down to was like 68.8, and then distinctly different as it bounced in here. So, you know, it started out long silver, and then in the afternoon a couple of times going short. It ends up working out. Tomorrow, I don't even know if I have a bias tomorrow, to be honest with you, in silver. I'm not sure. Ooh, Tesla's moving. We'll go to over for Tesla quick little second. But no, I'm not really sure what I feel in terms of bias tomorrow, which I think is fine. I'm not going to have a bias. I'm pretty open-minded. Where we gap to, we'll let the price action determine it. I was long today because it was SSR, so my first thought was I like the day 2 SSR long bounce, and then we end the day looking for the short. So we'll see what happens next for sure. Only about 3 minutes to go till we get the end of the day. Wow. So one session and 3 minutes until the end of your trading. It's crazy. It'll be crazy.
I mean, we still got Blue Ocean. We still got about 4 hours of after hours. We still got some pre-market session. Come on, this is yeah, it's true. But you know, it's not over.
Lego with my daughter. I'm not trading Blue Ocean.
Nice. What are you guys building?
Oh, I told you, we got her the Lego roller coaster set.
Oh, right.
4,100 pieces.
Whoa.
It's huge, man. Yeah. She's only 8 years old.
How long do you think that's going to take?
That means she has to have me help her, which is amazing. Honestly, like, I'm the same way. My dad he would buy us Lego just so that he could build with us. I swear that's awesome, what he was doing. And I'm like, man, that was so cheesy, Dad. I can't believe you did that. And I literally am doing exactly the same thing.
Nice.
Probably more than he does. But she loves doing it, so it's great.
It's awesome, man. Yeah, I know. I love Legos as a kid, definitely.
As a kid,
Yeah.
I still build lit all the time, dude.
No, of course. I just haven't been, I guess, involved as much.
You gotta
But
have a hobby.
yeah, for sure, definitely. Puzzles. I definitely like puzzles. But gaming is more my.
Oh, you're like a puzzle guy?
Yeah, like I like puzzles and stuff. You know, those like funky objects that you're like, try to get this out of that.
No, I see. Okay, cool.
Yeah, those are fun.
You know what? Okay, I have some ideas for it. We'll talk. Oh shoot! Did we miss another? We have a minute.
We got
and
a minute
Someone
and a
just
half
said we
right
missed
here.
a super chat. So
Missed a super
I
chat.
see
Oh,
it.
no.
Got you right now. Ideas on where Palantir goes from here. 175 looks like the next level. I don't know why I'm rushing. Only 1 minute left, anyways. It's currently breaking below the 50 MA. Your inputs. Oh man, you're short. It doesn't even matter. You know what? It doesn't matter where you're short. So today was the test of the 50 period on the daily, and it's failing that test. Tomorrow's going to matter. But if you're in the money, I think you hold through this. Like, why wouldn't you? Like, your whole point of holding, if you're short already, you want to hold through this to see if this thing can press down into 150. I have no idea. What are your, like, I don't know what your expiries are on this, so I can't really, like, assess like, from risk to reward. But if I'm short and in the money going into the moving average, obviously it could bounce, but if it doesn't bounce, you could see some acceleration on Palantir. So congrats if you're in the money. I would look for a potential follow through. As a trade, a day trade, like my first thought is to look for a bounce the next day, but that's a day trade. If you're in the money on a short swing, that's a completely different story. Time frames always matter. So if you're in the money, I think you got a good one. The 200 period's a long way away, but trust me, Palantir can move like that if it wants to. 10 seconds to go. There weren't anything on the imbalances really, and after everything is paired off, there's still absolutely nothing. As we have 3 seconds to go, and now, boom, we ring that closing bell for the second to last time.
Did I get it?
Year.
Did I get it? I got it.
Which is crazy. It's absolutely crazy. But we have one last super chat to get to, and of course it's Danny's boy. We start and end with super chats from you, it seems. Silver was good enough to move out of Obi's Tesla today. I thought it was Obi's Cybertruck you were going to live in if silver kept falling. Thanks for the hospitality. I'm sorry about the chicken wings in the back seat.
Nice. Thank you. I mean, hey man, you're welcome anytime. You're welcome anytime. I'll renovate it for you for next time. You know, it's looking a little boxy, a little uncomfy. We'll get it upholsters. What's that?
If somebody's in my ride and leaves chicken wings, I'm not answering you with a smile. I know you're just joking about it, but like, I had a year in high school where I had a car I bought from a pops. Man, he really hosed us. Me and my brother bought it. My dad taught us a lesson when we bought his old car from him so that I could have it in high school. I learned a valuable lesson with that, and he wasn't shy about letting us learn that lesson, and it was not a fun one. But that being said, I had a rule when I was driving from practice of basketball and stuff. I'm like, if you leave food in the back of my car, you're not getting a ride from practice the next time.
I don't like anybody eating
straight up
in my car other than me. So
straight up. That's what I'm saying. You don't eat in the ride.
I mean, no, I'm saying I don't like anybody eating in my car other than me.
Oh yes, no, you can. You do whatever you want. Your car.
It's like,
eat in someone else's car.
Yeah, exactly.
And you certainly don't leave chicken wings in the back seat.
No, don't do that.
Either way, hopefully you had a good
Greasy
day today.
hands.
I want to shout out and a big thanks, of course, to Obi for filling in not just today for Sean, who's back tomorrow from Buffalo, but for Joe, who is on a beach somewhere chilling out. So thank you, Obi, for filling in. Big shout out, as always, to Adara and Sia, the ones and twos on the desk, kicking butt as usual. Shout out to Fabian and Ramin. Andre will be back from vacation soon. And, of course, shout out to Sharif. Thank you to Brian Shannon and Mitch this morning, our guests.
For sure.
Sia's got great taste in science fiction. Adara has a crazy memory. And we have 1 day left of trading for 2025. And we'll start it tomorrow at 8 o'clock. We're Trade TV Live. One more session for the year. Let's make it a good one. Rest up, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Take it easy.